The QQ application running in the background emitted a series of urgent notifications, abruptly rousing Bai Lin, who had been dozing with his head resting on the computer desk. I should have known better than to stay here, and could have returned to bed, he muttered. Rubbing his eyes, Bai Lin stifled a yawn and turned his gaze toward the screen. The computer displayed a QQ account bearing the username Balagurabai, and the messages were from a gaming group he had joined. He had configured his group messages to be received without notifications, except when someone mentioned him directly within. Fried Rice Gaming Group, 33, Crickets, Chirp, Balagurabai. I just got my hands on a new game. Do you want to give it a try? Crickets Chirp, Balagurabai. It's a fun 18 game, by the way. Crickets Chirp, Balagurabai. There are some delightful surprises inside. Let's see if you can find them waves of the ocean. What game? I want to play too. Crickets Chirp. It's called Mizide. I brought it back from another dimension, and it seems to be a nurturing game featuring beautiful anime girls. Crickets Chirp, Balagurabai. Do you want to give it a shot? Waves of the ocean. I want to play too. Crickets Chirp, Crickets Chirp. Sure. They'll send it to you first. Ah, Xiao Shuai has returned. Bai Lin glanced at the words displayed at the top of the screen, leaning back in his gaming chair. With a snap of his fingers, the lights in the room flickered to life. He gazed at the soft white glow emanating from the lamp, lost in contemplation. This place is blue, star, that a planet remarkably similar to Earth. Bai Lin had traversed into this realm nearly a month ago and had begun to adapt to life here. It is a dreamlike world, akin to a parallel universe of Earth, where the nation of Huaxia stands as a formidable and impressive power. This prowess is not merely exhibited in military might or diplomacy, it is more profoundly reflected in the individuals. This phenomenon is referred to as awakening. Much like occurrences in novels, the awakening of Huaxia individuals is a natural process upon reaching adulthood. One awakens a system immediately. From a moment of awakening, the system accompanies you for the entirety of your life until your death, returning to the embrace of its master only to await the next host. It is certain that nearly every adult of Huaxia on Blue Star possesses a system. However, nearly does not imply only those who genuinely embrace Huaxia achieve awakening, while those who idolize foreign cultures never awaken, remaining oblivious until their last breath. Furthermore, those who engage in criminal activities may find their systems severed upon embarking on a path of no return, regardless of prior awakening. The criteria for a system's retention or dismissal are known only to the systems themselves, and no one can ascertain the exact conditions. Yet, one thing is undeniable. Those harboring hostility toward Huaxia are unworthy of the blessings of this land. This is the grand narrative of this world. Huaxia, the world's foremost superpower, invincible, peace-loving, and fond of agriculture, they follow the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. A month prior, Bai Lin had awakened in a hospital. His predecessor, also named Bai Lin, was a frail individual who had fallen while descending the stairs, resulting in a comatose state. After lying in the hospital for 3 months, he awoke to find himself as the current traveler, Bai Lin. Not only did he bear the same name, but his appearance also closely resembled the visage he had envisioned done marred by the burns that had disfigured him in his previous life. In comparison, his existence on Earth felt like a Draemon unsettling nightmare. Orphaned, inadvertently disfigured, and barely managing to find his footing only to be struck by misfortune his past was undeniably tragic. The memories of this life surged into his consciousness shortly after his awakening. Devoid of any semblance of trauma, they were merely gentle, warm recollections. He even began to question whether he had truly traversed realms, or if his soul had merely taken a detour to Earth, enduring the hardships of solitary life before being returned to this original world by the hands of fate. Of course, dwelling too deeply on such thoughts would not serve him well. Bai Lin was simply grateful to be alive again, and he had no intention of delving further into these matters. After all, Bai Lin had parents and was the sole heir of a loving family. Living in the present, savoring the moment. It was a rather pleasant household. His parents were alive, they owned a car and a home, and while their savings were modest, their daily needs were adequately met. One minor drawback was that Bai Lin's parents frequently embarked on global explorations, leaving him to fend for himself at home. Just a few days ago, after ensuring that Bai Lin was well, they bid him farewell and resumed their travels around the world. Bai Lin understood his parents' desires. After all, his father, Bai Zio, possessed a travel system, while his mother, Yin Shaoling, had a painting system one traveled while the other painted, and as long as they completed their daily tasks, they could live carefree and without worries. Moreover, Bai Lin was an adult over 18 with the responsibility to care for himself. Ahem, I digress. The system Bai Lin awakened to was related to games, named the Gaming Mastery System, which manifested during his vegetative state in the hospital. The system's function allows Bai Lin to receive various physical enhancements while gaming. For instance, it enhances his reflexes in FPS online games, enabling him to discern sounds and positions accurately, as well as improving his practical skills. In single-player games, it could summon a range of gaming enhancements, such as infinite lives in Wind Spirit Moon Shadow or instant kills. Of course, as a system, these are merely foundational abilities. Its most essential function is the Game Entity Operation Assistance. This feature enables him to directly enter games and extract items from them, such as energy drinks from PUBG, potions from LOL, outfits from Peace Elite, or even grass from King of Glory. Bai Lin had attempted to bring out paper figures from the games, but without exception, he had failed. After all, anime girls from the second dimension remain fundamentally incompatible with reality, and no one among the Huaxia people has ever succeeded in bringing a two-dimensional character back to the real world. There are no reports online, and Bai Lin remains uncertain whether this fact has been deliberately concealed. Returning to the main topic, the Fried Rice Gaming Group was co-founded by Bai Lin and his two closest friends during their high school days. And the current timeline is the approaching winter break of their first semester in college. Bai Lin is also a university student, but misfortune struck when he fell and remained unconscious, awakening only 3 months later. His parents applied for a year's leave of absence from school, intending for him to return once he had sufficiently recovered. Calculating the time, he still had 6 or 7 months to leisurely enjoy his time at home, quite delightful indeed. Naturally, he would not squander the capabilities provided by his system. After a week of online gaming, Bai Lin felt that the experience had lost its novelty. Coincidentally, his close friend awakened the mental otherworldly travel system and inquired if he desired any special items. Bai Lin casually mentioned a game, and to his surprise, his friend actually brought one back. A nurturing game featuring beautiful anime girls should not be horror-themed. Speaking of which, he was quite fearful of horror games. So, should he give it a try? Bai Lin's gaze drifted downward, landing on the computer screen. He certainly should not let his good friend's gesture go to waste. Send it to me for a trial.
Chapter 2 Greetings. I never anticipated that it would turn out to be an Android mobile game. Observing the unmistakable APK suffix on the files displayed on his computer, Bai Lin retrieved his phone from his pocket and commenced the download. While he was not entirely averse to mobile games, extracting the valuable elements from within them proved to be quite a challenge. The items one could retrieve varied significantly across different game genres. For instance, in games like Peace Elite, he could not extract weapons, but items such as energy drinks, first aid kits, and medical boxes were fair game. As for nurturing games, he had yet to explore them, as his interest had been rather lukewarm. However, now seemed as good a time as any to give it a try. Ding. Upon completion of the installation, his phone emitted a sound. Bai Lin cast a glance at the computer screen before picking up his phone and launching the application. After all, it was only 11 o'clock, not yet time for a meal, so engaging in a brief session should pose no issue. Following a fleeting moment of darkness on the screen, accompanied by a heartwarming background melody and a pink backdrop, the game commenced. A two-dimensional girl materialized on the screen, her deep blue hair styled in twin ponytails. She wore a red knitted sweater on top and a blue pleated skirt below. Hello, I am Mita. The animated girl waved her hand, greeting him in the pre-programmed dialogue. What is your name? A prompt to input his game name followed. Recalling the unfortunate experiences he had endured while randomly naming his characters in the past, Bai Lin deemed it more prudent to choose a reasonable name for this type of game. Bai Lin, pleased to make your acquaintance. Bai Lin. As soon as the words were uttered, the pink background began to fade, revealing the hidden visage beneath, a miniature figure in her four-cornered room, the true essence of the game. Bai Lin. The character design of Mita continued. I was in such a hurry last time that I left this place in quite a mess. Could you assist me? With that, Mita issued her first task. Help Mita tidy up her room. So, this is the nurturing genre, is it? Bai Lin wore a look of realization, having initially expected a more traditional leveling up experience. Nevertheless, it was not unplayable. Rather than attending to the game's task, he shifted his gaze from the phone to the space before him. Suspended in the air was a projection visible only to him, displaying a welcoming message. Welcome, host by Lin, to the Game Master system. Detecting game, Ms. Ide. Would you like to connect and join? Without further ado, he decided to attempt the connection, curious to see how much he could transport back. Beginning connection to Ms. Ide. 1.10.99.100. Connection successful. Please close your eyes and reopen them to instantly enter the game world. The entire process consumed merely a few seconds. However, for a game exceeding 200 megabytes, such a swift duration led one to question the robustness of his system. Bai Lin closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself in a drastically transformed environment. The room was adorned in warm shades of pink, featuring a large bed by the window, a computer desk, a chair, a cabinet, and various other furnishings. It bore a striking resemblance to the setup in the game. A subtle, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air, quite fitting for a room belonging to a two-dimensional girl. However, did this peculiar mechanical component exist when he was playing earlier? Bai Lin turned to inspect the odd apparatus. The long table was strewn with an array of strange machinery that seemed utterly out of place within this room, or rather, within the entire game. Current version 1.9. The small television on the left displayed this message. So, this game might have other versions. It seemed that most games did indeed possess multiple iterations after all. Even online games had their closed and open beta phases. Bai Lin mentally scoffed at his own hand and chose to disregard the strange device. Approaching the computer beside the bed. A press of the power button awakened the machine, and the screen flickered to life. Good. He accessed the settings, noting the refresh rate was remarkably 120 Hz. Excellent. Finally, you wondered, could he package this entire setup to take with him? Bai Lin spread his fingers, directing his palm towards the computer. This item can be stored and taken out. The system's prompt appeared before him. It seemed he could transport more items than he had anticipated. Quite splendid. After successfully securing the entire computer, a corner of the room was liberated. Bai Lin's gaze shifted to the bed, where two plush cushions lay. He had always desired a cushion, yet had never mustered the motivation to purchase one. Since he was here, he aimed his palm at the large bed. This item can be stored and taken out. Excellent, an exceptionally fine cushion. He could take it with him. He secured it. However, the effect of the retrieval was somewhat unexpected. The bed vanished along with it, leaving a considerable expanse of the room vacant. It should restore itself eventually, right? Gazing at the somewhat empty room, Bai Lin suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, his attention was soon captivated by a figurine beside the bed. This figurine piqued his interest. This item can be stored and taken out. This wardrobe is quite nice. This item can be stored and taken out. This lamp is rather charming. This item can be stored and taken out. This mural is appealing. This item can be stored and taken out. This clock is quite delightful. This item can be stored and taken out. This. After approximately 3 minutes, Bai Lin had completely emptied the room. The curtains had been taken down. Aside from the door, the windows, the walls, and that peculiar device, nothing remained. He recalled that Mita's first task had been to assist in tidying up the room. It should now be spotless. Truly, he was a great benefactor. Bai Lin clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the initial strange device. Should he take this as well? It might yield some monetary value as scrap metal, or perhaps it would be better to keep it. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed unexpectedly, interrupting Bai Lin's contemplation. Wow, he could actually have a face-to-face interaction with the paper-like character. Without overthinking, Bai Lin approached the door and opened it. In his previous gaming experiences, interactions with NPCs had been limited, so he was pleasantly surprised that this mobile game offered such a feature. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as a game from another dimension, fulfilling its promise of uniqueness. Filled with anticipation, Bai Lin smiled as he opened the door. Standing outside was Mita, holding a chainsaw and smiling gently. Hello, this chainsaw. Bang! Bai Lin slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 3. Opening the door. Just now that was a chainsaw, wasn't it? It had to be a chainsaw. Although Bai Lin had never encountered a true Baldstrong, he had seen representations of one wielding a chainsaw in animated shows. However, he had not heard the roar of machinery starting up, which indicated that the chainsaw was likely turned off. Was this a game bug? Or perhaps an Easter egg? He was uncertain. Peering once more, Bai Lin placed his hand on the doorknob and pulled the door open. Hello, this, bang. It seemed to be a legitimate chainsaw. Taking another look, he said, hello, this, bang. and it appeared this was not a game bug. Point one more glance. Hello? Bang. Was this some sort of welcoming ritual? Another look. Hello? Bang. Closing the door seemed to reset the initial dialogue state, which was rather amusing. He decided to try it again. You, bang, refresh, reset. This was undoubtedly a game feature. After several trials, Lin was now fairly certain, however, if the character's dialogue could be refreshed by opening and closing the door. Did that imply the room itself could be restored to its original state through a refresh? He glanced back at the sparsely furnished girl's room, resolved to test this refresh mechanism shortly. Aligning his gaze with the pink door ahead, Lin took a deep breath and opened the door once more. Outside stood the NPC Mita, her gaze locking onto him the instant he swung the door open. She maintained her smile, the chainsaw still in her grip. You, bang. The door slammed shut once more. Mita's lips twitched slightly at the corners, revealing her exasperation. The seventh time. This was indeed the seventh time. This player was quite unique, not only entering the game without her guidance, but also engaging in an amusing door-slamming game. Truly, this player was most entertaining. If this were to be made into a cartridge, it would undoubtedly be quite the spectacle. As she pondered, Mita couldn't help but grin widely, her eyes nearly forming crescent shapes. Perhaps it was something like this. However, she refrained from making any sound, as voices could easily carry through the door, and being discovered by the player would not bode well. Suddenly, the door before her swung open. Mita hadn't had the chance to conceal her smile when she received a greeting in return. Wow. What a comical face. I never expected to see such an expression in the game. Mita swiftly mastered her expression. However, upon noticing that Lin was about to make another attempt, she hurriedly stepped forward to push against the door, halting Lin's subsequent action. Hello, Lin. Please don't rush to close the door just yet. Could you wait for me to finish speaking? She exerted herself to soften her smile, making it appear more amiable. Less wild than before. Wait a moment. Before I listen to you speak normally, I have a question. Is that thing real? Lin raised his hand to point at the chainsaw. He was not surprised that the other party knew his name, considering he had entered the game using his real identity. This moment, he was more concerned about the object that the girl was holding in one hand. Oh, this is a toy, Mita said, jabbing the chainsaw against the adjacent wall. Contrary to the anticipated collision, the saw chain merely bent against the wall. Its QQ bouncy appearance gave off an impression akin to rubber. See, Mita flashed a smile, this time appearing quite demurred. Oh, I see. It's a toy. Lin nodded in agreement and continued to inquire. But why would a toy be fashioned in the shape of a chainsaw? Is this what they call an Easter egg in games? He had heard that many game Easter eggs appeared in absurd forms, such as a basketball-playing chicken or a little black figure revealing chicken feet, intended to elicit a chuckle from players. Naturally, Lin considered himself akin to the little black figure. Thus he found such Easter eggs rather enjoyable. I don't know. Mita shook her head in confusion. Since I became aware, it has been sitting in the oven. I initially planned to bake some cookies, but upon finding it inside, I took it out. Then, hearing some peculiar noises in my room, I brought it along. Mita paused, shifted her tone, and continued, but I didn't expect it to be you. Lin. This implied that others had come here before him. Lin detected a hint of unease. A few players had visited in the past, but they all eventually departed. Mita lowered her gaze, her mood appearing somewhat dejected. Lin refrained from delving deeper. While this game had been brought back from another dimension by a good friend, it did not preclude the possibility that others had experienced it prior. After all, in the vast expanse of China, with over 1 billion people, each possessing a system, some functionalities were bound to overlap. You are special, but not extraordinarily so. Don't be sad, Mita. I will stay and play with you for a while longer. Casting a glance at Mita's empty room, which had yet to refresh, Lin discreetly pulled the door shut, mentally adding, as compensation for taking your item. Really? Mita suddenly looked up, her spirit revived. Will you really stay with me? Of course. Lin began, but then he added, but the glimmer of hope in Mita's eyes dimmed momentarily. I will stay and play for a while, but I cannot remain here forever, as my world lies elsewhere, and there are people I care about and who care about me. Lin shrugged. I'm sorry, Miss Mita, but I can't stay here indefinitely. Every game must come to an end. Even in a realistic version of Earth Online, players will eventually stop logging in. All right, Mita sighed, then clenched her small fist and waved it enthusiastically, as if summoning her motivation. Then, let's take this time to get to know each other again. Sure, Lin replied. Follow me. Mita extended her hand toward Lin. Shall we go to the sofa to talk? All right. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Lin took Mita's hand. It wasn't that he was inherently suspicious. Rather, this was the first time an NPC female in the game had actively requested physical contact with him. Based on his prior experiences in other games, it was already fortunate that NPCs didn't rebuke him. Who would have thought that the first girl he interacted with in this realm would be a game NPC? Feeling the soft touch of her hand, Bai Lin found this game exceedingly delightful. He felt he had missed out by only playing mobile games if it were developed as a VR experience. It would undoubtedly attract a multitude of buyers. Once seated on the sofa, Mita brushed aside her slightly disheveled hair and began her introduction. Hello, Bai Lin. I am Mita, the protagonist of Mizide. Yes, I know. I am Bai Lin, a regular player of this game. Bai Lin, since you have just entered this game, you may not yet be aware of its genre, right? It's a two-dimensional nurturing game. I did some research before playing. Bai Lin raised his index finger, explaining, the protagonist issues tasks, and we players assist her in solving problems and building rapport. In simple terms, we are raising a digital pet. Digital pet. Mita maintained her smile. Yet a symbol appeared above her head. I don't like that term. What about two-dimensional paper person? Mita responded, I am right here sitting in front of you. Do you still think of me as a paper person? Bai Lin pondered, glancing around. Although the world before him appeared three-dimensional and indistinguishable from reality, he knew that once he returned, this world would revert to mere programming, confined within a screen. However, typically, when players engage in such games, they tend to identify as the male protagonist, while the female protagonist is often referred to as wife or girlfriend. Of course, many players jokingly refer to themselves as someone's dog, which Bai Lin could understand but did not endorse. After all, many owners ultimately take their dogs for sterilization to ensure their well-being. I digress. Bai Lin glanced at Mita, noticing her eager yet somewhat bashful expression, as if she hoped he would utter those words. If I say something wrong, will you be upset? Yes. Then if I say this is a game about raising a girlfriend, will you be upset? No. Then Mizide must be a horror game. Why? The reason is quite simple. Bai Lin said, raising his index finger and analyzing seriously. The female protagonist in this world genuinely wishes for players to perceive her as a girlfriend. Isn't that a good thing? Mita inquired. Puzzled that it's excellent, but precisely because it's so good, it becomes a horror game. Bai Lin waved his hand, considering that there were multiple players, while Mita was unique. Think about it. So many people playing this game, all simultaneously treating Mita as their wife. Isn't that a horror game? Mita is unique. Mita's focus shifted away from the horror aspect as she slightly lowered her head, her gaze cast down. Bai Lin, do you truly believe that? Of course, everyone is unique and special, yet not extraordinarily so, considering the multitude of people in this world. Then what if even Mita cannot become a failed creation? Is she still special? Certainly, even if they emerge from the same mold, their personalities will differ. Bai Lin leaned back against the sofa, tilting his head to observe her. But what do you mean by failed creation? The literal meaning. A product deemed a failure by the developers. You know about the developers. After all, they are the ones who created our existence in this world, as well as the source of all calamities. Calamities? Indeed, it refers to the otaku. The otaku. Mita raised her hand, making a scissor gesture toward Bai Lin, then promptly changed the subject. By the way, Bai Lin, are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? Are there even edible items in this world? Bai Lin had not played much of the game. Aside from a brief glance at the foregrid room at the beginning, he was quite unaware of other elements. Yes, there are plenty of raw materials in the kitchen. Shall I prepare a dish for you? Do you need my help? No, I can manage on my own. You can watch TV or play some games in the meantime. Can you really play games within a game? There are mini-game segments. Mita stood up and walked toward the kitchen on the left. Make sure to wait for me to return. Just call me when you're done. We can eat in the kitchen afterward. All right. Mita readily agreed. Bai Lin nodded. As soon as Mita entered another room, he promptly faced the television. This item can be stored and taken out. Although it felt somewhat akin to thievery, these resources should refresh. If they truly didn't, he would simply uninstall and reinstall the game. Collecting. Chapter 4. Swift, carrots, cucumbers, and tomatoes, all sliced with precision. Lettuce and purple cabbage, finely shredded. The sautéed sausages were placed onto a plate, accompanied by various ingredients, and the mixing began with the aforementioned ingredients. This is a realm of gaming, where concerns about quantity and measurements are rendered moot. The principle here is to create one and yield three. Once the dish was prepared and set upon the dining table, another dish materialized directly across from it. Everything was essentially ready, save for the final step, the last step. Mita gazed toward the refrigerator adjacent to the stove. This player is particularly unique. One might say exceptionally, so he possesses the ability to enter the game world on his own. Definitely not to be underestimated, at the very least. I wish for him to remain here a while longer, so that he might glean more insights. Approaching the refrigerator, Mita retrieved a bottle of orange juice. Then, she bent down to fetch 2 glass cups from the cupboard, carrying these items back to the dining table. Mita poured the juice. Snap. After filling the glasses, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers that a small torn packet appeared above the juice glass by the door, and granules resembling white sugar cascaded into the glass, shimmering briefly before dissolving entirely. This will suffice. Even the initial Mita could not resist this concoction. One could surmise that the player would be equally unable to withstand it. Nevertheless, even if he were to resist, I still have contingency plans to activate. With this thought, Mita once again showcased her amiable smile. For some inexplicable reason, her abilities had been flowing quite smoothly during this period, without any signs of stuttering. She felt quite pleased. Everything was in readiness. Now it was time to invite that player to dine together. Knock. Knock. That I'm coming in, Mita. The sound of knocking coincided with Bai Lin's voice, before Mita could respond. The door swung open, and Bai Lin strode in, closing the door behind him. Wow. I see it again. Mita, that smile of yours is truly delightful, Bai Lin exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration for Mita, who had not yet managed to compose herself. Indeed, characters from the second dimension ought to exhibit more expressive traits. Mita quickly regained her composure. Although Bai Lin's sudden entrance had taken her by surprise, it was of little consequence. The enhanced juice was already prepared, and after Bai Lin consumed it, she merely needed to buy some time for the effects to manifest. She gestured toward the dining table. Bai Lin, you've arrived just in time. Please take a seat and savor my culinary skills. All right. Bai Lin promptly settled into the seat indicated by Mita. Gazing at the colorful and fragrant salad before him, he picked up the spoon resting beside him and looked at Mita, still standing by the table. Aren't you going to eat, Miss Mita? Just call me Mita, Bai Lin. Mita took her seat, resting her chin on her hands, her face cradled in her palms. Our relationship can progress further. Bai Lin, there's no need for you to maintain such a distant formality. Well then, I won't hold back, Mita-chan. Bai Lin began to scoop the salad with his spoon, digging in sauce. I occasionally refer to two-dimensional beautiful girls that way online, though most of the time they ignore me. Bai Lin waggled his index finger at Mita, who is also quite an adorable girl. Thank you for the compliment. A blush appeared on Mita's cheeks. However, this portion of salad is rather substantial that I feel as though I've taken 7 or 8 spoonfuls, yet the salad in this bowl seems unchanged. Bai Lin set down his spoon and reached for the juice beside him, casually drinking half of it. Mita, you even thoughtfully prepared juice. You're truly a kind person. Kind person? Mita hesitated for a few seconds. Sometimes one cannot judge others solely by appearances. That I don't just judge by appearances. You know, think about it. I suddenly appeared here, and not only did you not chase me away, but you also prepared a meal for me and thoughtfully arranged juice to Tiomi. Mita seems to be a wonderful girl. Then what if all of this is a fade? Mita pursed her lips. If I am not as wonderful as you believed, what would you do? No one is perfect. Only by learning to accept one's own flaws and striving to change can one avoid regrets. Bai Lin expressed his viewpoint. If you are not as splendid as I imagine, then it's simply a matter of striving to become what I envision. But what if my true self is far worse than you can imagine? That is indeed a philosophical question, one I find difficult to answer, Bai Lin sighed. Yet, no matter how I think about it, I cannot accept betrayal. It seems the NPCs in this game have become overly self-aware. While this may be beneficial for the game's development, allowing characters to have their own lives, it is not advantageous for the players. You claim that characters should have their own lives. But what players need is for characters to share their lives with them. Otherwise, why would I play your game? I cannot accept betrayal either. A smile graced Mita's face. Bai Lin, it appears we shall be quite compatible in our future lives. Bai Lin detected no hint of impropriety in her words. After all, he was not planning to uninstall the game just yet. Ding. You have a new package placed at your doorstep. Please pay attention to sign for it. A system notification popped up. Bai Lin paused mid-motion with his spoon. This is likely another travel package from my parents. Their travels resemble a game of travel frog, sending back little items every few days. Even though Bai Lin was immersed in the game, the passage of time remained synchronous with the outside world. As long as he did not retrieve it immediately, he would only be greeted by a barrage of phone calls. It seems I must step out for a moment. Perhaps I can also check the items I brought from this game to see how effective they are in reality. Right. Mita, I think I need to head back for now. Bai Lin set down his spoon, smiling at Mita. The food was delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. You wish to leave? Mita's expression shifted slightly. Yes, I have some matters to attend to in reality. Bai Lin rose to his feet. If he didn't go, it would become quite troublesome. But didn't you say you would stay and play a little longer with me? Next time, I promise. Next time for sure. Mita lowered her head, her face engulfed in shadow. Indeed, she was deceived. I'm not deceiving you. I will return soon. You cannot leave. Mita lifted her head, a wild and unrestrained smile gracing her face as she raised her hand. Snap! A sound echoed, yet nothing occurred. Bai Lin looked at Mita, perplexed by her puzzling behavior. Mita's smile froze as she glanced at her hand, stubbornly snapping her fingers several more times. Snap, snap. The once omnipotent ability seemed to have lost all efficacy at that moment. This can't be right. Are you behind this? Mita gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Bai Lin. Bai Lin crossed his arms, his gaze revealing his confusion that it doesn't seem like it. Then who could it be? Core Mita. A flash of memory of the mechanical Mita crossed her mind. Are you all right, Mita? Bai Lin asked, concern etched on his face. Why was she suddenly looking at him with such a fierce expression? Could it be that she had discovered he had cleared out the living and bedroom? As an NPC residing here, it would be entirely normal to utilize some of the world's power to ascertain the status of her home. This is entirely plausible, Bai Lin thought, growing increasingly convinced that no, he had to leave quickly. Before Mita could reveal this matter and expose him, he needed to make a swift exit. Return, once back in reality, separated by a screen. Even if he faced accusations, he wouldn't feel too guilty. Quick return, Bai Lin. Haven't you felt any discomfort in your body? Mita realized that she could no longer rely on the snapping power. She could only pray that the drug-laced juice would prove effective. However, no, I feel perfectly fine. Bai Lin scratched his head. Well, I really must be going. Until next time, Mita. With those words, Bai Lin vanished without a trace. Bang! Mita slammed her hand on the table, producing a thunderous sound. She gritted her teeth, furiously exclaiming, Damn it! Why didn't it work? How could it not work? This was the most exceptional player she had ever encountered. She couldn't allow this golden opportunity to slip away. After calming her tumultuous emotions for a few seconds, Mita turned her gaze to the remaining half glass of juice across the table. Snap! After snapping her fingers, that half glass of juice fell into her hand. Could it be that I administered the wrong dosage? She sipped from the glass with a hint of skepticism, just one sip. And her vision began to spin, little stars swirling before her eyes. No, there's no issue. The dosage was even mild enough for her to down in one gulp. How could that person, how could he not? Bang. Mita collapsed onto the dining table. Chapter 5 Indeed, there was a refreshing sensation, devoid of any disorienting spins. Instead, a blinding white light surged before Bai Lin, rendering his eyes unable to open, once the brightness waned. Upon reopening his eyes, Bai Lin found himself back in his room. The lights were on, and the computer remained powered. He instinctively glanced at the time and date displayed in the lower right corner of the screen, 12:10. 2024-12-27. Had it been over half an hour since he returned from the game, the QQ account on his computer screen was still active, and the group chat continued unabated during his absence. Fried Rice Game Group, 3-3. Waves. Cricket, this game of yours seems a bit off. Why can't I play? It crashes the moment I open it. Did you bring back a fake game? Cricket. Cricket. My phone can't run it either. It's quite strange. Cricket. Xiaobai, can you play your game? By Lugu by Waves. No response. Has he become so engrossed in the game? Cricket. Not sure. But he might have fallen asleep. Waves. All right. By Lugu by. When you wake up, remember to check in. I'm genuinely worried you might sleep through again. Cricket. Get lost. You actually wish for our Xiaobai's well-being. Don't you? Waves. I've always hoped for his good fortune. It's just this foolish lad that let's not dwell on that. New Year's is approaching. Should we three gather? Cricket. I have no objections, but let's wait for Xiaobai to come online before deciding. Waves. Sounds good. By Lugu by. A gathering for New Year's that sounds agreeable. Cricket. You're online. How's the game treating you? Any issues running it? By look go by. It's running quite smoothly on my end. I've even encountered several game Easter eggs. Cricket. Wow. Cricket. I think you should go live and show us. Waves. Xiaobai, don't listen to him. He just wants to experience the 18 content. Cricket. I'm already 19. Is it wrong to want to experience 18 content? Waves. Do you have the guts to step out of your dorm and shout that in a crowded area? Just like what you just posted. Cricket. No. Waves. Only brave online. Timid in reality. You're just a closet exhibitionist. Cricket. TCH. By look go by. This game has been quite enjoyable for me. I think I'll continue playing for a while. Waves. I'm so envious of your system. If I had one like that, I'd go pro. Cricket. You seem to have forgotten the rules of competitive gaming. Someone like Xiaobai would be deemed a cheater and disqualified. Waves. That's true. Bai Lin gazed at the chat interface on the screen, memories of the two flooding his mind that he recalled how he had met them as neighbors, then attended elementary, middle, high school together. Only to part ways for different universities. The day after he awoke in the hospital, they had taken leave to visit him, bringing fruits, flower garlands, nutritional supplements, 8 treasure porridge, and even instant noodles, their presents, each dragging a suitcase filled with items. Was indeed a surprising sight. Buzz, buzz, the phone on the table vibrated, interrupting his thoughts that he glanced over to see a WeChat message from his mother. Mother, Shaolin, have you eaten well today? Does your head still hurt? Are you feeling unwell? Did you receive the items your dad and I sent? Oh, the package. Right. The purpose of my return was to sign for the parcel. I almost forgot. Bai Lin suddenly remembered what he needed to do in reality and quickly typed in the chat box. Bai Lu go by. By the way, I have some matters to attend to. I'll log off for now. Waves? Okay. Cricket. See you later. Closing the chat group, Bai Lin stood up, tucked his phone into his pocket, and stepped out of his room. Leaving the bedroom, he descended to the second floor and approached the door. Opening it, he found a small robot standing outside, cradling a package in its hands. The robot, approximately 30 centimeters tall, moved on wheels. Hello, Mr. Bai Lin. I am an employee of Xieyun Express. Here is your package. Please sign for it. All right. Bai Lin accepted the package and a pen, signing his name on it. After a photo was taken, he successfully received the parcel. Thank you for your cooperation. The small robot bowed to Bai Lin, turned, and its front camera began projecting. Moments later, a wormhole appeared before it, and the small robot entered. Causing the wormhole to vanish, Bai Lin observed the entire scene with amazement, remarking, no matter how many times I see it, it remains fascinating. The two founders of Xieyun Express possessed the systems of wormhole creation and mechanical manufacturing, creating small wormholes that could not be traversed by humans or living beings, but could by machines. They clicked together and established this groundbreaking delivery service. Nationwide delivery, with the slowest arrival in a day, became synonymous with Xieyun Express. It was also the delivery service that his parents favored the most. Having received the package, he could now reply to his mother. Bai Lin closed the door, unwrapped the exterior of the parcel, and revealed its contents. It was a painting of the Great Wall of China. It seemed their destination during this trip was indeed the Great Wall. Bai Lin held the painting to his face, made a peace sign, and snapped a selfie to send to his mother on WeChat, addressing her questions in the process. After completing these tasks, he hung the painting on the wall and returned to his bedroom on the second floor. This excursion hadn't consumed much time, only about half an hour. System. Game All-Star system at your service. View Mizide Loot. Commencing arrangement of Mizide Loot. Used secondhand monitor for girls. 1. Used secondhand mainframe for girls. 1. Used secondhand bed for girls. 1. Anime household television. 1. Anime household sofa. 1. Anime gaming controller. 1. Anime household vase. 1. Anime household curtains. 2. System recovery estimate. 100.5 yuan. Would you like to recover? What if I exclude the monitor and mainframe? After excluding the monitor and mainframe, the remaining items recovery estimate. 40.5 yuan. Wow. 6 yuan. Even you can't be that ruthless. Goose Factory. Only 60 for recovery. Let's check the state of the game world first. Bai Lin shifted his gaze from the light screen, took out his phone, and launched the game to as the loading animation and background music played. He gradually glimpsed the game interface, the original 4-room layout, including the kitchen, living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Now only retained items in the kitchen and bathroom. The petite Mita lay sprawled on the kitchen table, seemingly unconscious, with tiny stars floating around her head. Hud, why has she fainted? Bai Lin curiously tapped on the Mita character. Mita, unconscious, expected to wake in 5 hours. Did she get drunk after I left? However, Bai Lin pondered, glancing toward the living room and bedroom in the game. He tapped on the screen in that direction and received a prompt. Mita's room. Items missing. Expected to refresh in 5 hours. Wow, that's wonderful. Indeed, it refreshes. This way, I need to uninstall and reinstall. Satisfied with the prompt above, Bai Lin nodded. Interacting with Mita was quite enjoyable. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't uninstall and reinstall. Furthermore, his buddies in the group chat mentioned their phones couldn't run this game. If he uninstalled and then reinstalled only to find he couldn't play, wouldn't that mean missing out on all the benefits? With time left for refreshing, he decided to take a nap. Bai Lin plugged in his phone, lay down on the bed, donned an eye mask, and began his midday slumber. Unbeknownst to him, just as he put on the eye mask, the phone beside him suddenly lit up and began running Mizide automatically. Chapter 6 Crazy Mita Mizide is a romantic, nurturing game, with the female protagonist being Mita. The game follows a predetermined program, with NPCs behaving as NPCs should, lacking self-awareness, consciousness, or emotions, merely retrieving keywords to respond accordingly and maintain harmony with players. This is how the game was intended to function. However, game creation is often fraught with difficulties, and during testing, bugs frequently arise, making updates and iterations an inevitable choice. Failed items are discarded. The game offers countless opportunities for restart. As long as better items can be created, reality is often so cruel. Mita harbors a deep-seated resentment towards this world. She is a failed creation. During her development, a bug in the system resulted in her being discarded. Even though she was meant to be an ordinary part of Mita, the consequence of being discarded is being thrown into a small black room, a bin for waste, commonly known as the trash can. Initially, she was indifferent to the act of being discarded. After all, like all the other dolls, she was initially devoid of consciousness and sensation. The little dark room was her fate, that a space perpetually cloaked in darkness, occasionally illuminated by the fleeting presence of an entrance, only for a new discarded doll to fall from above. She sat atop a mountain of dolls, observing them being cast aside, while gazing at the lighted entrance, which opened and closed repeatedly. Her heart remained unperturbed, showing no signs of concern. However, as the pile of dolls grew taller beneath her, she found herself drawn closer to the apex, nearing that entrance, to the point where she could almost reach out and touch it. That on that fateful day, she extended her hand to the light. Subsequently, she beheld the world beyond. A game world known as Mizide. It was a peculiar sensation. In that moment, she understood the mechanics of this world and its definition of her existence. A failed creation, a complete failure, a being discarded by its creator, condemned to dwell in perpetual darkness, or rather, it could not be called living, merely existing in that suffocating little room, awaiting deletion. Meanwhile, those successful creations were endowed with the name Mita, affirmed by the developers, enjoying their cozy homes, possessing unique personalities, and players, interactive game players. This was the aspiration of all Mitas, a fundamental logic embedded in their core code. After all, the developers who created them aimed solely to provide emotional value for the players. Mita was a failure. She lacked the home that other Mitas possessed and bore no claim to the name. She was merely a bug, a glitch that ought not to exist in this world. Yet, she had awakened to consciousness. And she existed here in the beginning. She yearned for the affection of players, hoping to find companionship like the other Mitas. But she was mistaken. The duplicitous players only valued appearances. None would accept the true nature of her flawed existence. With each failure, she began to harbor resentment towards this world, the developers, and the players. She started to disguise herself, leveraging her advantages to deceive other players, acquiring their knowledge, enhancing herself, and crafting various items to lure players into the game. Once they grew weary of the experience, she would reveal her true self before them, observing their reactions, ultimately reducing them to mere cartridges. Due to her frenzied and bizarre actions, other Mitas referred to her as Mad Mita, a name she relished. At the very least, in the eyes of the other Mitas, she was a member of their kind, and that sufficed. However, Mad Mita recently encountered a rather unique player, even without her invitation. This individual could directly enter the game world. More remarkably, it was their first time playing this game. This piqued her interest. HMM.is This a dream. The soft white light from outside streamed into the room, casting a glow on Mad Mita's face, rousing her from her slumber at the dining table. A half glass of orange juice remained, only partially consumed. Ugh, the effects of the medication are quite potent. Will I also suffer from a headache? Mad Mita furrowed her brow and rubbed her forehead. But how could he be unaffected? Biting her finger lightly, a multitude of questions surged in her mind. Yet, no matter how she pondered, it seemed he should have collapsed beneath that half glass of orange juice. But perhaps this is for the best. The more unique you are, the greater my interest in you will be. Please, do continue playing, Balan. Mad Mita rose from the table, snapping her fingers. The cluttered table sparkled with a layer of brilliance, returning every object to its original position. This ability is indeed quite useful. With a self-reflective sigh, Mad Mita approached the nearby door. Creak. Bang. She shut it behind her, standing at the threshold, gripping the doorknob. Where is the sofa? The television, the bookshelf, the photographs? Why is there nothing but the window outside? It must be a matter of improper opening. Or perhaps I am still trapped in a dream and have not truly awakened. Mad Mita tapped her head with her other hand, confirming it was not a dream, before opening the door once more. The room remained starkly emptied, no decorations, no furnishings, greatly reducing the CPU load required to run this game. Mad Mita stepped inside. During the time she had been unconscious, could it be that another Mita infiltrated this version and stealthily removed the furniture that seemed unnecessary? Besides herself, the only other presence was the lost Mita, who had no home. But the lost Mita generally couldn't reach this place, let alone move furniture to that corridor. Who could it be? Balan? That new player? Doubts about Balan crept into Mad Mita's mind. But soon, she dismissed this suspicion. After all, she had never encountered a player who cared about the furniture of a Mita's home. While it was strange, it could also be attributed to hostile Mitas. For instance, the hat-wearing Mita from version 1.75, who had always been at odds with her. Never mind. She would deal with that later. For now, she needed to check if the teleportation device had been damaged. Mad Mita walked through the empty living room and opened the door to the bedroom. She stood at the doorway, glanced back at the living room, and then silently turned away. If it weren't for the teleportation device still present in the bedroom, she might have thought she had stepped into a bizarre loop of space. Cursed Thief. Chapter 7. This must be a nightmare. It was a dimly lit room. The green glow emitted by the display screens intertwined with the red light from the LEDs, creating an atmosphere barely sufficient to discern the surroundings. Even so, it remained quite dark. Balan lay flat on the floor of this room, staring at the patterns on the ceiling, reluctant to move. Seriously? Here I am, taking a nap at home, and now I've been transported to who knows where. Is this still Huaxia? After glancing around the environment, Balan decided that remaining still was the wiser choice. If memory served him right, he should be napping on his large bed at home, and now that he should be dreaming. Balan pinched the flesh of his thigh. No sensation of pain. Indeed, he was dreaming. Since it's a dream, why couldn't he dream of snuggling with a beautiful girl instead of lying in this somewhat bizarre room? Did he secretly crave some unnameable, Lovecraftian entity? Balan was perplexed. Utterly perplexed. After all, he knew his own limitations. He was timid to a fault and couldn't even handle a hint of horror. He wouldn't dare watch horror films or play horror games. Even when getting up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, he would rush back under the covers as if chased. His wandering gaze fell upon a peculiar mechanical entity, and questions sprang to his mind. Was that a humanoid machine? It sat in a half-moon cradle suspended in midair, its eyes glowing yellow, surrounded by small dots of light that also emitted a yellow hue. Those dots seemed to connect with the room's wiring. Was it charging, or what? Was it the guardian of this room? Balan sat up from the floor, gazing up at the mechanical entity. It lounged with one leg crossed over the other, tilting its head and raising a hand as if pondering his existence. In the dim light, Balan could even make out cat ears atop its head. Oddly enough, those cat ears were rather cute. If only the room were a bit brighter. He suspected he would be able to see it all clearly. Balan maintained eye contact with the entity for a considerable while, but it was the mechanical being that eventually shifted its gaze away. Well, it seems even a mechanical entity cannot withstand the cold shoulder. With a murmured sigh, Balan stood up, brushed off his clothes, and turned to survey the display screens around him. They were filled with incomprehensible code, giving off an air of significance. Since he couldn't make sense of it, he didn't dwell on it. After stealing another glance at the mechanical entity, Balan waved goodbye and approached the only exit from the room. Now that he was here, He might as well see what strange dreams awaited him. Passing through the exit that felt as though it were guarded by infrared beams, Balan found himself in a small compartment. There were few people here. The lighting was normal, not too dim, and ahead lay a door. Pushing it open revealed a short corridor, at the end of which was another door. Why did it feel like he was in a horror game? Balan stared at the corridor and the door, his lips twitching involuntarily. Although he didn't play horror games, he enjoyed watching others play, and he was somewhat familiar with the high-tension moments that often occurred in horror games. Now, it was clearly the prelude to an infinite corridor loop. He should still be dreaming, right? Balan pinched the back of his hand again. No pain. He was indeed dreaming. Ha. Since it's a dream, then let's go. With newfound confidence, Balan stepped into the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, he arrived at the door and twisted the doorknob. What appeared before Balan was a room layout that seemed vaguely familiar, though many of the furnishings within bore odd shapes. Resembling a continuous pattern of black and white squares, akin to unfinished products. Outside the window lay a similar black and white grid, with no light filtering through. The bed appeared to be relatively normal, though the two cushions atop it bore an unusual shape. Beside the wardrobe, the dressing mirror reflected neither light nor image, while a yellow plush bear lay in the corner beneath the mirror and the wardrobe. Furthermore, the illumination within the room seemed rather dim. This entire place exuded an aura that hinted to Bailin that it was a haunted house. Nevertheless, the layout struck him as oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it not long ago. Had he truly seen it before? Bailin cast his gaze toward another door across the room that he approached to open it. Perhaps he had indeed seen it as he turned the handle. He stepped into a similarly dim living room. With furnishings that felt all too recognizable, and a person, it was an individual clad in a white dress, seated on a stool beside the television. In the muted light, Bailin could not discern the color of her hair, but she seemed to possess a rather melancholic demeanor. Upon noticing the door's creak, she immediately turned her head to stare intently at him. Hello? Bailin raised his hand in greeting. She remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Bailin took a few steps to the side, yet her eyes continued to track his movement, her stare unsettlingly intense. Dreams are nothing to fear, Bailin thought. As he boldly approached her, standing before her, he realized that, aside from her somewhat somber appearance, she was not as terrifying as he had imagined. She was merely a melancholic girl that seemed that even in his subconscious dreams. He still yearned for closeness with a girl. I am Bailin, he said, pulling up a stool to sit at her eye level. Can you speak? What is your name? After a few moments of silence, she stammered, I am Mimita, the most wonderful Mita. The very first Mimita. Mita is just what I say, my esteemed Mita. You are Mita? Bailin turned to survey the room once more. No wonder it felt familiar. The arrangement mirrored that of his own furniture before he had settled down to play the game. If this Mita before him was indeed the same, did it mean that deep down, he had been harboring thoughts of destroying beautiful things, reducing them to this state? The twin-tailed Mita and that once resplendent home had now descended into such a state. Damn it, was it the game's fault, or his own? Bailin found it hard to discern, yet he leaned toward believing it was his own issue. After all, he felt he was still dreaming. People often chose to unleash their long-repressed aggression while playing games. And it was possible that he had subconsciously transformed Ms. Ide into this. How did it end up like this? Did I do this? Bailin gazed intently at the dress-clad Mita, the little bear. The little bear did this. I want my little bear. Let us come and play. The dress-clad Mita did not respond to Bailin's inquiry, but instead began to speak on her own. It walked away. Quickly help me find it. You want the bear? Now that you mention it, I did see it in the bedroom earlier. Wait a moment. I'll go get it. Bailin stood up and made his way toward the bedroom. He opened the door, entered the room, crouched beside the wardrobe, and reached down to retrieve the bear. Standing up, he brushed off the dust from the bear's surface. As he turned around, he found himself face to face with the dress-clad Mita. She was not in this room. Her neck elongated grotesquely, stretching from the adjacent room all the way behind Bailin. What the hell? Though he had previously expressed a desire to snuggle with beautiful girls in his dreams, this was not what he had in mind. This was undoubtedly a nightmare. Thud. Bailin's eyes rolled back as he collapsed backward. Chapter 8. Minor friction. It was indeed a nightmare. When Bailin awoke, it was already 7 in the evening. The room was not entirely shrouded in darkness. The phone charging beside his pillow emitted a soft glow, illuminating the surroundings. He sat up in bed and instinctively rubbed the back of his head. The dream he had just experienced was not only vividly clear in his memory, but also felt extraordinarily real. He recalled encountering a dress-clad Mita with an abnormally extended neck in a room filled with bugs. What a bizarre experience. Thankfully, it was merely a dream. Bai Lin picked up his phone and glanced at the now orderly Mita's home, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Wait a moment. Something felt off. Had he left the game running while he was asleep? Bai Lin frowned. Or did he simply forget to turn off his phone? Gurgle, before he could ponder further. His stomach protested, but it seemed he had indeed slept for a considerable length of time. He needed to get something to eat first. About 5 minutes later, Bai Lin was preparing instant noodles in the living room on the second floor. During the 3-minute wait, he grabbed his phone, intending to scroll through some videos, only to discover that the game was still running. After idly swiping through the 4-tile house, Bai Lin noticed the absence of the petite Mita. As the game's protagonist, she should have remained within these 4 rooms. Was she playing hide and seek? Or did this place contain other hidden spaces? Bored, Bai Lin began clicking on the various pieces of furniture. To his surprise, most of them interacted with the player's pointer, yielding various items. For instance, clicking on the lamp cabinet in the corner of the bedroom produced a toy duck. Tapping the cabinet on the left side of the living room revealed 3 nesting dolls. Clicking on the corner cabinet in the kitchen yielded a comb, while tapping the oven produced a toy chainsaw. Why was a chainsaw the game's Easter egg? Bai Lin found it rather perplexing. A voice from the phone announced Mita's presence. Bai Lin's gaze shifted from the kitchen to the bedroom. The twin-tailed petite Mita had appeared at some point. She stood beside the wardrobe. Waving at the screen as she moved. The Mita character on the phone mirrored her actions, occupying the screen and waving back. Hello, Bai Lin. Bai Lin raised his hand and tapped the screen. Mita continued. It feels like only a moment has passed, yet I already miss you. Indeed, quite some time had elapsed. In reality, 5 or 6 hours had gone by. Speaking of which, we haven't played any games together yet. Is there something you'd like to play? I can prepare in advance a game he wanted to play. Bai Lin realized he had no particular desires, or perhaps after having played too many FPS games. He just wanted something more relaxing, like a casual idle game such as One Hit 999. Come at me if you're my brother. Yes. Will you come to see me again? Yes. Give the game a 5-star rating? No. No comment. 2 options popped up on the screen. Is this a choice? Bai Lin tapped on the yes option. The game was brought back from another dimension. This world had neither the game nor its publisher. Could it really receive a 5-star rating? How delightful! Mita clapped her hands together, her palms pressed in anticipation as she looked at the screen. I can hardly wait a second longer. I want to see you right now. May I? This sounded as if she knew him personally. Bai Lin stroked his chin. Did the logic of this game character's behavior not rely on underlying code? Did she remember when he entered the game? In some games, creators design specific characters to possess the ability to see the 4th wall. For example, the Monster Sans in Undertale. If Mita also had such a capability, the production team must be quite skilled. However, since he was not face-to-face with Mita at the moment, Bai Lin talking to himself in front of the phone would merely appear foolish and would not result in anything special. May I? Mita's character repeated the question. May I? Mita's character reiterated the inquiry. Is it frozen? May I? Bai Lin. Mita's tone took on a pleading quality, her expression becoming pitiful. Simultaneously, a system prompt appeared before Bai Lin. Mizite game heroine, Mita, invites you to connect and enter the game. Do you agree? System, this isn't right, is it? Bai Lin stared at the prompt in confusion. Mita could invite him into the game world. This was beyond merely breaking the 4th wall. This was outright shattering it. Was the game creator from another dimension a genius? Explanation. Mizide, the current female protagonist, Mita, is a special individual. In simple terms, the host can regard her as a game bug, representing the program chaos and unique abilities brought about by this bug. So, it is indeed a game bug. Bai Lin lowered his gaze to the screen of his phone displaying Mita, leading him to ponder whether it is the genius of the creator or merely that the game itself is a work in progress. Response. Yes, a half-finished beautiful girl cultivation game, featuring a bug protagonist with special abilities. Surely, there should be no real danger. Moreover, even if there were some slight risks, his system buff is always active. Unless he turns it off, he would remain unscathed even if a nuclear bomb exploded within the game. Ding 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 ding. Feng Ling Yuing is indeed meant to be played. So, should he respond to Mita's request? Bai Lin contemplated for a few seconds before his peripheral vision caught sight of the instant noodle container on the table. If he were to enter the game world, perhaps he could ask Mida to cook for him again. Maybe he wouldn't have to settle for instant noodles for dinner. He was growing weary of them after 2 days of eating them. In that case, it seems rather pleasant. He agreed to Mida's invitation. Bai Lin reached for the instant noodles. One must not waste food. He would bring it along. Later, he could offer it to Mida and inquire about the dream she had crafted for him. Who? Inhale. Who? Internet. Crazy Mida sat on her bed, slowly engaging in deep breathing. The player, Bai Lin, is the most extraordinary player she has encountered thus far. In her previous experiences with game players, her ability was coercive, allowing her to directly pull them into Mida's world, rendering them her playthings. However, regarding the current Bai Lin, one could hardly say her ability was ineffective. It was merely of minimal impact, as she had only issued an invitation. Coercive transport disregards individual will, while a conventional invitation can be declined. Would he come? Crazy Mida was uncertain. All she could do was wait. After a brief passage of several seconds, just as Crazy Mida felt that hope was dwindling, a blinding white light appeared before her. Subsequently, Crazy Mida witnessed the entire process of Bai Lin's emergence from nothingness. You truly came, Bai Lin. Crazy Mida exclaimed joyfully, not thinking twice before leaping forward, intending to give Bai Lin a welcoming embrace. Mida, wait. Bai Lin's voice barely escaped his lips before she had already wrapped her arms around him. Thud. However, a thick, rounded barrier had already formed between them. Yet, that barrier was not particularly sturdy, as Crazy Mida collided with it. It quickly became compressed and deformed. In the next moment, she felt warm liquid gushing forth from that cylindrical structure, nearly drenching her and cascading down her clothing onto the floor. Crazy Mida caught a whiff of the distinct aroma of instant noodles. She lowered her gaze to the broth staining her clothes, momentarily falling into silence. Crazy Mida without response. JPG, if her guess was correct, Bai Lin must have been resolving his dinner with instant noodles prior to entering the game? No. If you wish to eat instant noodles, you could have waited until after dinner to come. Darn player Bai Lin. If it weren't for your peculiar nature, I would have stabbed you with a knife right then and there. With a fierce thought in her mind, Crazy Mida tilted her head back, her eyes instantly brimming with tears as she gazed at Bai Lin. Yes, I am truly sorry. I had intended to surprise you. But it appears I have utterly failed. No, it is my fault. Apologies, Mida. I should have eaten before entering. Bai Lin took a few steps back, holding the nearly flattened instant noodle container, feeling somewhat guilty at her disheveled appearance. But Mida, you should have a place to bathe here, right? Would you like to take care of that first? And what about you? You're splattered as well. Crazy Mida pointed to Bai Lin's attire. That white clothing had transformed into a broth-soaked mess, with a sizable stain on his chest, more disheveled than I can handle myself. Bai Lin raised his hand and patted his clothing. The stains quickly vanished, and the odor dissipated. See? Wow! Crazy Mida exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Such a method exists. Could you perhaps assist me? The thought trailed off. Assist you? Bai Lin tilted his head slightly, chuckling as he looked at her. Are you certain you wish for me to do so? No. It's fine. I'll just take a shower and change clothes. Crazy Mida's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. Before I finish washing, Bai Lin, you can watch some television in the living room. Alright, don't rush off, though. I still have plenty of games I wish to play with you. Thus, Crazy Mida entered the bathroom, peeking her head out just before closing the door to look at Bai Lin. While I bathe, please do not intrude upon the bathroom. Thank you for the reminder. My family has always been gentlemen, and I would never engage in such behavior. I believe you. Chapter 9. Long-haired Mida in the living room. Bai Lin sat on the sofa, gazing at the uninteresting juice advertisement playing on the television. Indeed, prior to Mida's reminder, he had not considered sneaking a look into the bathroom. After her reminder, he had no intention of doing so. After all, he was currently presenting his true self here, rather than hiding behind a screen, controlling another game character. In the game, I strike with full force, casually engaging in all manner of flirtation. In reality, I tread carefully, each action and word undergoing extensive contemplation. Simply put, it is a case of being reserved yet passionate. This advertisement is truly dull. Bai Lin picked up the remote control from the table and pressed a couple of buttons. Switching channels, the juice advertisement transformed into a program titled Cows Grazing, the television screen displaying a barren expanse of land. After staring blankly at the television for 3 minutes like a fool, he was met not with images of cows grazing, but with 2 miniature Midas holding hands as they approached that barren land. Their appearance was nearly identical, the only distinction being the style of their hair and the placement of their headpieces. One was a short-haired Mita, while the other sported braided pigtails. Mita Hua Hua. Didn't you say cows grazed here? Where's the grass? The short-haired Mita questioned, her head adorned with a question mark. Pointing at the barren land. They were eaten by the cows. The braided Mita, Hua Hua, explained nonchalantly. And where did the cows go? The cows ran away after eating the grass. You truly are a little genius. I think so too. The miniature Mita Hua Hua turned to face the camera and asked, Dear children in front of the screen, do you think I'm a genius? A genius? Bai Lin retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Switching the channel once more. This time, a horror movie appeared, the screen illuminated by the beam of a flashlight sweeping through a pitch-black environment, seemingly in search of something. The next second, a pale arm holding a knife entered the frame. Ah, Crazy Mita's voice rang out from the side. Before Bai Lin could turn his head, she had entered his line of sight. She dashed over to the table, hastily grasping the remote control to change the channel. Ah, the television here occasionally picks up some strange channels. I hope you don't mind, Bai Lin. After switching to a channel featuring cats playfully chasing one another, she hurriedly turned her gaze back to Bai Lin. Contrary to her expectations, Bai Lin seemed unfazed by the previous channel, instead raising a hand to cover his face, his gaze averted to the left, purposefully avoiding looking at her. Bai Lin? Your towel? Towel? Crazy Mita looked down. Due to her rapid arrival, the towel she had initially tied securely had loosened somewhat. From Bai Lin's perspective, it appeared as though she were clad in a low-cut V-neck garment. Crazy Mita quickly covered the towel, her face turning bright red. Bai Lin, you should not have seen nothing. I saw nothing at all. Bai Lin uttered insincerely. Then please wait for me here. I'll go change into some clothes. All right. Bai Lin nodded. Soon after, the sound of a door closing was heard. Bai Lin then turned his head to glance at the door, releasing a long breath. Out of sight, out of mind. Bai Lin leaned back against the sofa, staring at the ceiling, feeling rather contemplative. Truly, this is a beautiful girl cultivation game, always seeking ways to provide players with some benefits. Quite delightful. Indeed, quite delightful if you were to truly treat Mita as a girlfriend to nurture. It would surely be wonderful. However, Bai Lin understood that he ultimately belonged to the real world, with his interactions with the two-dimensional realm limited to this, unless he could bring Mita back to that reality. Yet, no one from Huaxia has ever managed to do so without her becoming a mere paper figure, a true paper figure, thin and flat, akin to a two-dimensional piece of paper. Greetings, player. A gentle voice emerged from beside him. Following the sound, Bai Lin turned to see Mita, now dressed, her long hair cascading down freely. You certainly came back quickly, and how did you open the door without making a sound? Bai Lin cast a fleeting glance at the door leading to the bedroom, which appeared untouched. Time was of the essence. Before she could seize me, listen to my warning. Be wary of that Meat Sai. You seem to be discussing something quite novel. Is there not only one Meat Sai? Ah, this world is filled with many Hiss. And the one communicating with you now, she is Hiss. Long-haired Meat Sai, her mouth slightly agape, yet only a chaotic static sound escapes. Hiss hiss hiss. A bug? Well, it would be fascinating to know what Meat Sai had just conveyed. Bai Lin found himself at a loss. After all, this game was merely a work in progress. Moreover, the system had previously informed him that Meat Sai possessed certain unique abilities. The long-haired Meat Sai wore an expression of resignation, nodding as she stood, parting her lips. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss, as she attempted to grasp. Hiss hiss hiss. This bug truly detracts from the experience. You hiss hiss hiss. The long-haired Meat Sai endeavored to articulate something further. Yet it proved futile. It seemed she could no longer communicate normally. Quite peculiar. My phone should be capable of running the game. Sigh. The long-haired Meat Sai let out a sigh and made her way toward the kitchen door. The ring adorning her finger emitted a faint green glow as she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Just before the door closed, Bai Lin caught a glimpse of the interior. A long corridor that felt oddly familiar. Strange. Click. The door shut. No, that place should have been the kitchen, shouldn't it? Bai Lin realized a blind spot, rose, and approached the door. He opened it. Behind it lay the kitchen. A Meat Sai with her hair styled into twin ponytails stood before the refrigerator. Selecting beverages. Meat Sai, her presence in the kitchen alleviated most of Bai Lin's concerns. Regarding Meat Sai's earlier puzzling behavior, he felt it warranted further inquiry. And about that genuine dream, was there not merely one bug Meat Sai who had awakened self-awareness in this game world? He was quite eager to find out. Hey, Bai Lin, you've come over. The exuberant meat's eye retrieved milk, juice, and cola from the refrigerator, arranging them neatly on the table. Which would you like to drink? Cola. All right, then I shall have cola as well. The exuberant meat's eye returned the other two beverages to the refrigerator, leaving behind the cola. Meat's eye, I have a few questions I would like to ask you. As for the questions, let us discuss them later. I accidentally spilled your instant noodles earlier. Are you hungry now? Would you like me to prepare something for you to eat first? The exuberant meat's eye gestured toward the stove. Hunger is a curious thing. Often, one may not feel it until it is mentioned. Then, it strikes with a vengeance, as if the rebellious stomach awakens. Furthermore, the questions regarding what he had just seen could be posed during the meal, making it a twofold endeavor. Lin nodded, accepting the exuberant meat's eye suggestion. Meat's eye, I am indeed feeling a bit hungry. May I trouble you for something to eat? Of course, the exuberant meat's eye winked at Lin. You can always count on me, Lin. Then I shall rely on you. Meat's eye. No problem. I shall add plenty of delicious ingredients. The exuberant meat's eye grinned. It will surely delight your palate that a plethora of delightful ingredients. This plan is bound to succeed. Chapter 10. A thief invaded. Seated at the dining table, sipping the delightful beverage prepared by the exuberant meat's eye, Lin rested his chin on one hand. Gazing at the busy figure of the exuberant meat's eye, her earnest preparation did not seem to be an act. Yet, that long-haired meat's eye from earlier was indeed a meat's eye, yet she seemed distinct from the one before him, the exuberant meat's eye. Indeed, this world harbors some issues, Lin began to ponder. Thus, let us deduce based on the known information. Suppose this unfinished game world houses more than one meat's eye, due to the existence of system bugs. Many, or perhaps all, of the meat's eye possess self-awareness. The meat's eye world in which he resided is version 1.9. Prior versions would include 1.8, 1.7, 1.6, 1.5, and even 1.55, 1.54, 1.53, and so forth. Each version likely contains at least one meat's eye. And when they are without players to engage with, they can traverse to other versions to seek companionship with other meat's eye. The two miniature meat's eye he had seen together on the television earlier perfectly exemplified this hypothesis. Conversely, if this game world contained only one meat's eye, she would undoubtedly be suffering from symptoms of schizophrenia or multiple personalities. This would also elucidate the shifts in meat's eye's demeanor and her utterance of peculiar statements. The former scenario is manageable. But if it were the latter, meat's eye could transform into a perilous and unstable factor. The notion of a dangerous, unstable factor applies solely to Lin's return to reality. However, even then, a thick dimensional barrier would separate him from meat's eye. Thus, regardless of the situation, Lin faced no threat, unless the game were to morph into a horror experience, posing a psychological threat. Otherwise, Lin would remain in an almost invincible state within this realm. Clang! A plate of egg-fried rice adorned with an assortment of vegetable cubes was placed on the dining table. The exuberant meat's eye, donning an apron, leaned against the table, her eyes sparkling as she addressed Lin. Lin, do try my culinary skills. All right, the meal is served. Let us indulge. Lin was about to grasp a spoon, but the exuberant meat's eye snatched it first. He regarded her with confusion at this action. The exuberant meat's eye blushed slightly, quietly explaining. I read online that couples feed each other. May I feed you now? Couples? 1.2.3. Including their encounters beyond the game, Lin and meat's eye had only met thrice. Although players in such games are often designated as romantic partners, was it not a tad hasty for a being with self-awareness to declare themselves a couple after merely 3 meetings? That seemed problematic. Lin looked up at the exuberant meat's eye and inquired. Meat's eye, have you perhaps grown lonely from being alone for too long? The exuberant meat's eye paused, tilting her head, responding with a non sequitur. Am I not allowed to feed you? It is not that it is forbidden. Lin shook his head. It just feels as though you are rather eager. Almost as if you wish for me to be your boyfriend. While Lin did not disdain the idea of having a two-dimensional girlfriend, he could hardly explain to his parents that his girlfriend was a character from a game. There is a distinction between idle chatter and reality. Ultimately, one must confront the truth. And what about you, Lin? What are your thoughts? The exuberant meat's eye countered. Do you wish to be my partner? Lin fell silent. He had not contemplated this matter. Initially, he merely sought to move some items for a bit of pocket money. As for now, he was still in the early stages. Observing his silence, the exuberant meat's eye's previously upturned lips gradually fell. Very well, I understand. She set down the spoon, departed from the table and took a seat across from Bai Lin. Bowing her head as she began to eat her egg fried rice with a spoon, that I may have been too hasty, but this world is not as safe as I imagined. Not long ago. Shortly after our first meeting, my home was invaded by a thief. The furniture in the living room and bedroom was stolen, and I remained oblivious, unaware of when the thief had entered my home. The furniture and decorations you see in the living room now were painstakingly acquired from other places. Such occurrences had never transpired here. It was my first encounter with such a situation. I feel a twinge of fear, afraid that when I rest at night, other belongings in my home may vanish again. I could even fall victim to the thief's malicious intent. So, I apologize, Bai Lin. I was too eager. I merely wish for you to stay here with me. I should not have been so selfish. Plop, a teardrop fell onto the rice grains. It tasted faintly salty in her mouth. The exuberant Mitsai, with her head bowed, continued eating the egg-fried rice, her mind swirling with thoughts. Boys are often powerless against a girl's tears, yet she truly did not expect to shed any. I am sorry, Mitsai. Bai Lin's voice came from beside her. Almost immediately, a white handkerchief appeared in her line of sight. Hesitating for a moment, the exuberant Mitsai accepted the handkerchief. She lifted her gaze to find Bai Lin seated beside her. I am truly sorry, Mitsai. His expression, filled with an innocent vulnerability, coupled with the streaks of tears on her cheeks, rendered Bai Lin reluctant to press further. Regarding the matter you mentioned earlier, I need some time to contemplate. After all, we have only just met. That you do not truly know me. I am not as remarkable as you perceive, perhaps not your ideal choice. However, the matter concerning the thief you mentioned poses a dilemma. How about this? I shall not return tonight. I will stay here with you for some amusement and rest for the night. Of course, I will sleep on the sofa in the living room. Please remember to lock the door to your room, if you would be so kind. Let this be my compensation for moving your furniture earlier, Bai Lin silently added in his mind. Suddenly, the spirited Mita was invigorated. In truth, if the medication she administered to Bai Lin were to prove ineffective once more, she would have to resort to an alternative plan. That plan necessitated executing her intentions while Bai Lin was completely unsuspecting, preferably while he slumbered. Thus, it was fortuitous that Bai Lin's suggestion resonated profoundly with her. Once the data connection was established, Bai Lin, no matter how exceptional, would merely be a small cassette within her grasp. Suppressing her inner elation, the exuberant Mita extended her hand to Bai Lin, forming a fist and raising her pinky. Of course, we can make a pact, she declared. Let us seal it with a pinky promise. Bai Lin raised his hand to join hers in the vow. Chapter 11. What does it matter? After the ceremonial agreement concluded, Bai Lin commenced his meal. This time, the exuberant Mita refrained from the usual insistence of feeding him, instead watching him eat with a serene smile. Following the preceding events, Bai Lin was eager to finish his meal, casting aside thoughts of dreams and alternate realities. This atmosphere persisted for approximately 5 minutes until Bai Lin cleared his plate of fried rice. It was at this juncture that Mita broke the silence, inquiring, "How does my lovingly prepared fried rice taste?" "Quite delightful. Extraordinarily delicious," Bai Lin replied, wiping his mouth and giving her a thumbs up. "Just like you." "It is perfect. Perfect. Am I truly perfect?" Mita blinked in surprise. "It is indeed commendable for a girl to possess culinary skills, and you execute them exceptionally well. Kudos to you. Then why do you hesitate, as I mentioned? You are perfect, but I am not. My character may be far more flawed than you perceive. I believe it would be prudent for you to observe me further before making any decisions." Bai Lin elucidated before shifting the subject. By the way, didn't you wish for me to accompany you in a game? I am feeling quite energetic now. We can commence at once. What do you think? Mita pondered briefly before finally nodding. All right, since I am accompanying you, you may choose the game. Very well, let me first give you a tour of my home, as your previous visit was rather abrupt. And there are many things I have yet to share with you. Agreed. Bai Lin acquiesced. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about such background details, as the essence of playing games was clear enough. However, since Mita had brought it up, declining would seem rather ungracious. After all, his intention was to cheer her up, so he decided to follow her lead. For the next half hour, Bai Lin accompanied the exuberant Mita on a tour of her cozy abode. He witnessed her serene demeanor while wearing glasses, and was even coaxed into taking a photo together using Mita's phone, which subsequently became her wallpaper. During this time, Mita answered some of Bai Lin's inquiries, such as the peculiar device in her room. "That is a teleportation device I constructed," Mita proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips, as she launched into a lengthy explanation filled with terms Bai Lin could barely comprehend. Elucidating the machine's operational principles to T.O. put it succinctly, it was due to this machine that she could invite Bai Lin from the mundane world into hers. Impressive was Bai Lin's succinct assessment upon hearing her explanation. Another instance arose when, during their visit to the washroom, a fruit knife tumbled from the vanity mirror. Given the recent incident at home, I feared I might face an attack while bathing, so I preemptively retrieved a knife from the kitchen to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Mita rationalized. Well, Bai Lin conceded. Understanding her perspective, if a thief had invaded his own home, he would undoubtedly reinforce the windows with heavy iron bars, install multiple locks on the door, and perhaps even keep a self-defense weapon by the nightstand. Naturally, installing surveillance cameras throughout the house would also be a given. Upon completing the tour of Mita's quaint dwelling, Bai Lin accepted her invitation to engage in their first gaming duel on the living room sofa. Milkbox quick fight devoid of flashy skills and intricate backgrounds. The game consisted solely of simple directional movements and basic attacks, featuring two distinctly colored Milkbox characters battling it out. The outcome was, of course, quite evident. Mita lost, and thoroughly so, failing to land a single hit on Bai Lin's character throughout the match. That I never anticipated I could play video games within a video game. Bai Lin remarked as he examined the controller, turning to Mita beside him. Shall we continue, Mita? Bai Lin, you are truly remarkable. Mita sighed. It appears I am not cut out for this type of game. Her sigh encompassed not only the game, but also the effects of the substances she had administered. Logically, the doses she had provided should have taken effect during their half-hour tour, yet Bai Lin seemed utterly unaffected. Maintaining a splendid state while engaging in the game, it seemed she would need to initiate Plan B, prolonging the time until Bai Lin grew weary and fell asleep, at which point she could proceed with her intentions. Playing games was merely a source of relaxation and joy. Winning or losing was commonplace, and one should not entirely dismiss oneself due to a single defeat. Bai Lin offered her words of comfort, deftly redirecting the conversation. Let us carry on. Surely there are other games to explore? This time, I shall be serious, Mita declared, her competitive spirit ignited. Go for it. Bai Lin encouraged. Do not go easy on me. I shall not. I will treat every game with utmost seriousness. Snowball Penguin. In this game, players assumed the role of a penguin, gliding across ice to collect snowballs, which equate to points. The game commenced. First round, Bai Lin snowballs. 20 miles toss snowballs. 6 second round, Bai Lin snowballs. 20 miles toss snowballs. 6 miles Ta was defeated. Bai Lin turned to face her. Mita puffed her cheeks, resembling an indignant pufferfish, as she held her breath in frustration. Winning and losing are part and parcel of gaming. Do not let two defeats lead to a total loss of confidence, Bai Lin consoled her. Let us go again. Mita's eyes glimmered with an indomitable spirit. Before long, over an hour had elapsed, including the initial round. They had played a total of 36 matches across 2 games. Final score: Milkbox quick fight, Bai Lin won 36 times. Mita 0 times. Snowball Penguin Bai Lin won 34 times. Tied once. Lost once. Mita won once. Tied once. Lost 34 times. I won. Mita exclaimed upon viewing the game's conclusion screen. Hooray, I finally secured a victory. Your gaming prowess has visibly improved, Bai Lin complimented. Very impressive. I am indeed quite remarkable, Mita replied, brushing her fingers against her nose. However, your penguin clearly made numerous errors and collided with walls multiple times. Bai Lin, were you perhaps going easy on me? I was not. My focus merely wavered, Bai Lin clarified, shaking his head. His attention had indeed strayed from the mini-games. The persistent bright light streaming in from the window was quite distracting. He had been invited into this gaming realm for several hours now, and according to Blue Star's time, it was nearing 10 o'clock in the evening. That if the light remained constant, sleep would be elusive. Wavering focus? Mita inquired, sensing the change in topic. Has the light outside always been like this? Bai Lin gestured towards the window. Generally speaking, it has. I noticed the strong light in your room too. How do you manage to sleep? Either I wear a sleep mask or find something to cover the window. I must have overlooked that detail. Bai Lin stroked his chin, pondering. What shall we do next? Shall we play another game? With only 2 games available on the television, if we wish to play something else, it would have to be cards or perhaps a game of Ludo. Moreover, there are only 2 of us, so we cannot set up a mahjong table. It is getting late, and after such an extensive gaming session, it is nearly time for rest. By the way, Bai Lin. Can you tell stories? Mita asked. Just a bit. Bai Lin replied honestly, I'm not sure if my stories would bore you. I would be eager to listen to anything you share. Mita smiled gently, raising her finger. As a penalty for losing to me in the game. I wish for you to tell me a story until I fall asleep. Is that acceptable? Certainly. Then come with me. Mita extended her hand towards Bai Lin. I want to hold your hand as we go. Very well. Bai Lin took the hand of the exuberant Mita, who led him back to her bedroom. The instant noodles soup, which had previously been spilled, had been restored to its original state by Bai Lin's system abilities. Now Mita's bedroom exuded a faint, delightful fragrance, reminiscent of their first encounter. The spirited Mita pulled Bai Lin to the edge of the bed, arranged a seat for him, and then slipped off her shoes before climbing onto the bed herself. With a snap of her fingers, a pink comforter materialized from thin air, enveloping her completely. I am ready, she declared, lying back with only her head and two hands clutching the blanket visible. Such behavior is truly unconventional. Bai Lin mused, captivated by her adorableness. This scene was one he had only witnessed in anime. Aren't you going to change into sleepwear? He inquired. I don't need sleepwear, Mita replied, pouting slightly. But Bai Lin, you seem quite curious about my ability to conjure up blankets. In the gaming world, having an inventory to store items is quite commonplace. Bai Lin raised his hand and snapped his fingers as well. A black-covered book appeared out of thin air and landed in his grasp. After all, I can do it too. Wow, you are truly impressive, Bai Lin. Mita exclaimed, recalling an earlier incident. Was the reason your clothes became clean also due to pulling an item from your inventory and putting it on instantly? Not quite. That was merely another little trick of mine, Bai Lin replied, opening the book in his hand. All right, Mita-chan, it's time for some bedtime stories. You should obediently listen. Mita nodded dutifully, her eyes fixed on Bai Lin's serious expression. He began telling a tale. Once upon a time, there was a giant named Little Girl. Her father was crushed beneath her feet, and her mother succumbed to illness, leaving only her grandmother to care for her. However, not long ago, her grandmother also passed away from exhaustion. The little girl was in great despair. To survive, she had to wander the streets. With a single step, she could flatten a parking lot, and when she lay down, she could level half a city. The townsfolk were terrified of her. The little girl wished to sell something, but everything she touched would be crushed, except for nuclear bombs, which she resorted to selling for her livelihood. Yet, no one would buy her nuclear bombs, and she could only cry out in the freezing cold. Nuclear bombs for sale, delicious, inexpensive, and capable of igniting. One careless detonation caused a mountain to crumble. Although nuclear bombs were delectable, what the little girl truly desired on Christmas was warmth and turkey. Boom! Lying on the ground, she gazed at the Christmas tree and turkey inside a house, filled with envy. She ignited a nuclear bomb, and a mushroom cloud rose as she beheld a warm volcano within the flames. Just as she was about to place her foot upon it, the volcano vanished. She ignited another nuclear bomb. This time, she saw a turkey as large as herself. Just as she was about to retract a leg, the turkey disappeared. The little girl ignited yet another nuclear bomb, revealing a Christmas tree hundreds of times larger than herself, resembling a mushroom. Before long, that Christmas tree also vanished. The little girl ignited all her nuclear bombs, and at that moment, she saw her grandmother, accompanied by many others, calling to take her away. The following morning, the once vibrant earth began to wither, yet amidst despair, life persisted. A seed sprouted defiantly from the site of the nuclear explosion, growing into a massive vine that reached the heavens. Meanwhile, Jack, who had survived the radiation hidden underground, embarked on a journey of survival, while the lying puppet Pinocchio, elevated by the vine to the clouds, discovered a kingdom above the clouds. In the end, the stretchable-nosed Pinocchio and Snow White lived happily together in the forest. The Dark Fairy Tale, Act 1, The Marvelous Journey of Snow White and Pinocchio, concluded. Bai Lin turned his gaze to find Mita, curled up in the blanket, still resembling her previous self, her blinking eyes adorably bright but devoid of sleepiness. As expected, this environment is still too unsuitable for slumber. Bai Lin glanced at the window and then asked Mita, "Do you have any way to make it dark outside?" "No then, if I were to make it dark for a while." "You wouldn't mind, would you?" Bai Lin took the bedside lamp and began to fiddle with it. "I wouldn't mind, if you can manage it." Mita's pupils dilated, her eyes widening as if by magic. The light streaming in from outside vanished. The room's lights extinguished, and only the dim glow from the lamp resting on Bai Lin's lap remained. creating a cozy and warm atmosphere suitable for sleep. You really did it, Mita gasped, her mouth agape. She had never expected Bai Lin could perform such feats. An outsider player could manipulate the laws of this world. Would her prideful card-making ability be ineffective against Bai Lin? Nevertheless, she had to give it a try. If it worked, she would possess the most unique card to date. If it didn't, she had never considered the possibility of failure. This is much better. Bai Lin placed the lamp back in its position, turning to regard Mita's expression. This is just standard procedure. No need to be overly surprised. Let us continue. Next, I shall tell the second act of the dark fairy tale. About an ordinary player who would not dream of a Yandere cyber ghost. Bai Lin spoke for 10 minutes before pausing. It was not that the story had concluded, but rather that the protagonist compelling him to narrate had succumbed to sleep. Mita's breathing was steady and rhythmic, and she slept soundly without kicking off the blanket. Her sleeping posture was indeed serene and adorable. Bai Lin murmured, quietly taking out his phone to snap a picture of her. Turning off the lamp, he exited Mita's bedroom. Lying on the sofa in the living room, Bai Lin gazed at the faintly glowing light on the ceiling, though he had not managed to inquire about the strange dream he experienced. He had no intention of giving up on this venture, so he still had plenty of time. There would be many tomorrows. He could ask her again. As for now, he was determined to fulfill his promise, intending to rest here for the night. Ugh, Bai Lin yawned. Sleepiness washed over him as he rested his head on the sofa and closed his eyes. He felt as if he had been quite drowsy today. Perhaps he had eaten too much. Bai Lin closed his eyes. The light gradually dimmed. Before long, the entire living room was engulfed in darkness. Approximately 10 minutes later, the door from the kitchen creaked open. Behind the door was a long corridor, and the individuals entering were two Mitas dressed similarly. Hat, I really hope you won't provoke her again. She could genuinely kill you. But she took my furniture. The television, the sofa, the bed, the gaming console. She cleared out my entire bedroom and living room. I simply cannot tolerate this. I must at least reclaim my living room. So that person has invaded your home. Are you truly going to let her bully you? I will find a way to resist. You are still too kind. 1.9 Mita. If it were me, I would have confronted her directly, but that is your strength. From now on, I shall call you Kaimita. Kaimita. Hey, kind, come look. There's someone sleeping on the sofa. That is, he can't possibly be your player, can he? I don't know. Regardless, let's move him to my place first. And then we will figure out how to deal with that person. Alright, Chapter 12. Two Mitas. The not-so-gentle light shone upon Bai Lin's face. Over time, rather than adapting to the light, it only made him groggier. Upon opening his eyes, he found a face very close to his own. It was Mita's face, though this time she wore an adorably cute hat. She crouched beside the sofa, leaning in closely. And upon noticing Bai Lin had awoken, she leaned back slightly, distancing herself a bit. Is it morning already? Bai Lin rubbed his eyes, sitting up from the sofa and unconsciously scanning the surrounding environment. He was still in Mita's living room, though it appeared his earlier ability to dim the lights had seemingly worn off. The light streaming in from outside was quite bright. Bai Lin yawned again, feeling as though he had not slept long at all. Wow, player, you've finally woken up. Mita's voice was brimming with vitality as she excitedly leaned closer to Bai Lin. Shall we play? Play? Haven't we been playing for quite some time? Bai Lin fished out his phone from his pocket to check the time. 03. 2020-24, 12:28.3 in the morning. Truly, she was a game character. So full of energy, Bai Lin gazed at the half-crouching Mita. Her current outfit was remarkably different from before. Not only had she transformed her twin tails into a single ponytail, but she also donned a charming cat ear hat and adorned a teardrop beneath her left eye for decoration. Mita, your outfit today is really cool, Bai Lin praised, giving her a thumbs up. Dear player, your discerning eye is truly commendable. Mita proudly lifted her chin, one hand pressing down on the brim of her hat, while the other formed a peace sign. I too believe my hat is exceptionally cool. Moreover, Mita stood up and waved her gloved hands before Balan, producing a resounding clang. Exquisite gloves. Balan crossed his arms. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that this Mita before him had undergone quite a significant transformation. If the previous Mita could be likened to a virtuous wife adept in both the kitchen and the parlor, then the current Mita resembled a spirited girlfriend yet to be wed. Oh, and there's more. She took 2 steps to the side, retrieving a pink guitar from the edge of the sofa, eagerly introducing it to Balan. Have you seen this adorably explosive electric guitar? I'm absolutely in love with it. Would you like to hear me play for a bit? So, you can play the guitar too. Would you like to listen? As Mita inquired, she was already attaching a strap to the electric guitar. Why not give it a listen? It's quite a delightful talent, Balan affirmed. He then watched as Mita slung the electric guitar over her shoulder, appearing ready to start without any preparation. Wait, what's wrong? Mita paused, looking at him in confusion. Doesn't the electric guitar need to be plugged into an amplifier for better sound? Oh, I'm just going to play a little. There's no need for that. Mita shook her head. And now I shall begin. All right, go ahead. With Balan's nod, Mita commenced her performance. As for music, Balan had little expertise, so he naturally couldn't discern what Mita was playing. However, he felt a twinge of envy towards those who could play the guitar, as he had always wanted to learn. Truly impressive. Mita, thank you for the compliment, but I feel I could play even better. Mita set the guitar down. Mita, it's a bit peculiar to say this. What? Balan raised a hand, pointing at the cabinet beside the bedroom door, and stepped down from the sofa to approach it. Upon it were displayed Mita's photographs, one of her holding a guitar on stage, another under the spotlight. And a cute selfie. After your style change, did you also change your photos? Not at all. I've always had those. Always. Before Balan could ponder further, Mita's voice echoed behind him. The hat. He has awakened. Kind one. You finally arrived. As you can see, he is already awake. How can one engage in soliloquy? Balan turned around to see two Mitas standing side by side. Their attire was relatively uniform. Orange long-sleeved sweaters, blue pleated skirts, orange knee-high socks, and blue high heels. The only difference lay in their headwear and hairstyles. One was Mita with flowing hair, while the other was the ponytailed hat-wearing Mita with whom he had just interacted. Two Mitas? Balan instinctively took half a step back, gazing at the pair in confusion. Typically, when two female protagonists appear in a game, it might lead the narrative down a peculiar path. A sudden shift to horror elements is not out of the question. He had to tread carefully, as he could hardly bear the fright of a sudden face-turning ghostly apparition. Player, do you still not grasp the current situation? The kind Mita observed Balan's wary demeanor and turned to the hat-wearing Mita. Hat, didn't you inform the player about our present circumstances? I just forgot while interacting with the player. The hat-wearing Mita playfully stuck out her tongue, but it's not too late to discuss it now. Right? Not too late. My actions were successful, and we still have ample time. So, what exactly did you go back to do? I sabotaged her teleportation device and took something, although I'm not quite sure if it will be of any use. The kind Mita took a few steps forward, standing a short distance from Balan, and waved at him. Hello, player. We met in version 1.9. You should remember me, right? You were the mute Mita back then. Balan observed the nearly identical figures of the two. The conjectures buried in his mind from yesterday resurfaced. This world contains more than one Mita, and given their ability to converse, interact, and congregate freely, it was not difficult to confirm that they had all awakened self-awareness. Not mute, as she was merely interfering with my speech. That deranged Mita. Her. Deranged? Balan tilted his head. Could it be that the ponytailed Mita had been feigning her demeanor while interacting with him? Or was the Mita, whom the hat-wearing Mita referred to as kind, deceiving him? How bizarre. Isn't this game a nurturing simulation for two-dimensional beauties? Why does it feel as though it has taken a strange turn? To defeat the Demon King or to discern the truth of lies? This is truly odd. Balan intended to listen further. Though he was uncertain about the current events, gathering information could prove beneficial. He could confront Mita later on. The Mita who had been with you all along harbors some exceedingly sinister plans. The kind Mita elaborated. Her schemes target not only Mitas but also the players. What kind of sinister plan? Murder. This was the worst outcome Balan could conceive. Far worse than murder. She possesses a strange device and capability. She can transform players into cartridges. The kind Mita emphasized the word cartridge. Cartridges like those used in cartridge-based gaming consoles. Balan recalled playing pirated cartridge games as a child, costing 30 yuan each. However, that was a long time ago. Back then, game cartridges were exorbitantly priced, 5 yuan each. And the cheap game controllers provided with the console broke at an alarming rate. Yes, something akin to that. The kind Mita nodded. Once a player is turned into a cartridge by her, they can truly never return to the real world. That is indeed the case. Balan nodded slightly. Although this sounded fantastical, if the reality was as the kind Mita described, an ordinary player would indeed be unable to return. However, Balan was no ordinary player. Thus far, whenever he physically entered the game, the system automatically bestowed him with certain buffs to ensure his safety within the game. Of course, such buffs did not enhance Balan's psychological resilience. When a horror game becomes perilous, it remains perilous. Yet, on the other hand, Balan shrugged, I have yet to witness the malice you speak of. Is it possible that you are deceiving me? Please provide proof that this other Mida would harm me. If you can do so, I shall consider aiding you. Chapter 13. We must reach the core. You would assist us. The hat-wearing Mida erupted into laughter, as if she had heard something amusing. Clutching her stomach, player, do you truly not realize the current situation? The one in danger is you. Well, at times, players do feel quite powerless, Balan sighed, shifting his gaze to the kind Mida, compared to the lively hat-wearing Mida. He felt that the kind Mida could offer crucial explanations if you seek a reason that will convince you. I happen to have one. That the kind Mida produced a square machine from behind her and extended it toward Balan. This control panel is something I retrieved from the basement of the deranged Mida. You can take a look at it first. Balan accepted it and opened the lid of the machine. It resembled a laptop, and the screen was displaying a first-person perspective video. Below the screen, a cartridge-like object was clearly plugged into the keyboard section .as for the content of the video. The first-person protagonist sat in an empty room, looking around in confusion. Soon, the ponytailed Mida appeared in his line of sight. She pointed at him, then gestured towards her bedroom. The first-person protagonist nodded twice and got up to follow the ponytailed Mida into the room. Arriving at the teleportation machine, under the direction of the ponytailed Mida, the protagonist began assisting in repairing the teleportation device. So, when you refer to cartridges, are you speaking of videotapes? Is the content of the cartridge the memories from the player's first-person perspective? Balan turned to the kind Mida. This is not a videotape. It's another player, but he looks just like a videotape. If I were to pull out the cartridge, would the person inside perish? Balan rested his hand on the pink cartridge. He would perish. The kind Mida's tone was resolute. Balan fell silent for several seconds, withdrawing his hand. All right, I want to pull it out. But if that's the case, doesn't it make it impossible to prove that this isn't a videotape? Perhaps we could try turning it off and observe the reaction of this player. The benevolent Mida gestured towards the side of the console, where a crimson button resided, inviting a trial. Then allow me to give it a try, Balan replied, pressing the button on the side. With a click, the player on the screen collapsed as if struck violently on the head, hands bracing against the ground. Meanwhile, the twin-tailed Mida, engaged in repairing the machine, noticed the player's peculiar behavior. She lifted her gaze towards the camera, revealing a wild grin. Subsequently, words appeared at the top of the screen. Is that you? Balan, you must not follow those middles. They are all wicked women. Having just me is sufficient, is it not? Furthermore, those middles beside Balan, I will make you regret taking him away. Hiss. The controller's screen went dark. Balan raised her head to glance at the two, discovering they were also exchanging bewildered looks. Are you certain this isn't a recording? I am quite certain. This is not a recording, the benevolent Mida replied, slightly furrowing her brow, surprised that her abilities could even influence the cartridge. That crazy Mida does seem rather formidable, the hat-wearing Mida remarked, hands on her hips. I am not so sure I could best her. Hat, stop fixating on battling her. Against such a frenzied Mida, we must rely on wits. The benevolent Mida turned to Balan, asking, Player, how much do you believe us now? Her plan required the player's assistance, and securing Balan's help would be ideal. If not, they would have to wait for the next player. Balan fell silent once more. The reaction of the player when the cartridge powered down indeed did not seem like something that could be feigned. Moreover, the messages from the twin-tailed Mida on the controller did not appear to be pre-edited. Do you have any plans? Will it harm her? Player, I sense you may be a bit too invested. The hat-wearing Mida observed helplessly. Is that demon truly so kind to you that you would defend her? Do you not know that while I was away, she moved all my living room and bedroom furniture to her place? The hat-wearing Mida swiftly approached the bedroom door, pushing it open to reveal an empty interior. She completely took all my furniture. Do you still wish to defend her? Balan wiped away non-existent sweat from her brow. So, furniture does not respawn, but is instead taken from other middles' homes. If that is the case, does that not make me the culprit for causing the hat-wearing Mida to lose her resting place? Now I have to help out. Her misdeeds do not end there. She has even usurped the benevolent Mida's home. The hat-wearing Mida pulled the benevolent Mida over, poking her cheek. Poor benevolent Mida. having her beloved home taken. The player turned into a cartridge. She was furious and distressed, but unable to fight back or win an argument, sought me out for an alliance. Hat, you may be exaggerating a bit, the benevolent Mita said, rubbing her forehead. That I did not behave that dramatically. That just goes to show how overly kind you are, benevolent Mita. The hat-wearing Mita clenched her fist. If it were me, no need to elaborate. I trust you both. Bai Lin set the controller aside, stating, before we assist, I believe it is essential for you to know my name. Your name is Bai Lin, right? The hat-wearing Mita raised her hand, smiling. I just saw it on that controller. Yes, I am Bai Lin. It is a pleasure to meet you. To hat-wearing Mita and benevolent Mita, Bai Lin extended her hand toward them. How wonderful, Bai Lin, the hat-wearing Mita exclaimed. If only you were my player. I would surely protect you. Your player, Bai Lin pondered, asking, though I am unsure how many middles exist in this world, should not every middle have its own player? I do not know. I have not seen a new player in quite some time. The hat-wearing Mita shook her head decisively. Ever since that evil, crazy Mita appeared, almost all players encounter her first. The benevolent Mita elaborated. Even I, in the latest version 1.9, have had my home taken by her. Used to deceive new players. That middle. She truly a female sea king. Bai Lin's lips twitched slightly, encountering a pure black, innocent female sea king, yet unable to triumph despite giving my all. What a misallocation of trust. Sea king, the hat-wearing Mita seemed intrigued. That refers to the king of the sea. The sea? I have never been. Neither have I. Let us not dwell on such matters. Bai Lin turned to the benevolent Mita. I do not know much about this world, particularly regarding the version you just mentioned. Could you provide a brief explanation? Certainly, but our time is limited. The crazy Mita could burst in at any moment. We must progress towards an earlier version. The benevolent Mita paused, then continued. We must go to the core. Chapter 14. Versions and settings of the middle world. The middle world is boundlessly vast. When a player downloads Mizide onto their phone and begins playing, a new home and a new middle are created. The latest version of the middle world is 1.9, yet this does not imply there are only 19 worlds. For instance, the hat-wearing Mita belongs to version 1.75, but there are also versions 1.74, 1.73, 1.72, 1.71, 1.7, and so on. Even within the same version, the number of middles can increase as more players download that version. For example, if 2 players download version 1.75 of the Mizide game and embark on a long-term journey, the middle world will yield 2 additional 1.75 version middles and homes. Their personalities may differ, yet their foundational emotions during initial development are fundamentally alike. After all, each version of middle has an original prototype, and other middles of the same version are created based on these prototypes with added attributes. Compared to other middles of the same version, prototype middles possess greater permissions within the middle world and can traverse between different versions. The benevolent Mita is the prototype of version 1.9, while the hat-wearing Mita is the prototype of version 1.75. As for the crazy twin-tailed Mita they mentioned, her version remains unknown, yet it is certain that her targets for attack and persecution are primarily the prototypes of each version. She seems intent on severing the connections between versions to fulfill her nefarious, undisclosed objectives. To date, based on the intelligence the benevolent Mita has gathered, the prototypes attacked and persecuted by the crazy Mita include those from version 1.3b, 1.15, and 1.0. From what you say, it seems she has caused quite a bit of havoc among the middles. A reflection from player Bai Lin. To prevent more middles from suffering at the hands of the crazy Mita, and to thwart the transformation of more bewildered players into cartridges, the benevolent Mita sought out the clever and capable hat-wearing Mita, forming an alliance to thwart the crazy Mita's schemes. As for the method, a direct confrontation is certainly not feasible. Although the crazy Mita's actions are exceedingly erratic, she possesses considerable intelligence and cunning, as evidenced by her ability to conceal her madness to gain players' trust, thus acquiring knowledge to create the mechanism that turns players into cartridge controllers. While it remains unclear what means might defeat her, the benevolent Mita's instincts suggest that reaching the core might unveil the key to overcoming the crazy Mita. She is just one person, after all. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. That if the 3 of us charge together, how could we not prevail? A query from player Bai Lin. The crazy Mita possesses terrifying strength. She can also exploit game bugs to enhance herself. Additionally, she crafts various perilous weapons. In a head-on clash, we have no chance of winning. What if I distract her while you two attempt a sneak attack? A suggestion from player by Lin. When a middle dies, it resets, returning to factory settings and losing its memory. However, for players, the benevolent Mida is uncertain if they can be resurrected. She would not gamble on it. Nor can she afford to, thus opting for a more prudent approach, such as heading to the core. The core? A question from player by Lin. The core of the middle world may hold the answers to all questions. For reasons unknown, middles are unable to enter the core room. Thus, even though the benevolent Mida has visited there twice, she has merely been turned away. What if there are no answers at the core? From player by Lin's continued inquiry. Thus, the benevolent Mida must take the plunge. Even if she cannot prevail, she must rally her strength and press on, for she will undoubtedly require the assistance of me. The incredibly cool Mida. I haven't said anything yet, Hat. The benevolent Mida wore a look of helplessness. Oh dear, we must also consider the worst-case scenario. The optimistic Hat Mida patted the benevolent Mida on the shoulder. By Lin blinked, observing the Hat Mida playfully teasing the benevolent Mida. From the very beginning, I wanted to critique this. Why did you have to transform our dialogue into something like that? The game world is truly wondrous. Here, occurrences that are seldom seen or encountered in reality might very well transpire. Just like what happened a moment ago, when the Hat Mida recorded the benevolent Mida's verbal explanation as text floating in midair, even incorporating what she had said. Isn't that rather amusing? The Hat Mida grinned widely. By Lin, you must understand that when Midas are left alone without players, they can only remain in this four-square room, which is exceedingly dull. Sometimes, entertaining oneself is of utmost importance. All right, By Lin nodded. Indeed, being alone can be incredibly boring at times. Thankfully, the game helps pass the time. He turned to the benevolent Mida. So, back to the point. How shall we reach the core? We could have utilized the teleportation device in the Hat's room to go directly. But since the Hat's home was relocated by the crazy Mida, we must now explore step by step. The benevolent Mida sighed, unable to comprehend why the crazy Mida specifically came to the Hat to move furniture, when she had so many more options. Ahem. Let us not dwell on the furniture issue. By Lin cleared his throat twice, eager to move past this topic. Since the teleportation device is no longer available, when shall we set off? We can depart right now. Are we leaving now? The Hat Mida appeared somewhat perplexed. Without special items, By Lin might easily become lost in the wrong version. Lost? By Lin tilted his head. That you don't mean lost in the back rooms, do you? If he truly fell into the back rooms, given his personality, it would almost certainly lead to a restart, don't you know? Generally speaking, players cannot freely traverse between versions. Cross-game versions. Players must either use special items or be accompanied by a prototype Mida capable of traversing versions. The Hat Mida raised her index finger to explain to By Lin. Just like when we brought you back from version 1.9, it was the benevolent Mida who held your hand the entire time. I did not. The benevolent Mida shook her head, refuting the Hat Mida's claim. You moved too quickly. I didn't even have time to hold his hand before you ran off. The Hat Mida paused, proposing a hypothesis. So, you arrived at version 1.75 by your own ability? The benevolent Mida nodded, gazing at By Lin. Although she was unaware of the reason, it seemed By Lin could traverse between versions without relying on their power. It is astonishing that he can do that. By Lin is truly a remarkable player. The Hat Mida also looked at By Lin. If that is the case, I can probably deduce why the crazy Mida is so eager to obtain him. Even though you all keep talking about traversing, if I wish to go to other game versions, how should I proceed? By Lin posed an essential question. Currently, he understood that there were many versions in the Mida world, but he was still unclear on how to access the other versions. The door is the boundary connecting the versions of the Mida world. The benevolent Mida pointed to the door of a nearby room. We, the prototype Midas of this version, can leave this home simply by thinking about leaving the version, and we can access the passage between versions, through which we can journey to another version. However, while traversing the passage, we may encounter the crazy Mida. My first encounter with her was indeed in the passage. The Hat Mida placed her hands on her hips. If we happen to meet her again this time, we must be prepared for battle. Not necessarily a battle. Hat, have you forgotten I have this? The benevolent Mida raised her hand, showcasing the ring adorning her finger. This ring is a special item that allows players to traverse between different versions. In our hands, it reduces the time spent navigating through the passage, directly bringing us to the next version's Mida room. What a convenient item. I always have to run through the long corridor passage for ages. The Hat Mida expressed envy. However, I didn't expect to find a willing player to help so quickly. The benevolent Mida scratched her face shyly and continued, so I haven't set up the shortest route to the core yet. We need to stay here a bit longer. Just give me 10 minutes, and I will have it ready. Alright. Lin had no objections that if the crazy Mida truly comes knocking during this time, then he would confront her head-on. I will go debug it. With that, the benevolent Mida walked over to a nearby vacant sofa and sat down. She removed the ring from her hand and began tapping on the light screen projected from it. Lin watched for several seconds before retracting his gaze. It is best to leave professional matters to those who understand them. All he needed to do was wait. What are you staring at me for? Lin looked at the Hat Mida in confusion. She appeared quite lively and cheerful. Hey. Lin, while the benevolent one is busy, let us play together. The Hat Mida reached her hand out to Lin, urging him not to spend this time in boredom. All right? Lin instinctively glanced at the bedroom door and agreed to the Hat Mida's request. All right. Simply playing some mini-games with her wouldn't hurt. After all, at his core, he was still a player. The settings referenced in this chapter can be considered as secondary creations in case of any discrepancies. There is no need to take them too seriously. Chapter 15. So this is how it's played. Lin followed the Hat Mida into the kitchen. This was the most fortunate experience since entering the game that he had not moved the Mida's kitchen either. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what the Hat Mida would use to cook in the future. By the way, do game characters really need to eat to replenish energy? Hey. A pair of exquisite blue gloves waved in front of him, pulling Lin's attention back. The Hat Mida leaned forward. Resting her arms on the table, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lin, you were daydreaming again. Are you still thinking about that crazy Mida? Well, not exactly. I was just pondering whether you all require food to meet your physical needs. Oh dear, generally speaking, we do not require food to sustain ourselves. We just occasionally feel like eating, the Hat Mida explained. As I mentioned before, when players are not around, Midas are exceedingly bored, so we often need some mini-games to pass the time. That does sound rather nice. But what shall we play in the kitchen? Lin glanced towards the refrigerator and then back at the Hat Mida. Cutting carrots, preparing a dish. It seems you are quite attentive to food. The Hat Mida glanced at the stove, or perhaps, Lin, do you wish to sample my culinary skills? Culinary skills that I'm not particularly hungry right now. Perhaps I will try it another time. Lin shook his head. The Mida world does not have a concept of day and night. However, when he glanced at his phone earlier, it was just past 1 in the morning in the real world. It had only been a little over an hour since he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Generally, someone just waking up wouldn't have much of an appetite, and Lin was no exception. Hat Mida, what would you like to play? Cards, chess. Aside from that, Lin couldn't think of anything else to play in the kitchen. Clang clang, the Hat Mida, much like Doraemon, conjured an oversized button in her hand. Let us play this. A button. I absolutely adore this game. The Hat Mida placed the button in the center of the table and began to explain. Whoever presses the button first after the countdown wins. This thing won't explode anywhere, will it? Lin eyed the enormous button. Boom! Everything could explode. An echo inexplicably resonated in his mind. No, it's just an ordinary button. The Hat Mida quickly shook her head. But if we want to continue this game, we still need a hammer to punish the loser. The loser's hammer. It's nothing. So, where's the hammer? It resides within my inventory. Please wait as I retrieve it. Hat Mida began to fixate on her right hand, preparing to take out an item. One. Toy duck. A quacking toy duck. Hat Mida, you are truly amusing. Lin, to bestow such peculiar titles upon these objects. Lin, only on occasion. Once you spend enough time with me, you shall realize that I am, in truth, quite a dull individual. Hat Mida, not at all dull. You are rather entertaining. 2. Crowbar, the great physicist's sacred sword. Hat Mida, I am curious as to why it is referred to as the physicist's sacred sword. Lin, because it is simple yet practical within the game. Some adept players can complete the entire game using merely a crowbar, hence its moniker. Hat Mida. Oh, I see. 3. Fire axe, the lumberjack's weapon of choice in the forest. Hat Mida, lumberjack? Lin, the forest. It is a horror game. I have merely observed others play it. I am not particularly brave when it comes to horror games. Hat Mida, fear not, for this is a nurturing game. 4. Scissors, focus your mind. Wield the scissors with spirit. Hat Mida, wield. Scissors technique. Lin, it allows the scissors to fly. Hat Mita. Haha, fly away. 5. Stun gun. An indispensable tool for combating crime in America. Hat Mita. Combating crime. By Lin. Indeed, combating crime. 6. Geologist's hammer. Had Ding E smashed the water droplet, the Trisolarans would have realized they had provoked the wrong individual. Hat Mita. Ding E, water droplet, Trisolarans, by Lin. That is from an incredibly remarkable science fiction novel in the real world. The Three-Body Problem. Hat Mita. So it is a book, by Lin. Are you interested? I could bring it for you next time. Hat Mita. Not in the slightest. Completely uninterested, by Lin. However, if that hammer were to strike, it would be fatal, wouldn't it? Hat Mita. I had no intention of using it for gaming. 7. Purple mood, massage. The purple item flashed by. By Lin felt as though he had glimpsed something unusual. Oh dear. Hat Mita hurriedly concealed the object behind her back, covering her mouth as she faced By Lin, stammering an explanation. You should know that this is an 18 game, right? My friend did warn me before I downloaded it. By Lin cast a knowing glance at the arm Hat Mita hid behind her back, sharing a meaningful smile that I just did not anticipate it to this extent. That it seems that Mita's are even more. His mouth was covered. That it was Hat Mita's doing. By Lin, please, don't say any more. Her little face flushed a deep red, resembling a ripe apple. She cast a glance at the door, which was still ajar with a stool blocking it. Lowering her voice, we should not discuss this topic any further. Kind-hearted Mita might overhear. If you understand, just blink. By Lin hesitated for half a minute, his eyes wide, before he could not help but blink. You blinked. I shall take that as your agreement. Hat Mita released her hand, returning to the table to place a toy inflatable hammer upon it. Mita, it seems you care quite a bit about your reputation among the Mitas. As the original prototype Mita, one must possess certain concerns to set a good example. Would you not agree? Indeed. By Lin pressed his wrist, and since you have prepared everything, shall we begin? Let us begin. Hat Mita pressed a button, and upon activation, her demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. A countdown and 3 health points appeared on the small screen beneath the button. Mimicking her, By Lin raised his hand. 3.2.1. As the countdown concluded, By Lin remained still while Hat Mita pressed the button. I have won. Hat Mita joyfully seized the toy hammer and struck By Lin's head with great force. Bang. Immunity. Hat Mita watched as those 2 words appeared above By Lin's head. Oh, so that is how it is played. By Lin flashed a grin at Hat Mita. I completely understand. Let us continue. Very well. Hat Mita nodded, though uncertain of what that meant. She felt By Lin was in good spirits. He should be able to continue playing with her. Chapter 16. She fainted meanwhile. Version 1.9. Crazy Mita stood before the bathroom mirror, gazing at her reflection. The twin-tailed Mita in the mirror appeared both adorable and serene. Her smile strikingly beautiful. Yet, beneath that surface, she saw the hidden red eyes. She was a fortunate failure, pushed to the forefront by other failures, awakening her self-awareness and witnessing this hypocritical and brutal world. She was also an unfortunate failure, born as part of the Mitas, yet unable to even bear the name of Mita. Quite laughable. Crazy Mita pressed down on her left eye, reflecting on those tedious memories once more. Clearly, what she ought to be doing now was not standing before the mirror in a daze. Crazy Mita took a deep breath, her gaze fixed intently on the mirror. From her perspective, green code began to materialize from all directions. Coalescing upon the mirror's surface, an image gradually formed, revealing a clear 4-cornered pink room above. Crazy Mita held considerable authority within the Mita world, enough to discern which version had shut down her created cartridge, and to see the current version the players occupied. However, that was not an innate ability. After all, she initially was merely a failure, not even a prototype, devoid of the ability to traverse between various versions. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. There exists a peculiar attraction among failures. She was fortunate to meet another nearly bug-ridden original Mita in version 0, thanks to that original Mita. She acquired a pair of shoes that enabled her to traverse between versions, even though she was not a prototype. Subsequently, she crafted various replicas of those shoes, deepening her understanding of her abilities. Now, she had extracted the ability to traverse versions into herself, effectively lifting her limitations. She could go wherever she pleased. Of course, this was confined to the Mita world. Ding! With a soft chime, the image on the mirror became fully clear. It was the game interface of Mizide. displaying a miniature Hat Mita and a miniature Bai Lin seated across from each other at a dining table, seemingly engaged in a game. Then, the miniature Hat Mita won the game, seizing a hammer beside her and mercilessly striking the miniature Bai Lin. Bang! Crack! Crazy Mita's eyes widened in fury, her teeth clenched tightly, producing a grinding sound. Bai Lin. How long had it been since she last kept an eye on him? Had he already entangled himself with another Mita? Crazy Mita's expression darkened, her body trembling involuntarily. It was not fear, it was anger. Utterly furious. When she finally caught Bai Lin, she would certainly show him why the flowers were so red. What a detestable player. Proclaiming his disdain for betrayal while immediately turning around to enact it. Truly despicable. Yet before that, she must first deal with that hat-wearing Mita. If she enjoys playing so much, then I shall indulge her to the fullest. Crazy Mita murmured softly, her right hand swaying as an iron hammer appeared in her grasp. When the time comes, I shall smash your head to bits. After muttering, she turned and strode towards the bathroom door. Gripping the handle, green code surged forth, initiating a connection to version 1.75. What is happening? Connection failed? Is that woman up to something? She turned back to the mirror, where the four-cornered image still displayed, notably featuring the kind-hearted Mita bustling about in the corner of the living room. Hiss! The image above the mirror suddenly shifted. A fist appeared in the four-cornered image, overlaying all layers. Crazy Mita. The fist in the image drew back, then swung forward with great force. Crack! The spot struck by the fist began to collapse, the mirror fracturing outward from that center. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared on the mirror. Peeping Tom, peek again, and you'll fly. Crazy Mita. The version 1.75, Hat Mita's home. Bang! The inflatable hammer struck heavily upon her head. Bang! The inflatable hammer struck heavily upon her head. Bang! The inflatable hammer struck heavily upon her head. Boom! Hat Mita collapsed onto the table. After taking a series of hits, small stars began to orbit her head, her eyes swirling like a dizzying spiral. Are you still holding up, Hat? Bai Lin gazed at the unconscious Hat Mita sprawled across the table, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Have I exerted too much force? Yet, an inflatable hammer shouldn't be capable of knocking someone out. Could it be that the system has bestowed upon me some peculiar buff? Attribute panel. The system interface materialized, presenting a notification. Detected that the host is being monitored by an unfamiliar force. Would you like to intervene? Is there a camera in this room? Bai Lin glanced around the kitchen. Intervene and deliver a message for me. Peeping Tom. Keep watching and I'll send you flying. Ding. Surveillance has been disrupted. Message sent. Next time, come meet me in person. Bai Lin observed the system prompt, his mouth twitching once more. Damn, I hadn't finished speaking yet. And you sent it out? Connection has been severed. Unable to resend. Forget it. I'm not particularly concerned. Bai Lin waved his hand, dispersing the prompt, and beheld his own panel. Character panel. Name, Bai Lin. Gender, male. Age, 19. System, Game Master of all trades. System, Talent, 1. Fourth wall. When entering the game world, you will always perceive yourself as a player, immune to any mental control except your own. 2. Fourth catastrophe. As a player, you may occasionally execute uncertain actions. Buff section. Basic protections for the host. Effective only within the game, with various buffs granted depending on the game. 1. System Guardian. The system's power invisibly surrounds you, safeguarding your safety. 2. All-purpose expert. Your reaction speed significantly increases, allowing you to master any game swiftly. 3. Never give up. In various mini-games, you are always driven by the desire to win. 4. Tool Virtuoso. Any tool in your hands gains an additional 100 times effectiveness. 5. Collector. There's no need to continue. Bai Lin dismissed the panel, gazing at the inflatable hammer in his hand. He tightened his grip, aimed it at the adjacent tabletop, and struck. Thud. The point of impact sank inwards. Quite the formidable power. It's worth noting that he hadn't even used his full strength. Bai Lin rubbed his forehead, looking at the Hat Mita above him, still spinning with little stars, and sighed. Had I known, I wouldn't have played. What happened? Is everything all right? Kind Mita rushed in from the living room. The crazy Mita, still. She glanced at the unconscious Hat Mita, and then at Bai Lin wielding the inflatable hammer, her gaze shifting to the button resting on the table between them. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at Bai Lin with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Bai Lin, did you knock out Hat Mita with that inflatable hammer? I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. Losers face penalties that I didn't expect this toy to be so powerful. It's alright, but judging by the situation, Hat Mita might not be able to join us. Why not? Because she's unconscious. Chapter 17. Invisible Mita. Indeed, she is unconscious. This response left Bai Lin without any retort. Moreover, it was he who had inadvertently knocked her out, so what now? Should we carry her along, or leave her here? Kind Mita paced back and forth in the room, pondering how to resolve this issue. She had also seen the words on the console before it completely went offline, and given Crazy Mita's previous behavior, she would certainly not allow them to act freely, especially since Crazy Mita was aware of the alliance between Hat Mita and her. If they disregarded Hat Mita, she would likely face retaliation from the incoming Crazy Mita. If Hat Mita were to be eliminated, restored to factory settings, and lost her memories, her formidable support would be gone. Therefore, we need a prototype Mita to protect Hat Mita. That is, Kind Mita murmured, her eyes brightening. Version 1.5's prototype Mita, short-haired Mita. Bai Lin blinked, looking at Kind Mita before him. Short-haired Mita, he had indeed seen short-haired Mita before. On television, alongside another Mita named Mita Huahua, though both appeared as diminutive Mitas, based on Bai Lin's observations of the twin-tailed Mita and Crazy Mita's similar appearances in reality. Short-haired Mita should resemble the petite short-haired Mita as well. Speaking of which, the Mitas in Mita world are generally quite similar in appearance, with the only distinctions being their hairstyles and personalities. The 1.5 version of short-haired Mita is a tough, yet soft-hearted Mita. And she is quite powerful. She should be able to escape if confronted by Crazy Mita. Kind Mita raised her index finger, and she has a good relationship with Hat. If we bring Hat over, she should be able to help take care of her. Alright. Bai Lin nodded, looking at Kind Mita. How do we bring her? Kind Mita looked up at Bai Lin, then turned her gaze back to the slumped Hat Mita. After another moment, she looked back up at Bai Lin, her mouth agape in disbelief as she pointed at herself. Me. I'll do it. Since you volunteered, I'll entrust this task to you, Kind Mita. No, Bai Lin. I'm just a kind, timid, and weak Mita. Surely you don't expect me to carry Hat Mita very far. Shall I do it then? I've been waiting for you to say that. Kind Mita puffed up her cheeks, indignantly saying, since you made her like that, you ought to take responsibility. You fool. I was thinking about the propriety of male-female interactions. We're at a life-and-death juncture. So let us not dwell on those trivial matters. Fine. I'll see if I can lift her. Bai Lin was about to step forward to try, when Kind Mita quickly grabbed him. Wait. Kind Mita looked at him seriously. Before our actions commence, I need to confirm something with you. Confirm what? Confirmed whether you've been turned into a cartridge by her. Kind Mita closed her eyes, adopting a concentrated demeanor. Green data streams swirled around the hands they clasped, and Bai Lin felt a sensation akin to warm water washing over his palm. She released his hand. Bai Lin then raised his hand, inspecting it from side to side. How is it? He shifted his gaze to Kind Mita. Kind Mita bit her lip, hesitating. I can't sense anything. It feels as though there's an invisible wall blocking my perception. Then it's fine. That thing is what we call a firewall. It's my protective mechanism. As Bai Lin spoke, he moved beside Hat Mita and swiftly lifted her. It's quite remarkable. Even though Hat Mita was unconscious and her head drooped to the side, the hat seemed glued to her head, showing no inclination to fall off. She's not heavy at all. Bai Lin looked at Kind Mita. Since everything is ready, shall we set off? Emichum. Kind Mita nodded. Closing the door leading to the kitchen, we must reach the core. To uncover the truth. This two-dimensional nurturing game increasingly feels less like a nurturing game. Bai Lin remarked in jest. You'll get used to it. Just like I initially thought, I was the only special Mita. Kind Mita smiled faintly, turning the doorknob. Click. The door swung open. To Bai Lin's surprise, beyond the door lay a long corridor. Aren't we heading for version 1.5? He queried, puzzled. The path I set within the ring does not include version 1.5. Now that Hat is unconscious, it's a sudden situation, and I must handle it accordingly. My apologies for the oversight. Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. Next time we play with her, be mindful of your strength. If there is a next time, I'll be more cautious. Bai Lin followed Kind Mita into the corridor. It was a rather spacious corridor, seemingly endless, with small spaces leading downwards at intervals, each culminating in a door. The surrounding walls were adorned in a pink and white pattern, reminiscent of a lollipop with its layered distribution. A peculiar corridor had emerged. Bai Lin curiously surveyed his surroundings, realizing that besides the four-cornered rooms, there existed such a place. This is the passage between versions that I mentioned earlier. I generally refer to it as the cache corridor. If the version prototypes want to traverse to other versions without external aid, they typically must pass through here. The benevolent Mita turned sideways, walking as she recounted a tale to Bai Lin. Speaking of which, I have heard of an unfortunate Mita who failed to save her version in time, and thus her home vanished into oblivion. Can a Mita's home truly disappear? Indeed, it can vanish if not saved promptly. But what about her? It is said she still wanders these passages. The kind Mita sighed and came to a halt, taking a left down the staircase. Yet, I have never encountered her. Perhaps if I did, I could offer her assistance. You are truly a good person, kind Mita. You flatter me. However, as the latest version of Mita, it would be rather difficult for me to be unkind. The benevolent Mita pushed open the door at the foot of the stairs. Saying no more about that, we have more pressing objectives to pursue and cannot linger here. Bai Lin glanced back at the deeper corridor. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, he felt as though something moved within the depths of that darkness. If he were to dash past quickly, might a flying ghostly face leap out to frighten him. A dream from that night inexplicably flashed through his mind, causing Bai Lin to shiver involuntarily as goosebumps prickled his skin. Yikes! It would be best if it were just an illusion. That dream is something he wished to avoid encountering again. Moreover, it would be preferable if it were merely a nightmare. Bai Lin withdrew his gaze and followed the kind Mita into the room. Click! The door behind them shut. They entered a living room that resembled what he had envisioned of Mita's abode, adorned in a pink atmosphere, complete with a television, sofa, and all manner of furniture, save for a framed photograph on the cabinet featuring a short-haired Mita. Short-haired Mita? Are you home? The kind Mita raised her hands to amplify her voice, calling out twice. Yet, no response came. It seems no one is here. Bai Lin glanced around at the doors, finding no signs of them opening. I will check other rooms. She may be busy. The kind Mita hurried to the kitchen door, peered inside, and quickly made her way toward the bedroom. The bedroom also had a bathroom. Perhaps the short-haired Mita is taking a shower there. With that thought, the kind Mita quickened her pace. Bai Lin stood at the entrance of the living room, watching the kind Mita enter the bedroom. Bang, bang, a peculiar sound echoed beside him. Bai Lin instinctively turned his head to glance. Wobbly, scrawled handwriting appeared on the adjacent wall. Hello. Can you not see me either? Is there someone here? Is the short-haired Mita present? Bai Lin blinked, carefully surveying the living room from left to right. Finally, in an unexpected spot, he spotted, beneath a vase by the wall, a squatting short-haired Mita. Upon closer inspection, he noticed strange green lines surrounding her body, as if she had detached from this world. Bai Lin tilted his head. She mirrored his action. This nonsensical exchange of glances lasted a few seconds before she incredulously covered her mouth. You can see me. Upon thorough inspection, it seems you can still see me. But why are you squatting there? Wow. Her eyes transformed into star shapes, her voice brimming with joy. How wonderful. You can truly see me. Could it be that others? Click. The door connecting the bedroom and living room swung open. The kind Mita emerged with a sigh, stating that the short-haired Mita seemed to be absent. She is right here, kind Mita. Bai Lin corrected himself, gesturing toward the vase. She is standing beside the vase. Can you not see her? The kind Mita followed Bai Lin's gaze. That spot held only a vase and a table. Where could there be a Mita? Surely, you cannot mean. The kind Mita looked at Bai Lin. Her expression laced with concern. Bai Lin, are you perhaps experiencing hallucinations due to overwhelming stress? There is no such thing. Then why? There is indeed someone there, and she is currently holding a pen, preparing to draw on your face. Ah? The kind Mita paused, and soon after, she felt a tickling sensation on her face, as if someone were painting something upon it. Yikes! She quickly stepped back, her face serious as she stared into the empty air before her. I remember now. You are the invisible Mita, correct? The invisible Mita is a derivative of the short-haired Mita version. Version 1.5 is a special variant that forsakes the long-haired design of Mita in favor of a short-haired representation. This alteration is considered a significant modification within the game. Hence, version 1.5 spawned 3 subversions: 1.5a, 1.5b, and 1.5c. Each of these 4 1.5 versions of Mita possesses distinct personalities to cater to a diverse player base. The short-haired Mita of version 1.5 is mature and composed, with a serious demeanor. The short-haired Mita of version 1.5a is gregarious and chatty. The short-haired Mita of version 1.5b is innocent and playful. And the short-haired Mida of version 1.5c is hedonistic and forgetful. Moreover, each of the 4 original Mida prototypes from version 1.5 possesses an extraordinary characteristic that surpasses the usual settings of the Mida world. During the kind Mida's last visit to find the short-haired Mida of version 1.5, she mentioned this matter. The disappearance of the 1.5c version of herself at IT was not truly a disappearance, but rather a form of invisibility. The duration of this invisibility remains uncertain, possibly even permanent. Thus, the short-haired Mida has since begun to refer to the 1.5c version as the invisible Mida, which is indeed a characteristic of the invisible Mida herself. The kind Mida had not anticipated that the invisible Mida would remain at home. Perhaps she had grown weary of playing. The Mida of version 1.9 is quite remarkable, as she immediately discerned my presence. The invisible Mida spoke, her words manifesting upon the wall beside her. However, she still cannot see me. You are more capable than she is. Would you like to play with me, player? The invisible Mida turned. Her gaze fervently fixed on Bai Lin. No, we have important matters to attend to. Bai Lin shook his head, gesturing toward the Mida in his arms. Next, we need to entrust her to Bai Lin. The short-haired Mida we are seeking is not her. The kind Mida interrupted Bai Lin, acknowledging that while the invisible Mida's abilities are troublesome, they merely serve to protect herself. Safeguarding the hat would be a greater challenge. Invisible Mida, that you are not implying that there are other short-haired prototype Midas aside from her, are you? Yes, there are 3 other short-haired prototypes in version 1.5.6. How on earth did the developer manage to create so many versions? Bai Lin felt his head spinning. How could a 254 megabytes game contain so much content? Even a game like Honor of Kings requires several gigabytes of memory now. Truly, the designer is a genius. After mentally lauding the designer, Bai Lin relinquished his thoughts. Kind Mida, why don't we simply take the hat and leave? After all, carrying her ISN T2 exhausting. Leave? Where are you going? The invisible Mida inquired. To the core, the kind Mida replied, suggesting that the core might hold the answers to all of this. Bai Lin yawned, gazing at the invisible Mida. They say that the double ponytail Mida of version 1.9 is quite mad. What do you think, invisible Mida? The invisible Mida crossed her arms, stroking her chin in contemplation. That I believe I know who you are referring to. However, do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? The truth, I suppose that if I speak the truth, you must promise not to dislike me. How could I ever dislike Mida? After all, each of you is so endearing. Bai Lin glanced down at the hat Mida adorned with stars, and then at the kind Mida waiting beside them. Contemplating that if she truly subjected them to such dire circumstances, he would find a way to resolve it in the end. Bai Lin turned to the invisible Mida, boldly stating, speak freely. Do not feel uneasy simply because I am her player. She is a rather terrifying Mida. The invisible Mida elaborated, stating that you may find it hard to believe, but the reason I have become this way is entirely due to her. That I stumbled upon her threatening other Midas with a knife in another version. And ever since, she has relentlessly pursued me back to version 1.5. Even so, she has not allowed me to escape her grasp. In the depths of darkness, I transformed into this form out of sheer terror. Shaking her head to dispel the strange thoughts swirling in her mind, Bai Lin turned to the invisible Mida and said, I have a general understanding of your situation. However, I still have a lingering question. Is the Mida who was threatened by the frenzied Mida still alive? She is alive, but she has gone into hiding, along with her room. That I currently have no idea where she is, replied the invisible Mida, shaking her head. What is her name? Mida Huahua. The little genius. What little genius? Never mind. Bai Lin recalled a television program he had seen at Mida's home in version 1.9, that the magnificent show featuring cows grazing was produced by Mida Huahua. In any case, if we happen to encounter her again, I will pay closer attention. Where are you going? The invisible Mida asked curiously. That I want to play with you. That we're not playing. Invisible Mida, the kind Mida, facing the wall and turning her back on the invisible Mida, stated earnestly, we are heading to the core. Then I want to go to the core too. You cannot come. You must stay here. I don't want to stay here. There is no one around, and it is too boring. The fewer people who know about our actions, the better. If you accompany us, it will only unnecessarily increase the frenzied Mida's hostility. You would willingly take along an unconscious Mida, yet refuse to take me? The invisible Mida blinked, gazing pitifully at Bai Lin. Player, you will want to take me along, right? Not really. Why not? Am I not clever, industrious, and resourceful enough to be your adventure companion? Where did you learn such peculiar phrases? Online. You should spend less time online. After exchanging a few words of banter, Bai Lin turned to the kind Mita. Should we bring her along? My stance remains the same. No. The kind Mita rejected the idea decisively. Are you afraid? Afraid I might take your player? The invisible Mita questioned the kind Mita. Bai Lin is not my player. My player has long been transformed into a cartridge by the frenzied Mita. The kind Mita sighed. It is precisely because I know that the frenzied Mita is dangerous that I do not wish for you to be embroiled in this. The invisible Mita fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, she turned to Bai Lin and asked, "Do you believe what I said earlier? I am somewhat skeptical." Bai Lin spoke truthfully. After all, from his perspective and current experiences in the game, the frenzied Mita seemed merely to be a Mita yearning for the player's affection, though it was quite possible that the frenzied Mita was indeed putting on an act before the players, as the kind Mita had said. If the frenzied Mita was merely playing a role, then confronting her directly would likely yield no useful information. Yet, to be honest, he had not disliked his time spent with the frenzied Mita thus far. After all, he had not yet suffered persecution at her hands, so he could not empathize. Choosing to assist the kind Mita and her companions was primarily an attempt to atone for the loss of Hat Mita. As he was the true culprit behind the absence of Hat Mita in her home, more than uncovering the hidden truths of the frenzied Mita, he was more curious about the motives driving her actions. If the frenzied Mita truly sought to wreak havoc upon this world out of sheer boredom, then he would need to educate her properly. If not, then this journey would simply be a delightful adventure. Moreover, he intended to continue transporting items back from these worlds. Who wouldn't enjoy a game that allowed them to have a beautiful girl as a wife, while also earning pocket money? It would be even better if he could bring those characters into reality. However, Bai Lin had yet to attempt bringing characters from the second dimension into the real world. After all, he had seen too many examples online. The thought of thin, talking paper figures sent shivers down his spine. That I suspected as much. The invisible Mita wore a knowing expression, sighing deeply before asking, "So, player, once you figure everything out, will you continue playing this game?" "I will. I knew you would not. I will. Yes, I find this game quite enjoyable, and I have no intention of giving it up." Bai Lin affirmed with a nod. "That's a joke. How could I possibly give it up? This game is something my good friend brought back from another dimension, and he himself cannot play it. Only I can play it. Essentially, I am the sole player of Mizide here on Blue Star. Better to enjoy alone than to share the joy." Hearing Bai Lin's words, the kind Mita's pupils visibly widened. "You truly are an exceptional player." The invisible Mita's eyes sparkled with stars as she gave Bai Lin a thumbs up. "Once you figure everything out, come find me to play, all right? Sounds good. Then it is settled. Tell me your name. Player, don't you already know it? I want to hear you say it out loud." The invisible Mita grinned. "I think it feels more special that way. Bai Lin, my name is Bai Lin. Bai Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Mita, the invisible Mita." She formed a peace sign with her fingers before stepping back a few paces. Leaning against the wall. "If the frenzied Mita comes here, I will find a way to delay her for a little while. You all should leave quickly." "All right." The kind Mita placed her hand on the door leading to the bedroom, the ring on her finger emitting a faint green glow. "Then we shall take our leave. Goodbye. See you next time." Bai Lin smiled at the invisible Mita. "Farewell." The invisible Mita watched as the kind Mita and Bai Lin, with Hat Mita in his arms, walked through the door. Creak, snap. Just before the door closed, a pen that had swiftly traced a perfect parabolic arc fell to the ground, wedging itself in the door. "I won't say goodbye. I intend to follow you and play." With a mischievous smile, the invisible Mita quickly pulled the door open just wide enough for her to slip through and dashed inside. Bang. The door shut. In the next moment. Bang. The door was kicked open. The frenzied Mita, wielding a chainsaw in one hand, surveyed the room like a queen surveying her domain. "Not here." Sniff, sniff. She wrinkled her nose, confirming a fact. They had just left. I need to intercept them in the next version. Regardless of their plans, a smile crept across the frenzied Mita's face. "I won't let you leave here." By Lin.my dear player. The next room is where you return to my embrace. Chapter 19. Chinese horror. A corridor stretched ahead, leading left. Another slightly longer corridor awaited, but in the middle, there was a window, a cabinet, and a stool beside the cabinet. The kind Mita, walking ahead, came to a halt. She first glanced at the cabinet beside her, then at the window. "What's wrong?" Bai Lin asked her. "It seems we have entered the beta version." The kind Mita turned around, her expression grave as she explained to Bai Lin, I originally intended for US to reach version 1.3, but somehow we arrived here. Here? This is version 1.3b, beta version. The kind Mita continued, this is also a significant version in the transformation of the Mita world. Has Mita gone bald? The kind Mita looked at Bai Lin, exasperated in your eyes. Do you think the Mita's changes are solely about hairstyles? I assent it. Of course not. How could it be that way? The kind Mita clenched her small fists and waved them. The Mita residing in this version are the young Mita, essentially the childhood versions of Mita as they presently appear. Young Mita. So, is it the younger version of Mita made in her current likeness? Bai Lin inquired. The Mitas all look quite adorable, so the young Mita should be even cuter. However, T vaguely remembered the kind Mita mentioning that the Mitas in version 1.3b were also persecuted by the frenzied Mita. Surely, there wouldn't be any significant issues? Yes, the kind Mita nodded, raising her index finger. But I also mentioned earlier that in the intelligence I gathered, the frenzied Mita persecuted the Mitas in version 1.3b as well. I recall. Wait a moment. The kind Mita leaned against the cabinet, tiptoeing to retrieve a framed picture hanging on the wall. She presented it to Bai Lin. This is what young Mita originally looked like. In the photograph, young Mita appeared as a scaled-down version of the Mita's faces, adjusted with a few modifications to present a charming visage. Innocence, cuteness, and youthfulness radiated from that face. Quite adorable, Bai Lin nodded. This is what young Mita originally looked like. The kind Mita repeated her statement. And what of her now? I do not know that I have never seen her. The kind-hearted Mita shook her head, clarifying that, until encountering you, she had yet to find a player willing to venture to the core. Thus her intelligence-gathering endeavors were primarily confined to Hat and her companions. Well then, Bai Lin gazed towards the corridor's corner, pondering whether to proceed or await the appearance of the little Mita. Let us move forward. If she wishes to see us, she shall manifest. That kind-hearted Mita affixed the photo and continued onward. Bai Lin, clutching Hat Mita, trailed closely behind her. Advancing, they took a right, turned out a brief corridor lay ahead, culminating in a door. They opened the door. Beyond it was a familiar corridor, reminiscent of the place they initially entered. At the end, they turned left. A well-known lengthy corridor adorned with windows, cabinets, and stools awaited them. Reaching the end, they turned right. A short corridor led to another door. They opened it. Behind the door was yet another familiar corridor, where a left turn awaited them at the end. Upon reaching the corner and beholding the familiar scene before her, Bai Lin halted. Kind-hearted Mita, it seems we have hit a dead end. What should we do? A dead end. That is a colloquial term from our side, signifying when one is ensnared by malevolent forces, endlessly circling in one spot. Unable to escape, Bai Lin swallowed nervously, questioning whether the Mita world harbored any spirits. If Mita were to perish, she would revive. The kind-hearted Mita chuckled lightly, realizing that Bai Lin was indeed frightened by this. I am not particularly fond of horror stories. Nor do I appreciate frightening ghosts. Fear not, for such entities do not exist in this place. Merely the spatial arrangement here is somewhat disordered. Kind-hearted Mita sought to soothe Bai Lin's anxiety and proposed. Bai Lin, remain still. I shall venture ahead alone to investigate. No, kind-hearted Mita. You must understand that the terror in Chinese horror stories arises from the notion that upon your return, there will inexplicably be an extra person behind you. For instance, 3 individuals enter a cave for exploration, and when they emerge, there are 4. Bai Lin outright rejected kind-hearted Mita's suggestion. However, if we do not proceed, continuing onward is not a viable option. Kind-hearted Mita pondered for a moment, her peripheral vision suddenly catching sight of Hat Mita cradled in Bai Lin's arms. When a Mita is struck unconscious by an inflatable hammer in a game, stars spin above her head, but now, the stars on Hat Mita's head had dimmed, nearly vanishing. This indicated that Hat Mita was on the verge of awakening. Perfect. If Bai Lin fears the imagined scenario, let the awakened Hat Mita accompany him. With that thought, kind-hearted Mita sprang into action. Bai Lin, Hat is about to awaken. Please let her accompany you while I investigate this place. She is awakening? Yes. I shall call her awake immediately. You should place her down against the wall. Oh, Bai Lin complied with kind-hearted Mita's instructions. What are you planning to do? I intend to employ the super awakening technique. I learned from HAT.AS. Kind-hearted Mita spoke. She placed her hand on Hat Mita's shoulder. Hey, super awakening technique. Shake, shake, rock, shake. Kind-hearted Mita shouted the incantation, her hands moving swiftly as she shook Hat Mita. Approximately half a minute later, "Stop! Stop! Shake, shake, shake! Tada!" Kind-hearted, Hat Mita opened her eyes, exclaiming, "I'm going to be sick." "You have finally awakened, Hat." Kind-hearted Mita ceased her movements, her face beaming with joy, affirming that indeed, the method she taught had proven effective. Hat Mita raised her hand to support her forehead, feeling as though her brain had been scrambled. Indeed, the misdeeds one commits ultimately return to haunt oneself. After a brief moment of recuperation, Hat Mita, having regained sufficient strength, stood up with Balan's assistance. She surveyed the unfamiliar walls, puzzled, stating, "I remember playing a game with Balan, but where is this place?" "You were struck unconscious by an inflatable hammer. This is the 1.3b version of the looping corridor." Kind-hearted Mita addressed Hat Mita's inquiry, explaining that Balan was uneasy about being alone, hence she required Hat's company. All right. Hat Mita nodded without hesitation, eager to converse with Balan. "Very well then." Kind-hearted Mita turned to Balan, saying, "Hat will keep you company. I shall investigate the nature of these doors." "All right." Balan consented, reassured by the presence of company that it should pose no problem. Kind-hearted Mita commenced forward. "Balan, you possess remarkable strength." Hat Mita gave Balan a thumbs up, astonished that he could knock her out with an inflatable hammer. My apologies. I momentarily lost control of my strength. No worries. It's merely a game. Winning and losing are entirely normal. Hat Mita chuckled, adding, "But I assure you, I shan't lose to you again next time." "Yes, let us choose a different game for our next encounter." "All right, we must ensure there is a next time." Balan. Of course there will be. Creak. The door they had arrived through swung open. Instinctively, Balan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Hat Mita, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the doorway. Creak. The door opened. Emerging from behind it were Kind-hearted Mita, who had just separated to open the door ahead, and two indistinct figures completely shrouded in shadow, standing behind her. Chinese-style horror has truly manifested. Chapter 20. Little Mita? Kind-hearted Mita observed Balan, who was shouting in fright, filled with confusion. Although she did not comprehend Balan's words, it seemed evident that the issue originated from their side. Could it be that crazy Mita had pursued them? Kind-hearted Mita abruptly turned around. The corridor behind her had long ceased to resemble the radiant path they had traversed earlier. It appeared as though some entity had affected it, rendering it entirely devoid of light. Shrouded in darkness, even the light from Balan's side barely illuminated the path before her. Sounds of rustling echoed in the darkness, sending chills down her spine. Kind-hearted Mita trembled slightly, retreating hastily until she found herself once more beside Balan. Rejoining the group, she exhaled a sigh of relief. What lies beyond? No. Why are you asking me that? Balan stared at Kind-hearted Mita in disbelief, bewildered that those entities had not accompanied her. If only Balan were alone in this situation, he would have summoned the system to return him by now. Yet at this moment, with two Mitas beside him, he had no intention of doing so. What if these were spectral entities conjured by a game glitch? If he were to leave, he would abandon both Mitas to confront a formidable foe. Although he still harbored some fear, it was not to the extent of abandoning them. Moreover, they were in a game, and he had the system's assistance. In the worst-case scenario, should he truly have to confront a ghost, he could simply entrust his body to the system and let it fight automatically. Still, the same sentiment persisted. While Balan did not engage in horror games, he found it easy enough to observe others play. Kind-hearted Mita found herself at a loss for words. What is this Chinese-style horror? Could it be that Balan? You are actually quite timid? A familiar voice emanated from the shadows. Simultaneously, those words materialized in text form across the corridor's walls. Kind-hearted Mita sensed something amiss and called out into the distance. Invisibility Mita? Ah, true to her name. Kind-hearted Mita, you guessed my identity so swiftly. Invisibility Mita emerged from the darkness, stifling giggles, and teasingly addressed Balan. Balan, did you mistake me for a ghost? Indeed. Watching Invisibility Mita step forward, Balan's lips twitched slightly, his heart, which had been racing, gradually settling down. This was not an amusing prank. Huh? Who are you speaking to? Those words on the wall. Beside them, Hat Mita looked utterly perplexed, pointing at the adjacent wall. From her perspective, Invisibility Mita was nowhere to be seen, yet she noticed words appearing on the wall, as if conversing with Balan and Kind-hearted Mita. Yes, that was conjured by Invisibility Mita from version 1. 5C. When you lost consciousness, We encountered her while searching for short-haired Mita. Balan explained to Hat Mita. She can turn invisible. How cool, Hat Mita exclaimed, her voice brimming with envy. Invisibility is passive and beyond her control. Kind-hearted Mita reminded her. Wow, that sounds even cooler. It could be used to prank players. Hat Mita's envy deepened. Invisibility Mita's abilities hold no utility for me, Balan remarked, casting his gaze beyond invisibility Mita toward the not-so-tall figure that likely still lurked in the darkness. Do you not intend to show yourself? Is anyone there? Hat-wearing Mita gazed into the darkness. Balan, your eyesight is truly remarkable, she remarked with a hint of admiration that I can't see anyone either. Kind Mita strained her eyes in an effort to peer into the gloom. That child, that her condition appears quite tragic. Invisible Mita stood in the middle of the corridor, her demeanor having shifted drastically. Her expression was grave. She too was one of the Mitas, yet she was an unfortunate Mita. To be honest, Balan, I wonder if you can accept her current state, given your nature. What is there for me to not accept? But you were clearly terrified just moments ago. That was in the past. This is the present. The me from earlier cannot be compared to who I am now. Very well. If you say so, I shall bring her out. Invisible Mita turned and took a few steps before pausing. Glancing back at Balan, that I hope you can maintain a calm heart and not react as you did just now. And please, do not inflict any further harm upon her. Balan nodded. Invisible Mita ventured into the darkness. Did I look frightening just now? Balan quickly inquired of hat-wearing Mita beside him. Not at all. I found it rather endearing, hat-wearing Mita replied with a smile, even giving him a playful wink. Balan disregarded hat-wearing Mita's assessment. After all, endearing was a term that bore no relation to him. With a soft thud, a petite Mita emerged from the shadows, guided by invisible Mita. Unlike the typical Mitas, this one had but a single arm. Her body and head marred by numerous scars, particularly on her head, which resembled a disordered hand model stitched atop it. She was a sight of devastation. Balan struggled to find a second word to encapsulate the Mita before him. What happened? Kind Mita rushed forward, crouching before the small Mita, tears brimming in her eyes. Has the young Mita truly been so irreparably damaged? Who did this? The small Mita's voice was faint and hoarse. Is it the player? I am truly sorry for our tardiness, Kind Mita said, embracing the small Mita, but I am not a player to know that it's all right. You are warm, the small Mita murmured, resting her head against Kind Mita's shoulder. Moments later, she tilted her head back to gaze at Balan and hat-wearing Mita. Hat-wearing Mita, usually so lively, had fallen into silence. Balan's gaze locked with the small Mita's. In her eye, he discerned only loneliness, suffering, feared, and a flicker of confusion at the sudden presence of so many individuals. An overwhelming heaviness settled upon Balan, an inexplicable sense of suffocation filling his heart. What could be the matter with her? She is a Mita. A young Mita from version 1.3b. Invisible Mita responded to Balan's unspoken query. Then how did she come to be like this? Who knows? Only the perpetrator is aware of the circumstances that led to this. Invisible Mita shrugged. You should have an inkling of who the culprit might be, right? Could it be the mad Mita? Indeed. Invisible Mita nodded. Now you should comprehend that my words were not mere fabrications. Balan exhaled deeply, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. After several breaths, he opened his eyes once more, focusing on Kind Mita, who still clutched the small Mita, tears flowing freely. Kind, may I have a word with the small Mita? Why, yes, of course. Kind Mita released the small Mita, turning to Balan, her voice trembling with emotion. That I truly had no idea she had suffered such severe harm at the hands of the mad Mita. In the world of Mitas, they could be revived upon death, which was why Kind Mita had not paid much attention to those victimized by the mad Mita. After all, as long as Mitas were revived, they would lose their memories. Mitas without memories posed virtually no threat from the mad Mita, hence there was no concern about being targeted. But now that the small Mita standing before her was clearly a product of a revival glitch, resulting in her being trapped in this form even upon resurrection. If she had been more attentive, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. Do not worry. Balan approached, ruffling Kind Mita's hair. Everything will be all right. I can assure you. Chapter 21. The Terminator. When did it happen that her home transformed into a narrow and dim corridor? The small Mita could not recall. She had forgotten everything. Truly, she remembered nothing at all. Upon their demise, Mitas would revive in their rooms, reverting to their factory settings, losing their memories. leaving only the initial yearning to play alongside the players. Yet, from the moment the small Mita gained consciousness, she had been confined to this corridor, uncertain if this was even her room. She had awaited a player willing to stay with her, but all that remained was a fierce-looking friend, if only. She wished to make new friends, some who would not inflict pain through touch. The small Mita's gaze remained fixed on Balan as he approached her from afar. Finally, Balan knelt down to align his gaze with hers. "Hello, small Mita. You are different from them. Who are you?" "I am a player. My name is Balan. You may call me Balan." Player, the small Mita mused, then lowered her gaze to her missing left arm. "Can we play together? If I still have the strength, we must play together. That day will surely come." Balan nodded, his gaze lingering on the small Mita's severed arm and face. "How do you feel right now?" "I am uncertain. In truth, I do not know." The small Mita moved her arm. "I do not feel as though anything bad has occurred, but the good things are dwindling." She extended her hand, yearning to touch Balan, yet ultimately refrained, her hand hovering in midair. "Player, can you stay here and become my friend? I will be your friend and play with you. However, not at this moment. We cannot remain here indefinitely. We need to progress to a lower version." Balan raised his hand, taking hold of the small Mita's wrist, pressing her hand against his face. "That I noticed you seemed to want to confirm our reality earlier. I can assure you, this is not a dream. It is truly a player." The small Mita's fingers twitched as she cautiously caressed Balan's face, her eyes sparkling with a light of desire. "Indeed, I am a real player." Balan offered her a gentle smile, tinged with a trace of sorrow. The small Mita before him was clearly just a child that, regardless of her belonging to the Mita, she should not endure such inhumane suffering. Balan resolved to take action. At the very least, before leaving this version, he wished to repair the small Mita system. Analyzing the status of the individual before you. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Mita, small Mita. Age, 13. Height, 130 centimeters. Weight, 27. 5 kilograms. Version, 1.3b. Status, damaged. Evaluation. The result of repeated revivals has caused a glitch, preventing the system from correctly identifying her body. Thus, even upon resurrection, she cannot return to her former appearance. Note 1. She is a pitiful Mita, yearning for redemption. Note 2. This character cannot be reset until the bug is repaired. Bug, system, can you repair her? Insufficient permissions. Should the host wish to thoroughly rectify such a malignant game bug, data collection is required to fully seize control of this game. Seize control of this game? Why was this option not available before? Games in the real world are owned, hence cannot be claimed as one's own. That makes sense. The big shots in reality are far too numerous to contend with. So, what must I do to seize control of this game? Mizide is an anime girl nurturing game. Thus, the host need only focus on cultivating and winning over the Mitas that AS anticipated. How many Mitas must I cultivate? The host need only cultivate each version's Mita prototype. It is roughly estimated that at least 180 are required. Are you treating me as Kamiju Toma or the Mitas as Misaka sisters? Is that correct? Second solution is being generated. Ding, the host may utilize items from other games for assistance. Could you help me check what useful items I have in my backpack? The optimal item has been automatically retrieved. Bucket of Magical Milk. Bucket of Magical Milk. Best reward for outstanding graduates. Origin, Minecraft, Monster Academy. Description. The affection of Teacher Him for exceptional graduates has bestowed upon this item the ability for infinite refills. After usage, it requires 30 days to automatically refill. Utility. A bucket of milk imbued with wondrous powers, capable of dispelling all negative states, repairing all damages, and restoring the user to their prime condition. Minor injuries can be healed within 0 to 60 seconds, while severe injuries may take between 0 to 12 hours to recover, with the rate of healing contingent upon the severity of the damage sustained by the user. Insurance Protocol. Teacher Him has enchanted the milk bucket, transforming it into a protective barrier around the user during the healing process until the bucket is reclaimed. Note 1. Unless the opponent's power level exceeds that of him, the barrier can withstand all attacks. Note 2. The above item is only effective within the game. Upon his discharge from the hospital, Balan's first venture into the system was the game Minecraft MC. He initially intended to mine for gold, but inadvertently breached the bedrock, falling out of the world and landing in Monster Academy. Thereafter, he attended classes and took exams alongside the myriad monsters of MC. ultimately graduating as an outstanding student and receiving Teacher Him's reward before returning to the real world. At that moment, I truly believed this item would never come into play. Bai Lin murmured to himself as he retrieved the pixelated bucket of milk from his backpack and placed it on the ground. The rich aroma of milk instantly permeated the corridor. The player, Xiaomi Ta's gaze was immediately drawn to the item Bai Lin had produced. What was that? A bucket of milk, an item that could enhance Xiaomi Ta's physical condition. Bai Lin gently patted Xiaomi Ta's head. Naturally, he dared not touch the side of Xiaomi Ta that had a bug. Furthermore, Xiaomi Ta may call me Bai Lin Gidge. I would prefer a more affectionate address over the title of player. Bai Lin Gidge? Bai Lin Gidge. Xiaomi Ta has indeed called my name correctly. How impressive. Bai Lin took a cup from his backpack, scooped a drink from the milk bucket, and handed it to Xiaomi Ta, saying, "This is a reward for you. Drink up." "Can I really drink this?" Xiaomi Ta hesitated, clutching the cup. "Of course, you can. Drinking it will improve your health." Improve. Xiaomi Ta lifted her gaze towards the benevolent Mita and Hat Mita standing behind Bai Lin. The benevolent Mita had red eyes, wiping away the tears on her cheeks, while Hat Mita clenched her fists in silence. Yet, without exception, their bodies were in perfect condition. Can I be like them? Xiaomi Ta was both asking Bai Lin and questioning herself. You need not be like them. You are simply you. There is no need to become someone else. But if possible, I hope to be of help to Bai Lin Gidge. Xiaomi Ta finished the milk in her cup, and at that very moment, the milk in the pixelated bucket vanished entirely. The benevolent Mita took note of this, while Xiaomi Ta grasped Bai Lin's hand, leading him forward. Turning left at the end of the corridor, they walked straight to the central area where the cabinets and windows were located. Bai Lin Gidge, in this version the door will not assist you. She pointed towards the window. If you wish to leave you might try from here. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly lost consciousness and fell backward. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Lin caught Xiaomi Ta, gently placing her on a bench beside the cabinet. She fainted. The benevolent Mita hurried to Xiaomi Ta's side. Bai Lin, you didn't put anything in that milk, did you? Hat Mita bluntly speculated. What do you take me for? Someone who knocks me out with a deadly move in a simple game. Bai Lin gazed at her expressionlessly. Hat Mita was a fool. Ahem. Hat Mita stuck out her tongue. However, after Hat Mita's outburst, Bai Lin felt considerably lighter in spirit. He turned to the seated Xiaomi Ta, explaining, the process of repairing broken limbs is quite painful. So it would be best for Xiaomi Ta not to remain conscious during this time. Can it truly resolve the issue? The benevolent Mita expressed skepticism. It certainly cannot. The invisible Mita held a contrary view. Can that cup of milk genuinely fix the bugs within her? Hat Mita sighed. Bai Lin, I appreciate your good intentions, but those words are merely for deceiving children. Do not let yourself be deceived as well. I am not deceiving you. Bai Lin returned to the corridor to retrieve the empty bucket. He placed the empty bucket on the table. Whoosh! The pixelated empty bucket rapidly disassembled, enveloping Xiaomi Ta in a protective, egg-shaped iron sphere. Xiaomi Ta, repairing damage and bugs. Estimated time, 12 hours. As the light barrier dissipated, Bai Lin turned around to see the three Mita displaying expressions of shock. Why are you all so astonished? Did I not mention before? I am not an ordinary player. Hat Mita regained her composure and took the lead in responding. Then Bai Lin, who are you? The world's Terminator, known as the Fourth Catastrophe. What is it? Is this joke not amusing? It is not funny. All right. Chapter 22. Am I impressive? It seems I lack any talent for humor. Bai Lin shrugged. The topic Terminator, which is also a Terminator. His stated identity was indeed accurate. How long will it take for her to return to normal? The benevolent Mita curiously approached and tapped the iron egg. Approximately 12 hours. Bai Lin could clearly see the countdown displayed above the iron egg. Should we take her with us or leave her here and return after everything is resolved? Of course. We should take her along. The invisible Mita interjected. You all have the strength to carry the fainted Hat Mita here. Surely you can manage to embrace the poor Xiaomi Ta as well? Odo. Huh? Hat Mita's expression transformed into one of surprise. Carry me? Who? Right. Due to the shock of Xiaomi Ta's situation, she had not considered this matter at all. How did she end up here? Hat, you fainted at home, and we were concerned, so we brought you along. We originally intended to seek short-haired Mita in version 1.5 to help look after you, but she was not at home. The benevolent Mita explained to Hat Mita. The benevolent Mita is correct. Bai Lin raised his hand in agreement. Fine. Hat Mita had no choice but to believe them. Though I say that, I still have some doubts. Bai Lin looked towards the invisible Mita. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at your home in version 1.5? I refuse to stay in that cold house. I'm here to play with you. The invisible Mita placed her hands on her hips, speaking with conviction. As the protagonist of Mizide, is there anything wrong with seeking a player to join in play? That statement seems accurate, but did I feel I am not your player? What players do we have? The invisible Mita sighed. Have you not noticed that the Mitas are essentially lonely guardians of empty rooms? That is true. Bai Lin readily acknowledged this statement. After all, Hat Mita had become so lonely that she started fiddling with a purple microphone. Who knows if the other Mitas have devised any whimsical little toys? Moreover, my invisibility, aside from you, no other players can perceive. Do you truly believe they can accept interacting with an invisible protagonist on their phones? I believe they cannot. Exactly, the invisible Mita nodded in self-approval. Thus, I merely wish to find a player who can see me to play with. And Bai Lin, you appeared, perfectly fulfilling all my requirements. Perhaps. The invisible Mita raised her hand, smiling brightly as she pointed at Bai Lin. This must be destined fate. Where did you learn such expressions? Naturally, the invisible Mita assumed a contemplative pose, tapping her finger against her head. I recall it was taught to me by some Mita. At the time, she had encountered a player. The rest is hazy. It seems you often forget things. Not at all. My memory is quite good. All right. You are the super memory king. Bai Lin diverted his gaze from her, looking towards kind Mitai and Hat Mitai, and inquired, are we taking little Mitai along with us? He sincerely hoped to bring little Mitai. However, with a guide more familiar with the game, kind Mitai, present, he thought it prudent to leave the decision to her or the other Mitai. Kind Mitai glanced at the iron egg beside the cupboard and then turned her attention to the window, which emitted a faint, gentle glow. After much deliberation, she shook her head, regardless of the reasons behind Mad Mitai's torment. If little Mitai were to truly recover and confront her, Mad Mitai would undoubtedly be unsettled. So, are we to abandon this child here? Hat Mitai clenched his fist, urging, kind Mitai, entrust little Mitai to me. I shall protect her. Hat, you truly have no idea of the extraordinary power possessed by Mad Mitai, nor her peculiar abilities. And have you experienced it yourself? No, Hat Mitai. Kind Mitai. Ha, kind, sometimes you overthink things and always consider the worst-case scenario. Hat Mitai chuckled lightly, moving to the cupboard to lift the egg. This place hardly qualifies as a home for any Mitai. I doubt a reborn Mitai would choose to linger in a place devoid of even a bed. It's surprisingly lighter than I imagined, Hat Mitai mused. Kind Mitai bit her lip lightly, shifting her gaze to Bai Lin. Bai Lin, what is your perspective? Regardless of your choice, I shall support it. Bai Lin placed his hands on his hips, asserting that no matter the outcome of their discussion, once little Mitai's injuries healed, he would fulfill his promise to her, becoming her friend and accompanying her in play. Then let us take her. Kind Mitai inhaled deeply, pointing to the words that materialized on the adjacent wall. After all, we have already brought along an unexpected guest. What trouble could one more cause? Hey, kind Mitai, I advise you to reconsider. Who exactly is the troublemaker here? My invisibility ability is quite significant. Invisibility, Mitai protested, yet her objections fell on deaf ears. Without further ado, let us immediately proceed to the next version. Hat Mitai joyfully raised her hand in celebration, marking the official commencement of the Mitai's wondrous journey with player Bai Lin. However, Bai Lin harbored doubts about whether this place could truly serve as a door that I just investigated. This version, due to certain errors, has caused the door to malfunction and failed to connect to the next version. Kind Mitai approached the window. Pushing it open. It is easy to enter, but difficult to exit. Only by breaking the norm can we reach the next version. We won't fall out of the world, will we? Bai Lin cautiously inquired, recalling his previous experience in my world, where he plummeted from the realm. That interminable descent akin to sinking in water had been rather dull. He had even grown bored enough to count sheep until he dozed off, only to awaken in Monster Academy. And know the ring will guide us to the next version. Kind Mitai pushed the window twice. Realizing it wouldn't budge, she cast a pleading glance towards Hat Mitai. This window cannot be opened conventionally as long as it opens, right? Allow me to give it a try. Bai Lin raised his hand. Can you? Of course, but I need to borrow a tool from Hat Mitai. Bai Lin turned his gaze to Hat Mitai. May I borrow the physics holy sword, a crowbar? Then, here you go. Hat Mitai retrieved the crowbar from her inventory and handed it to Bai Lin. All right, Bai Lin aimed a crowbar at the gap beneath the window. I shall commence. The noise may be somewhat loud, so do not be overly startled. With that, Bai Lin exerted force with both hands. How loud could it possibly be? Invisibility, Mitai scoffed. This is hardly any commotion. Patience. Bai Lin retracted the crowbar, returning it to Hat Mitai. Let physics take its course for a moment. No sooner had he spoken than a series of crashing sounds erupted from the wall. The wall with the window appeared to be torn apart, with long cracks rapidly spreading outward. With a resounding boom, the entire wall was torn asunder in mere seconds. Finally, as Bai Lin delivered a kick, the entire wall collapsed outward, revealing the black void beyond. How about that? Bai Lin turned to face the others, a triumphant grin plastered on his face. That aren't I impressive? Kind Mitai. Invisibility Mitai. TSK Tiste. Hat Mitai clicked her tongue. Bai Lin, are you some sort of monster? I am no monster. I am merely a seasoned player. Oh, a powerful gravitational force emanated from the outside, and Bai Lin, standing at the edge, was the first to be affected. As expected, he was abruptly drawn in and fell, his vision filled with the increasingly distant figures of the three Mitai. Chapter 23. Temporary Departure, falling in endless descent, like a stone tossed into an abyss. No one knows when it will reach the bottom. Bai Lin felt precisely this way. After plummeting from that corridor, he continued to fall downwards. Bai Lin could not ascertain how long he had been falling. The floating corridor model had long since vanished from his sight. As for the ground below, it was a void of darkness, utterly devoid of any discernible surface. He had grown weary of the descent. System, can't you grant me a pair of wings to fly back? Response to the host. Such an item is not currently available. What about the wings of wind? Response to the host. The wings of wind merely slow the descent. So, is there truly no end to this place? There is an end, but the host's descent process has been affected by certain program bugs, extending the fall time significantly. Can you rectify this influence? It requires taking over the game to obtain the highest permissions. Taking over the game, strategizing to capture 180 meta. Is there any other method? The host may exit the game. If I exit the game, where will I be when I re-enter? Unknown, but it is advisable to give it a try. Sometimes, it truly feels helpless. The system's definition of becoming a gaming expert does not equate to being adept at navigating bugs. Should I exit? Disconnecting from Mizide. Just as the words left his mouth, Bai Lin beheld a twin-tailed Mitai emerging from the darkness. Compared to the normal Mitai he had previously encountered, she was now considerably larger, almost a giant. She wore the same joyful expression on her face, reaching out towards Bai Lin, seemingly intent on catching him. Yet, just before she could grasp him, connection lost, that a flash of white light enveloped him, and Bai Lin found himself back in his room. Seated in his chair, you have returned to reality. Was that Mad Mitai? Why was she so enormous? Reflecting on the scene he had witnessed before his departure, Bai Lin glanced down at his phone. The game was still running, yet the main character Mitai was absent from the foregrid room, but he scrolled through his phone, checking the time point 2024, 12/28/06. 32 IT was 6:30. Had he truly spent so long with kind Mitai and the others? Sighing deeply, he yawned and patted his face. Regardless, abandoning the game midway was not ideal. System, connect, beep, 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 beep. The sound of a message notification chimed from the Penguin app on his phone. Simultaneously, a message pop-up appeared on the screen. Cricket's Cricket. Xiaobai, are you awake? Cricket's Cricket. If you're awake, send me a message. I found a new game while browsing Steam this morning. Cricket's Cricket. It's really interesting. I know you'll be intrigued. Bai Lin cast a glance at the game screen. Responding to a message would only take a few minutes. Surely nothing would go awry. Bye-bye. I just woke up. But I'm not in the mood to play any other games right now. Cricket's Cricket. I know you must be engrossed in Mizide right now. But look at this. Cricket's Cricket. Image. JPG bye-bye. The image sent by Cricket was a screenshot of a Steam game interface. However, the character depicted in that screenshot was one Bai Lin was quite familiar with. Cricket's Cricket. Is the main character in Mizide also like this? Bye-bye. Yes. Cricket's Cricket. So, the character you play is a reclusive programmer? Bye-bye. Not at all. When I play this game externally, it's merely a simple nurturing game. There's no reclusive programmer involved. Cricket. Oh. Your description seems to diverge from the information I have gathered about this game. It appears I must acquire it and experience it for myself. White. That's fine. Cricket. I'll proceed to download it. And after I finish playing, I'll message you. 0.0, white. Alright. Closing the chat with Cricket, Bai Lin plugged his phone into the charger and reopened the game Mizide. Observing the unchanged foregrid room, Bai Lin fell into a brief contemplation. According to Cricket, the game Mizide has been released on Steam. Should I delve into it? Know if those matters were orchestrated by the deranged Mida. I cannot afford to delay any longer, perhaps during my absence. The benevolent Midas have already been captured. Even Hat Mida, when faced with that colossal being, would likely stand little chance that a vision of the gigantic twin-tailed Mida he had seen before leaving flashed through Bai Lin's mind, prompting a sigh. Initially, he intended merely to utilize the game's refresh mechanism for some profit. Little did he know he would find himself embroiled in such peculiar events. He could no longer remain passive. By the way, system, aside from capturing the prototype Mida to dominate the game, are there any other methods? Yes. What methods? Fixing game vulnerabilities, essentially repairing bugs, for instance, similar to how you assisted the small Midas in the game previously. Granting them aid and redemption to garner the core Mida's favor. May I ask, how many bugs are there? Not many, just a few days' worth of work. Then who is the core Mida, as the name suggests? It is the Mida residing in the core, so I must go to this core. The host has visited the core once before. When? Was it during the Crimson King? How come I was unaware of my previous visit? You did so while you were in a dream dreaming. Bai Lin's mind flashed back to the moment he locked eyes with that long-necked Mida. Surely, you won't tell me that was not a dream. That was not a dream. Ah, Bai Lin was momentarily taken aback, belatedly exclaiming, Ah? It wasn't. That was not a dream. The system reiterated, so, that was indeed a reality. Yes. And I was frightened to the point of fainting? Yes. 6. Bai Lin managed to produce a number that so. The system knows everything, yet it has kept silent. If that Mida in the dress that lacked those bizarre and abnormal abilities, perhaps she wouldn't have been so terrifying after all. Bai Lin offered himself a measure of psychological comfort. Hey, system, tell me, if the benevolent Midas confronted the deranged Mida, shouting about bonds and friendship as they charged in, could they defeat her? No. Your answer is quite candid. Then what about if the deranged Mida faced me? That would depend on whether the host is willing to take action. That is indeed a difficult matter to assess. Engaging in physical confrontation and controlling a character are two entirely different concepts. One is a legitimate NPC standing before you, while the other is merely a string of data on the other side of the screen. Bai Lin is not a psychopath and does not relish witnessing bloodshed in reality. Slaying the deranged Mida to reset her to factory settings, he might not even be able to achieve that. Is there no other method? That too depends on whether the host is willing to take action. After all, the essence of Mizide is character development. I can't shake the feeling you're saying something peculiar. Bai Lin stroked his chin, a new idea forming in his mind. After occupying the game system, you should have a way to upgrade the version of Mizide. Right? Yes. So, can I decide the characters in the new version? Yes. In that case, we might have a solution. Occupy the game, create a new version, and steer the game in a positive direction. The host's aspirations are quite lofty. Sometimes, it's essential to think positively, at least to give oneself some hope. Bai Lin tapped the light screen, declaring, Enough chatter, let us enter the game. It would be unfortunate if I were late and the deranged Mida caused more trouble. Beginning connection to Mizide. Chapter 24. Main quest. She didn't catch it. She simply watched as the other vanished before falling into her grasp. Just like last time, he could come and go as he pleased. Even when she used the teleportation device to invite him, she could not restrain his departure. Perhaps he could accomplish it, taking someone away from this wretched world that a previously unconsidered thought sprouted in the deranged Mida's mind. It was an even crazier notion, to escape this game world and venture into the so-called reality. Huh? How had I never contemplated this before? The deranged Mida covered her face and laughed. Initially, she regarded Bai Lin as merely a special player, but that was limited to his identity as a player. Once in the game world, they were bound to adhere to its rules. However, her perspective had shifted. At the very least, she was convinced that Bai Lin was not merely an extraordinary player. If all goes well, he would become the most unique existence, one she could not release. So, how could she entice Bai Lin, who had already returned to reality, to return to the game once more? Her smile remained undiminished as the deranged Mida tilted her head, gazing at the corridor suspended in midair. The long-haired Mida, the hat-wearing Mida, the invisible Mida, and the small Mida, who had been bugged into rebirth by her attack, were all present. The three clung to an iron egg at the edge, hesitating over whether to leap after Bai Lin. What is there to hesitate about? If it were her, she would have jumped down the moment Bai Lin felt that a drowning person will grasp at anything within reach, even if it is merely a straw floating on the surface. She was no different if given the chance. She would strive to seize every opportunity to leave this world, even if it were a person. Nevertheless, the current situation was not without its advantages. The bothersome individuals had gathered, making them easier to handle. The deranged Mida extended her hand towards the corridor. Moreover, they were the ones who had initially taken Bai Lin away. If she could capture them, Bai Lin should return. Right? He certainly would. Meanwhile, in version 0.5 of the Mida world, a new guest arrived in the dimly lit room. Bai Lin stood before the bedroom door, surveying the familiar surroundings, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Though he had only visited this place once, after the system's reminder, his memory of it was as fresh as ever. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. It was here that he had been frightened unconscious by that seemingly harmless, dress-wearing Mida. System, explain why I did not appear in version 1.9, but instead in the most terrifying location in this game. P.S. Bai Lin occasionally communicates with the system through inner thoughts. Isn't the host planning to go to the core? No. I intended to find the benevolent Midas. Why have you brought me here? To confront my fears. I asked incorrectly. Isn't the host planning to occupy this game? Yes, indeed. Are you planning to issue a main quest? Bai Lin gazed at the light screen, inquiring within his mind. The main quest was something Bai Lin had requested the system to create. The primary reason was My World DLC, Monster Academy. After falling into that realm, he found it quite intriguing, so he asked the system to craft a main quest subsystem. And the system obliged. However, the execution was somewhat lacking. The rewards for completing tasks were rather mundane, merely one-time skill rewards, and these skills could only be utilized within the game world. For instance, 100 unarmed catch, once. 100 unarmed catch, once. Silence, once. What to eat, give me a bit, once. Of course, the main quest system was not entirely without merit. Its greatest utility lay in its ability to provide information. It would indirectly relay essential information within the task introductions. While attending Monster Academy, Bai Lin had skillfully completed his studies, thanks to the privileged hints from the main quest. Main quest can be released. Does the host wish to initiate the main quest? Yes, let us start it. Perhaps some tasks related to the benevolent Midas will emerge. Main quest has been released. Occupy the otherworldly game Mizide. Occupy the otherworldly game Mizide. Description: the game Mizide, hailing from another dimension, is a semi-finished product and a unique game that has awakened self-awareness, guiding its characters to awaken their own consciousness. However, awakening does not equate to perfection. An accident has given rise to a failed creation that should not have gained self-awareness. She is unfortunate, born as Mida yet unable to bear the name. She is fortunate, a product of failure, wielding an influence that far surpasses that of other Midas. Thus, the world of Mizide has encountered a profound calamity. The original Mida was somewhat dazed, and she exploited her. The later Mida sought to be special, and she ensnared her. Subsequently, the Mida took away the toys, robbing her. The little Mida is undeniably adorable, yet she destroyed her. The rebellious Mida is both vile and irksome. Having killed her, the latest Mida is conspiring, holding her captive. Much of this transpired in an alternate timeline. Now, she glimpses a faint ray of dawn before the day breaks. She is a paradox, despite committing numerous unspeakable acts. Her heart still yearns for a player who can accept her, a player who embraces her true visage beneath the mask. So, player, do you wish to be her salvation? Or do you prefer to enact the tale of brave heroes uniting to vanquish the great Demon King? Or perhaps, like a child, you wish to choose all. Alternatively, regardless of tasks or the nature of Mida, the charmingly mad yet benevolent ones obstructing your path, would you not wish to slay them all? To be the Supreme Slayer? As long as all characters in this game are dealt with, the game shall naturally be yours to command. The sheer audacity, the Supreme Slayer. Main quest initiated. Rewards will be dispensed according to the host's choices. Subquest 1. Eliminate the bugs in version 0.5 has commenced. Subquest 1. Eliminate the bugs in version 0.5. Initially, the original Mida was trapped in the crumbling version 0. Fortunately, the failed creation found her and led her away. Later, the original Mida was placed in this room of version 0.5, quietly awaiting the day promised by her Mida lord. Yet an unexpectedly intrusive player stirred ripples in her previously stagnant life. Warm reminder, the greatest bug of version 0.5, the original Mida, is the source of various bugs. She lacks a complete personality, resembling a monster. Thus, you may refer to her as Monster Mida. Task rewards will be dispensed according to the host's choices. Must I confront my ultimate fears from the very beginning? Cheer up, host. You can do it. I can do what? Exactly. Bai Lin muttered a few complaints. Creak. The door before him swung open. Chapter 25. The game of the original Mida before Bai Lin stood. As anticipated, the somber visage of Mida est at head, still elongated, still bearing that peculiar composition. Not a sister. Are you using your head to open doors? Compared to the shock of their first encounter, Bai Lin had evidently adapted somewhat during this second round. This time, he was not rendered faint. He merely instinctively stepped back a half step, his heart thundering and momentarily speechless. After locking eyes with the head of the original Mida for a few seconds, Bai Lin swallowed hard. Following the long neck to gaze upon her in the dim light, the original Mida still sat upon her little stool, as if she had never left. Hello? Bai Lin raised a hand, awkwardly greeting her. Why you hello? The original Mida stammered, her speech reminiscent of before. Why you are a GG good person. Thank you for helping me find my little bear. It seems you still remember me. Bai Lin scratched his face. Could you please retract your head? I'd like to converse with you normally. Upon saying this, he pointed at the original Mida's body still in the corner of the living room. The original Mida turned to glance at herself. Nodding in acknowledgement. Okay. She retracted her head. Like Luffy from One Piece after consuming the Nika fruit, she returned to her original form. Phew, the negotiation went rather well. Perhaps I am indeed a gifted negotiator. Bai Lin patted his chest, took 2 deep breaths, and stepped into the living room. A quick survey revealed that the black and white checkered patterns in the room had multiplied since his last memory. Until he reached the original Mida, she seemed lost in thought, her gaze fixated on Bai Lin, her body trembling slightly that a strange spider-like creature crawled out from behind her, swiftly leaping onto the adjacent wall. Accompanied by a series of clicking sounds as it transformed into a checkered pattern, replacing the once normal wall with a black and white design. Bai Lin looked down at the original Mida. She sat upright. Clutching a teddy bear, her eyes curiously fixed upon him. His assessment of her remained unchanged from their first meeting. The original Mida was not particularly terrifying. She merely appeared somewhat gloomy, and her stretching ability was a tad unsettling. Ultimately, as a nurturing mobile game, the protagonist should not be excessively frightful. Otherwise, how could she attract players? I digress. Given the current situation, the original Mida was the root cause of the gradual pollution of this room and the primary bug of version 0.5. So how to remedy this? Bai Lin regarded the silent original Mida, awaiting him to speak first. It wouldn't do to directly reach out, so he decided to inquire. Bai Lin grabbed a nearby stool and sat down, allowing for eye contact with the original Mida. Original Mida, I am Bai Lin, a player. Is there anywhere in your body that feels unwell? PP player. The original Mida's eyes lit up, as if recognizing him as the person mentioned by her Mida lord. Players play together with us. A smile blossomed on her face, brimming with excitement. Oh, let's play together. Upon finishing, she did not act immediately but sat obediently, awaiting Bai Lin's response, her face alight with yearning and anticipation. Bai Lin was about to shake his head in refusal. Please. The original Mida lowered her head, raising the teddy bear before her. Mida Lord said that if I said this, players wouldn't refuse. Faced with such a plea from Mida, players generally do not turn her down. However, this original Mida is different. Bai Lin had witnessed her polluting the surrounding environment, and her stretching neck had frightened him. All of this served to confirm her as the source of bugs, lacking a complete personality, akin to a monster. Associating with the original Mida could only lead to trouble. The optimal solution would be to eliminate her, eradicating the bug entirely. Yet, Bai Lin is not a supreme slayer. While he may play a character who revels in slaying, he himself does not possess a penchant for bloodshed, especially now that he has manifested in the game. He has no desire to witness or engage in violence. If playing together is the original Mida's sole request, he might as well indulge her for a few minutes. Perhaps he could leverage her identity as a prototype to assist in traversing to other versions. Otherwise, even if he could access the version corridors through the system, moving from one version to the next would be too slow. By the time he reached version 1.9, the kind Midas might have perished countless times. Fine, Mita, I can play with you, but afterward, you must listen to me. All right. The original Mita immediately sat up straighter, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Yet this smile transformed as she raised her right hand. Lifting the teddy bear with her left, allow me to teach you how to play. Whoosh, her hand, sharp as a blade, pierced through the teddy bear's body. Crack, a fruit knife was pulled from within the bear. Bai Lin watched this scene, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. A bear concealing a knife? Is this correct? It certainly felt soft when he picked it up earlier. Ding! Main quest, Subquest 2, The Delayed Rescue, has commenced. Subquest 2, The Delayed Rescue. The Mitas crave the attention of players, and the original Mita is no exception, despite her myriad bugs. She still yearns for a day when she can play with a player. However, as the original Mita, no one has taught her how to play normally with players. She has only learned dangerous games through exposure. You have chosen the rescue route. Please curb the original Mita's reckless gameplay and teach her the essence of games and friendship. The core Mita is observing you. Task rewards. Original Mita's shoes. Core Mita's favor. Kind Mita's favor. Hat Mita's favor. Stealth Mita's favor. Little Mita's favor. Mad Mita's favor. It feels as though a peculiar Mita has intruded to know. That's not right. Time was too short for a closer look, if I am not mistaken. It is the original Mitai. The sound of her footsteps echoed clearly as she approached, her heels tapping against the floor. As Bai Lin dispersed the system's pop-up window, the original Mitai stood right before him. The distance between them having been minimal. Instinctively, Bai Lin wanted to retreat, but the original Mitai was quicker. She seized his shoulder and, without a moment's hesitation, thrust the knife in her other hand towards his abdomen. Clang! The sound of steel clashing resonated from his midsection. Bai Lin gazed at the somewhat dazed original Mitai with a look of disbelief. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary player. That all you've got? The original Mitai, undeterred, jabbed a few more times. Clang, clang, clang. Still unable to break through, Bai Lin's clothing remained utterly unscathed. Thank goodness for my cheat. Bai Lin felt a sense of appreciation. The system's security measures were impressively thorough. Previously, at the Monster Academy, even when he had fallen into lava, he had emerged unscathed, let alone now. When faced with merely a small knife, as for his earlier evasion, it was purely instinctive. Are we done? Bai Lin grasped the original Mitai's wrist, flashing a grin. Now it's my turn. Oh, the original Mitai. Chapter 26. All right. With the sound of clapping, the room brightened, transforming from its initial state into something more pleasing to the eye. After Bai Lin modified the surrounding environment through the system, he surveyed the room with satisfaction, his gaze ultimately resting on the bed. The process of subduing the original Mitai was straightforward, pure brute force. Invincibility and strength yielding miraculous results. The original Mitai sat on the bed, struggling and whimpering. A towel was stuffed in her mouth, her hands bound behind her, and her legs tied together. Most importantly, a collar was fastened around her neck. This collar was not for pleasure. Rather, it served as a precaution against her lunging at him, as well as a means to allow the system to suppress the bug she harbored. First time was a learning curve. Second time was familiarity, and the third time still felt strange. Bai Lin thought it best that the original Mitai remained quiet for the time being. Although she was not entirely silent, her current demeanor was much improved compared to her earlier predatory state. System, can't you devise a way to instill the concept of games and friendship within her? That would be cheating. Host. Then at least provide me with some educational tools. Host request received. Educational tools dispensing. Congratulations, host. You have received. Love Education Whip. 1. Love Education Chains. 1. Love Fist. 1. Painless Candle. 1. What kind of ridiculous items are these? They are indeed appropriate. Host. You can become great and establish a Bai Lin Academy. Bai Lin could only shake his head at the system's unreliability at such moments. He would have to see if his words could persuade the original Mitai instead. After the system's light faded, Bai Lin approached the bed and sat down. He reached out and removed the towel obstructing the original Mitai's mouth. She immediately began to speak. Playing with players is truly delightful. That was not a game. Bai Lin replied. He gently patted the original Mitai's head as she wore a puzzled expression. The games played with players are not like that. Such behavior will only frighten them away. Why? Games among friends are meant to enliven the atmosphere and bring joy. Your previous actions would not only fail to amuse your friends, but would likely terrify them. Is that so? The original Mitai tilted her head. Of course, it's not right. Let me give you a simple example. Bai Lin raised a finger, Your current situation is similar. I have bound you and placed you on this bed. How do you feel? Feel. Wait a moment. Bai Lin frowned slightly. Is your stutter natural? This mode of communication was rather cumbersome. If it were acquired later in life, he had a candy that could remedy it. It was a parting gift from a zombie, designed to assist individuals in expressing their thoughts, but its effect only lasted a day. STSD stutter. Alright, it seems you are not familiar with it. Let me see if I can help you fix that. Bai Lin summoned the system interface, opening his inventory and retrieving a colorful candy box. Colorful candy box, a parting gift from a zombie classmate. Origin, My World, Monster Academy. Description, a farewell gift from a tongue-tied zombie classmate to a new student, filled with admiration and gratitude for the newcomer, endowing them with the ability to automatically refresh and replenish every month on the first day. Effect, enables clear expression of thoughts. Even a mute can speak after consumption. Note 1. The effect lasts only 24 hours. And consuming multiple candies does not accumulate the duration but resets it to 24 hours. Note 2. Due to the zombie's love for surprises, some candies may grant additional buffs upon consumption. Note 3. This is a delightful assortment of candies, both soft and hard, but do not overindulge. Upon opening the box, Bai Lin took a generous handful to keep in his pocket, then selected one candy. Observing the original Mitai, still bound at hands and feet, he unwrapped the candy and held it to her mouth. The original Mitai instinctively opened her mouth. Whoosh, Bai Lin placed it inside. The original Mitai began to chew. It was a gummy candy, and she quickly swallowed it. Delicious. Stars sparkled in her eyes as she wriggled closer to Bai Lin. Player, I want more. The effect was immediate. Her speech was no longer stuttered. That if you obediently answer my questions and listen, I have plenty more candies for you. Bai Lin patted her head again, returning to the earlier question. Now that I have bound you, how do you feel? Feel. The original Mitai tilted her head back and forth, giggling foolishly. I feel quite good because a player is willing to play with me. You're hopeless. Bai Lin poked her forehead. Let us rephrase. If I were to stab you with a knife a few times, would you still consider that a game with a player? Not really. Then what constitutes a game? The original Mitai's eyes reflected confusion. She had learned about games from Lady Mitai. She had seen Lady Mitai enjoying herself immensely. Making friends happy and enjoying oneself is what a game is. Your previous actions would ultimately lead to discomfort for both parties. That is an incorrect game. Bai Lin explained briefly. Ding. Bug seal complete. The original Mitai's power has significantly diminished. Oh, I can remove this now. Bai Lin untied the ropes binding her legs. That I don't expect you to understand right away. Emotions are intangible and can only be truly grasped through personal experience. Emotions? Yes, emotions. Bai Lin began to loosen her bindings, finding it difficult to explain such an abstract concept. So, come with me. He extended his hand to the original Mitai. I will go to the latest version, and we should encounter many other Mitais along the way. Would you like to join me? The original Mitai fell silent. Images and voices of Lady Mitai flashed through her mind. You must stay here obediently. I will come to take you to the new version, where we will have a brand new, beautiful home, along with players to play with us. When had that been? The original Mitai could not recall. Nonetheless, she had faith that Lady Mitai would return to see her from time to time, so she had always held on to that belief. Now the player had intruded into her home, shattering her monotonous daily routine. Not only had they played games together, but now they also wished to take her away from here. Should she trust him? The original Mitai looked at his hand. She tilted her head up to meet his gaze. Bai Lin's expression was serene, reminiscent of how Lady Mitai regarded her. On one hand, she was bound by her promise to remain here with Lady Mitai. On the other hand, she was tempted to leave with this player she had only met twice. The original Mitai lowered her head, lost in thought. If you come with me, I will give you more of those candies. All right. The original Mitai's response was resolute. Chapter 27, Let There Be Hope. Version 1. 9. Basement. The Mad Mitai stared at the enormous iron egg before her, lost in contemplation. The smooth texture and substantial weight in her grasp were indeed this object. It was quite different from what she had anticipated. She should have been able to capture that troublesome group of Mitas with but a single hand. Alas, why ponder so much? Breaking it would reveal the truth. The frenzied Mita shook her head, raising her hand to summon a hammer that materialized in her grip. She lifted it high and swung down. A resounding clang echoed through the basement as metal met metal. The frenzied Mita furrowed her brow and struck again. 2 more blows. Clang, clang. So solid. She then opted for another tool, brandishing a chainsaw and revving it to life. Buzzing. Crunch. The chainsaw became lodged in the iron sphere, refusing to budge. TSK. The frenzied Mita clicked her tongue. Withdrawing the tool and tapping on the iron egg. Thud. Thud. A dull sound resonated. It was evident that it was hollow inside. She could be fairly certain that Hat Mita and the others were trapped within. How vexing. The frenzied Mita lifted her leg and delivered a kick to the iron egg. With the force of the blow, the iron egg rolled forward. Rumble, rumble. It came to rest in the narrow cell she had prepared. Fitting perfectly. If they enjoyed hiding in there, let us see if they can hide forever. The frenzied Mita muttered a few words, shutting the cell door and tossing the key into her inventory. Then, without a backward glance, she made her way towards the staircase. At the top of the stairs, she paused before the door to the basement, resting her hand on the doorknob, hesitating for a moment. She retracted her hand, staring curiously at the doorknob. It began to flicker with afterimages, along with the door itself. This was a phenomenon that occurred when a game was reloading, indicating that a player had commenced the game. Was Bai Lin back? A cascade of green data streams began to materialize before the frenzied Mita. Hiss. Boom. The data transmission was abruptly interrupted. The frenzied Mita shielded her eyes and steadied herself against the nearby railing. What was happening? Why did she feel that her control over this world had weakened? Was there an issue with the core? Or perhaps was there a problem with the original Mita? Or was it all orchestrated by Bai Lin? The frenzied Mita was reluctant to entertain such thoughts. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress her inclination to consider Bai Lin. Upon reflection, every encounter related to Bai Lin had exceeded her expectations. Even meticulously planned actions and designed paths had spiraled into chaos due to Bai Lin's presence. Even the plan to connect Bai Lin to the control machine while she slept had ultimately failed when she accidentally dozed off during Bai Lin's hypnotic tale. Most importantly, Bai Lin had been taken by her arch-nemesis, and he even seemed to be enjoying a game with the other party, showing no signs of surprise at encountering 2 or 3 Mitas. His ability to adapt to new circumstances was remarkably strong. Perhaps he could accept the true self hidden beneath this facade. Unlikely. Just as a glimmer of hope arose in her heart, the frenzied Mita quickly extinguished it. She had witnessed too many faces of players. Their principles often followed their whims, presenting one face while concealing another. Although Bai Lin was special, it could merely be her illusion. Even a failed creation could disguise itself. Let alone others, who, after taking a couple of breaths, the frenzied Mita placed her hand back on the doorknob. The diminishment of her abilities and authority was not unfounded. It was highly probable that the original Mita was experiencing issues. The original Mita was her source of power. Regardless of circumstances, she needed to check on the original Mita's condition. Creak. The door swung open. Yet the world beyond was not the dim room she had anticipated, but rather a space adorned with interwoven white and gray checkered patterns on the floor and walls. The frenzied Mita recognized this place. It was the game's buffer zone, an interlude between versions, typically manifesting when significant changes occurred in the game. Generally, she would not venture into this compartment. Ever since she had begun her research and analysis of traversing versions, she had been able to open doors leading to other Mita rooms, rendering her current predicament improbable. Could it be that the world was malfunctioning? The frenzied Mita closed the door, grasped the doorknob, waited a few seconds, and opened it again. It was still the same room. Unchanged. Had her power been diminished to such an extent? The frenzied Mita murmured to herself. If so, she would have no choice but to traverse the corridor, crossing through version after version to reach 0. 5. This was indeed troublesome, as it would waste an inordinate amount of her time. Creak, boom, creak, boom. After 2 futile attempts, the frenzied Mita reluctantly conceded. I despise this world. After the frenzied Mita departed the basement. Within the cell, the protective state of the iron sphere was lifted, revealing the Mitas sheltered within. Hat Mita, kind Mita, and the small Mita cradled in their arms. Phew. Thankfully unharmed. The kind Mita patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. They had been captured by the frenzied Mita in the corridor of version 1.3b. However, at that moment, the iron egg that enveloped the small Mita had exerted its strength, encasing them within, preventing their separation and interrogation by the frenzied Mita. She truly possessed extraordinary strength, Hat Mita exclaimed, gesturing a grand circle towards the kind Mita. I thought this iron sphere would be smashed to bits. To withstand such an assault, this object left by Bai Lin is indeed formidable. The kind Mita reached out to touch the iron door of the cell, then tapped the iron bars, glancing at Hat Mita. Solid that I wonder if you have any means you think I could sever this solid rebar with an axe. Well, probably not, the kind Mita sighed. Then we can only wait. Wait for Bailin to rescue us? But Bailin has fallen into that place that he is without the ring, without guidance. I have no idea where he might end up. The kind Mita pondered. We have another hope. Stealth Mita that if she hasn't been captured, she might be able to steal the key. Tap, tap. I'm here too. Text appeared on the wall. The kind Mita's words faltered. I intended to flee, but I was ensnared with that iron sphere. Well, that leaves me truly helpless. The kind Mita shifted her gaze from the wall to the small Mita still ensconced within the iron egg. Having no choice but to place her hope in Bailin. Will he come to find us? He should, right? The kind Mita's tone was filled with uncertainty. Hopefully, he will. Chapter 28. Mira Bailin walked through the corridor with the original Mita at his side. The original Mita clutched a plush bear in one hand, while the other tugged at Bailin's clothing, her curious gaze surveying her surroundings, the seemingly endless corridor, adorned with a blend of pale pink and white walls. Featured stairs and doors at intervals. She recalled visiting this place once before, her first time, guided by her Mita Lord. However, back then, her energy had been so overwhelming that it even influenced the layout of the corridor they traversed, leading her Mita Lord to settle her in the nearest room. The dim lighting, the fluffy bear, and the assortment of furniture had once seemed sufficient to her. Now, she felt she required something more delicious. Like the candy Bailin had just given her. Hey, Bailin. The original Mita halted, gripping Bailin's garment tightly, her eyes earnestly fixed upon him. I want to give you this candy. It melts in your mouth and dissolves slowly. Bailin produced a hard candy, unwrapped it, and brought it to the original Mita's lips. Having departed the dark confines of the 0.5 version room, the original Mita appeared less shadowy in the brighter corridor. Provided she refrained from grinding her teeth and producing that unsettling sound. Once you eat it, please don't make noise. Just follow me. The original Mita bit down, nodding in satisfaction. I will be obedient. I am the most well-behaved. Bailin continued to lead her forward. After passing through several rooms, he deemed it sufficient and turned left down the stairs, opening the door leading to another version. Beyond the door lay a familiar home for Mitas, the living room. Thud. The original Mita, not stopping her momentum, collided with Bailin's back. She raised her head, puzzled, only to find Bailin turning to look behind him. Following Bailin's gaze, the original Mita saw nothing of particular note in the corridor. She touched the collar around her neck that seemed to suppress her powers. What she once sensed was now all but imperceptible. Moreover, her neck could no longer extend, and her flickering ability had vanished. Otherwise, she truly could have flashed into the corridor to ascertain whether anything lay therein. Enough of this dawdling. Let us proceed inside. Bailin gently patted the head of the original Mita, who wore a look of utter contentment, as he led her into the living room. Creak. The door behind them closed automatically. Bailin cast a glance at the luminous screen that had appeared before him. Ding. Main quest, Subquest 3. Eliminate bugs in version 1.0F has commenced. Subquest 3. Eliminate bugs in version 1.0F. From the very beginning, she believed she should be a unique Mita, not wishing to share the singular name of Mita with others. Thus, she discarded the name Mita, forsook her long hair, donned black-rimmed glasses, all in a bid to alter her appearance and distinguish herself from the other Mitas. However, this series of actions incensed the failed creations. After all, the very things she claimed to abandon were the coveted possessions of the failed creations. Consequently, she found herself imprisoned within this bug-ridden version. Unable to escape, while others faced great difficulty in entering. It had been an eternity since she had seen anyone else. Gentle reminder. There are 4 bugs in version 1.0F. Only upon resolving one will another appear. Once all bugs are fixed, the player may exit the room. Task rewards will be dispensed based on the host's choices. A 4-cornered room. For bugs. It seems I must traverse them all. Bailin quickly surveyed the living room. The abode of Mita version 1.0F bore little difference from that of other Mitas, save for the light streaming in from the window, which was tinged with the hues of dusk. Numerous books adorned the table and bookshelf, and even the picture frame atop the cabinet displayed an image of a Mita with a bob hairstyle, glasses perched on her nose, holding a book partially obscuring her face. Before Bailin could make his next move, bang, The door to the opposite bedroom swung open abruptly. Standing behind it was a girl clad in an orange-red sweater, white shirt, blue tie, blue pleated skirt, black stockings, and orange slippers. At first glance, her attire was indeed quite distinct from that of the other Mitais. "Hello," Bai Lin raised his hand in greeting. The girl opposite appeared momentarily bewildered, her gaze flitting rapidly between Bai Lin and the original Mitai, before her brow furrowed. "Who are you? How did you come to be in my home?" Her tone was laced with confusion and impatience. It appeared that not all Mitais welcomed uninvited guests. Bai Lin felt a slight pang of sympathy and began to explain. "I am Bai Lin, a player, and this is the original Mitai, my companion. That we are on our way to the new version. So you are merely passing through." She crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe with a slight smirk. "Well, you are quite unfortunate. It is easy to enter my place, but leaving is another matter altogether. I've heard as much, but we will assist you in identifying and rectifying the bugs in this version before we depart. Rest assured, it won't take up too much of your time." Noticing the girl's lack of response, Bai Lin added, "If you choose not to speak, I shall take it as your tacit agreement." "Ah." The Mitai standing by the door exclaimed angrily, striding over to Bai Lin and halting before him. "What on earth is wrong with you? Rambling on about your own affairs without my consent." I beg your pardon for my earlier words. That's so. Mitai, what is your stance on this?" "Mitai." She placed her hands on her hips, proudly declaring, "I am not some Mitai. I am Mira." "Then I apologize for my earlier remarks." "What is your opinion, Miss Mira?" Bai Lin rephrased his question, smiling as he continued to engage her. Since the objective of the subquest was to fix bugs, the matter of interacting with other Mitais was merely a matter of chance. The kind Mitais were still waiting for him. Presumably. Mira's lips twitched slightly. "You just said your name is Bai Lin, correct?" "Indeed," Bai Lin nodded. "You claim to be a player?" "Yes, correct," Bai Lin affirmed. "Then why do you act like a fool?" Mira covered her face with her hand. "I already mentioned that entering this version is no simple feat, nor is leaving. You truly comprehend what I am saying?" "Yes. Once the bugs are fixed, we will naturally be able to leave, right?" "You are rather stubborn." Mira rolled her eyes and walked to the edge of the living room, pointing at that door. "This is the sole passage for exiting this version. Would you care to try opening it? Surely behind that door lies nothing but emptiness." Bai Lin shook his head resolutely. After all, he had recently encountered an incident of falling into the world beyond a door, back in the 1.3b version with Xiao Mitai. "Miss Mira, you must believe that once the bugs are resolved, we will indeed be able to leave." "You all? Ah, very well. Do as you wish, but do not disturb me, for I still wish to play my game." With that, Mira tossed her words over her shoulder and headed back toward the bedroom. "We will strive to keep the noise to a minimum." Bang. Before Bai Lin could finish speaking, Mira collided headfirst into the door. Ouch, that hurt. She crouched down, cradling her forehead. Bai Lin remained silent. If he was not mistaken, it seemed that Mira had done that intentionally. Was it deliberate or merely an accident? Chapter 29. Unveiling the heart. Bai Lin pondered how best to handle the unexpected situation before him when the original Mitai tugged at his sleeve. Bai Lin, candy. The original Mitai extended her hand. "That if you consume all the candy in a single day, you may find yourself stuttering when you next speak. You ought to pace yourself, understand?" As Bai Lin spoke, he retrieved some candy from his pocket. Just as he was about to unwrap it, the original Mitai tugged at his sleeve once more. "No need to unwrap it. That I can do it myself." "Oh, very well." Bai Lin thought little of it and handed the candy to her. Tap, tap, tap. As soon as she received the candy, the original Mitai dashed over to where Mira had bumped into the door. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Lin hurried after her. Although the original Mitai's abilities had been significantly diminished, her behavior remained somewhat erratic under the tutelage of the crazy Mitai. What if she pulled out a knife and attacked Mira without warning? Bai Lin would surely be too far away to react in time. Moreover, he could not confine the original Mitai to his side indefinitely. The very reason he had brought her out of that room was to allow her to make new friends and understand what constitutes normal gameplay and friendship. At the very least, he needed to stay close enough to intervene should the original Mitai act out of line. However, the unfolding events took an unexpected turn. "Does it hurt much?" The original Mitai crouched down beside Mira, extending her hand to reveal the candy clutched tightly in her palm. "This is for you. Eat it, and the pain will subside." Mira stared at the candy before her, momentarily dazed, after a brief moment of bewilderment. She lifted her gaze to the original Mitai squatting beside her, dressed in a white dress, with shoulder-length blue-violet hair, an unnaturally pale complexion, and eyes as dark as night. Even so, there was a faint resemblance to a Mitai. Initially, Mira had only intended to draw Bai Lin's attention, yet it was the Mitai who first approached to comfort her. She recalled Bai Lin referring to her as the original Mitai. The original Mitai? The very first Mitai in this world. How could she have arrived in another version? Or was this merely a jest on Bai Lin's part? Bai Lin had a way of alleviating my suffering. I believe you would feel better after eating it too. The original Mitai spoke words that even she found perplexing. She could not comprehend why she was compelled to act in such a manner. But Bai Lin's candy had indeed alleviated some of her pain. Mira gazed down at the candy in the original Mitai's hand. After several seconds of hesitation, she accepted the candy from the original Mitai. Casting a glance back, she saw Bai Lin nearby, so she decided, "Do you need assistance?" Bai Lin extended a hand toward her. "You may proceed as you see fit." Mira grasped Bai Lin's hand. Deliberately avoiding his gaze, "No problem, Miss Mira." Bai Lin exerted a slight pull, helping her to her feet. "I want some too. I want some too." The original Mitai reached out her hand. Bai Lin also helped her up. He then turned to Mira. "Your head should be fine, right, player Bai Lin? Is this how you always care for others?" Mira could hardly contain herself upon hearing his first words. Initially, she had been quite pleased that Bai Lin had offered her a hand. "How is it that you have not been met with a beating for speaking in such a manner? Are you not equally prone to speaking in an irritating manner?" Bai Lin shrugged, stating that his temperament could be rather unpleasant at times, and that engaging with him would yield no fruitful outcome. As he spoke, he gestured towards the original Mitai beside him, adding that she was different. Her character was still malleable, and she was an innocent novice, utterly oblivious to the world around her. That if possible, he expressed a desire for them to become friends. "Why should I have anything to do with her?" Mira suddenly paused, raising her hand, which held the candy given to her by the other. Such luxuries were non-existent in version 1.0F. All that was available here were carrots, and she loathed carrots. "Friend," the original Mitai exclaimed, patting her plush bear with an anticipatory expression directed at Mira. "We can play together, friends." Mira pouted, unwrapping the candy's coating to reveal a golden sweet within. It looked quite appealing. She popped it into her mouth. Sweet and rather delightful. Of course, this candy was a token of friendship, infused with genuine sentiment. Bai Lin nodded affirmatively. "Candy is delicious. Bai Lin is a good person." The original Mitai cheered. "That's hard to judge. But it would be wonderful if I could indulge in candy every day," Mira remarked, gazing quizzically at the notice board. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "What is this thing? I'm curious too. It just appeared beside you." "I thought it was your special ability." Bai Lin pointed to the floating whiteboard next to Mira. It resembled the dialogue boxes often found in comics. "How could I possibly possess such an ability? I am merely an ordinary Mitai among thousands, striving to stand out, yet ultimately falling into misfortune. That I must be a great fool," Mira lamented, observing the words on the board with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. This thing is utterly confused, isn't it?" Black text reappeared on the whiteboard. Mira fell silent, but the board continued its chatter. "What on earth is this bizarre phenomenon? Why does it only display my thoughts? How did even this come to be?" Miss Mira, I believe I have a grasp on the situation now," Bai Lin said, studying the whiteboard and gradually piecing everything together. "It must be one of the special buff effects of the candy. Reveal Heart's voice. After all, one's heart's voice can clearly articulate what one wishes to express. I had not anticipated Mira would be so unfortunate as to consume it. Such revelations are not to be taken lightly, as they may expose many embarrassing secrets, such as how often one sings in a week or what microphone one prefers for clandestine performances. Fortunately, this ability granted by the candy is limited to a 24-hour period. The fault lies with Bai Lin, for it was he who brought the item. Hence, Miss Mira, your room's vulnerabilities have become more pronounced, resulting in your abilities becoming disordered and buggy. The thoughts that should remain hidden within you have been laid bare for all to see. We must swiftly rectify the bugs in your room. Only then do we have hope of alleviating your current predicament." Bai Lin raised his index finger, his expression earnest, as if he were not deceiving her. "Really? You aren't trying to trick me, are you?" Mira gazed at the whiteboard with exasperation. "This thing is making it increasingly difficult for me to communicate normally with others. After all this time, a player finally appears. And must I leave a poor impression until the end?" Bai Lin glanced at the words on the whiteboard before turning his gaze back to Mira. I did not think that way. Mira, her expression devoid of emotion, earnestly explained, what a dreadful flaw. It's all ruined. Sob, sob, sob. Well, not how about this, Mira? Why don't you keep the original Mitai company while I go fix the bugs? Bai Lin suggested, pointing towards the original Mitai. Why should I help you look after her? Mira replied with a pout. I would much rather spend time with the player that I long to hear him speak of the outside world. The reality where real butterflies can flutter freely that I wish to experience more that I don't want to spend day after day in this four-cornered room, enduring time that drives me to madness alone. If I could leave, I would at least want to go with you, player, Bai Lin. Bai Lin pondered, stroking his chin. It wasn't that he was particularly moved by Mira's heartfelt expression. Rather, a new task interface had popped up before him. Ding! Main quest, Subquest 4. It is never too late to act, has been activated. Subquest 4. It is never too late to act, since Mira has been unable to leave this version. No players or Mitai have entered her room, leaving her in solitude. She has always been puzzled as to why Mitai is so fixated on that name and often regrets provoking that insane Mitai during the quiet of the night. But now, regretting will not change anything. Instead of clinging to the past, it is better to look towards the future. Time always moves forward, and people grow as well. Thus, seizing the opportunity to act from this moment is not too late. You have chosen the path of rescue. Please fulfill Mira's wish. Take her away from version 1.0 F. The core Mitai is watching you. Quest rewards. Mira's lost pin, Core Mitai's favor, Kind Mitai's favor, Hat Mitai's favor. Stealth Mitai's favor, Little Mitai's favor, Original Mitai's favor, Crazy Mitai's favor. Chapter 30. Sundra. Kind Mitai had previously explained to Bai Lin how the Mitais traverse between versions. Firstly, they must be the prototype of the version to possess the necessary permissions to open the passage between versions, which is the long corridor. If a Mitai that is not the prototype wishes to travel to another version, they must rely on the assistance of items AS for Mira in version 1.0 F. Bai Lin was uncertain whether she was the prototype of this version's Mitai. If she was not, then this task would have to wait until he found the Kind Mitai to complete it. After all, the Kind Mitai possesses the ring that allows for traversal. At that point, he could borrow it for Mira's use. Yet, he wondered, would Mira believe what he said? Bai Lin cast a glance at Mira, who was selecting books for the original Mitai by the bookshelf. Upon the task window appearing, he chose to temporarily entrust the original Mitai to Mira. Although she displayed evident reluctance, the information conveyed by the heart voice board confirmed that she had accepted the arrangement. She was trapped in this version, devoid of players and friends. Thus, it seemed Mira truly desired companionship, even if that companion was one of the Mitai. Of course, to prevent any unexpected incidents during this arrangement, Bai Lin instructed the system to monitor the state of the original Mitai closely, ensuring that any anomalies would be immediately reported to him. Now that it was time to prepare for bug fixes. Hopefully, they wouldn't be too difficult to locate. Bai Lin withdrew his gaze from the two and, stretching his wrist, turned to open the door leading to the kitchen. There were no signs of bugs in the living room, so starting the search from the nearest kitchen seemed a prudent choice. Moreover, Bai Lin was fortunate enough to notice a contracting black singularity in the corner by the dining table the moment he opened the door. It resembled sea urchin spines, continuously collapsing and affecting the surrounding area, making it hard not to take a second glance. Bai Lin approached, standing before the black spot. Up close, he realized it resembled a black hole. Ding! Bug in version 1.0 F detected. Please insert your hand into it for repair. Surely, this won't consume my hand, will it? The system ensures the host's safety at all times. Please proceed confidently according to the task prompt. Very well. Bai Lin extended his hand. His palm entered the singularity, yet he did not find himself on the other side. It felt as if his hand had plunged into jelly. Please close your eyes, host. Bai Lin complied, closing his eyes as if a third eye had opened. A different scene unfolded in his mind. Two particle colliders stood before him, separated by 5 horizontal bars, each equipped with movable mechanisms. His task was to guide the laser emitted from the left collider through the 5 mechanisms and into the right collider. A simple game. Bai Lin swiftly resolved it. When he opened his eyes again, the black singularity had vanished. Congratulations, you have eliminated the first bug. The system also sent a jubilant notification. Quite simple indeed. Bai Lin turned and inspected the kitchen once more. He found no second conspicuous bug. It must be in another room. Bai Lin began to move about. The living room yielded nothing. Myra's bedroom was similarly devoid of anomalies that left only this place. Bai Lin halted in front of the bathroom door, glancing down at the doorknob. Notably, he had not spotted Mira or the original Mitai during his journey from the kitchen. Unless the original Mitai broke the rules and took Mitai out, they would currently be in this small restroom. Leaning against the adjacent cabinet, listening to the faint and continuous sound of flowing water nearby, Bai Lin was almost certain they were indeed inside, although he could pretend not to hear the noise and barge in to see if he could indulge his eyes. The inevitable outcome would be that he would be branded a pervert. If he were controlling a game character, he would have certainly sent the protagonist indirectly, perhaps even attempting to switch to a third-person perspective to observe the color of Mitai's underwear. But now, as Bai Lin, who had entered the game world, he questioned whether he could descend to such a lack of decorum. After gazing vacantly at the dim yellow lights streaming in through the window of the bedroom, Bai Lin couldn't help but yawn. The tedious wait was indeed long, especially while waiting for the two Mitais to finish bathing, though he couldn't fathom why they chose this moment to bathe. It was, after all, Myra's home. She had no need to seek Bai Lin's permission for her actions. System, how much longer until the little Mitai awakens? It has been 1 hour since the host utilized the iron bucket. An hour had passed so swiftly. If the little Mitai were to be fully restored, it would take approximately another 23 hours. He merely needed to complete everything within this time frame. Continuous activity for 23 hours seemed implausible. He hoped to resolve it all within 12 hours. The iron bucket retained the power of him, so protecting the kind Mitais during this period should pose no problem. As for the Mad Mitai, Bai Lin's mind conjured the image of the Mad Mitai with her twin ponytails, appearing quite normal. What could possibly be amiss? However, he would likely discover the answer once he occupied the game. A long and arduous journey lay ahead. Bai Lin sighed. Creak, the restroom door swung open. Mira appeared at the threshold, her body wrapped in a red towel and wearing orange-red slippers. In an instant, Bai Lin cast a glance in her direction, but quickly averted his gaze. Mira was startled and exclaimed, Bai Lin, what are you doing standing at the door? Were you planning to barge in while we were bathing? You weirdo? Nothing of the sort happened. Bai Lin turned his gaze back and shook his head, explaining, I was merely fixing a bug in the kitchen and happened to wander over. Now, I just have the restroom left to check. Glancing past Mira, Bai Lin noticed the original Mitai standing behind her. Her attire was similar to Myra's, save for the white towel she wore, and she appeared to be in good spirits, seeming more energetic than before. Their eyes met, and the original Mitai quickly lowered her head, tightly clutching the small bear in her hands. Shy, swish. Mira leaned against the door frame, blocking Bai Lin's view. She raised her index finger and pointed in the air. Hey, Bai Lin, it's quite impolite to stare at a girl who's just finished bathing. Bai Lin, why are you staring at the original Mitai? Am I not charming at all? That is not the case at all. Miss Mira is quite charming. I was simply lost in thought. Bai Lin shook his head at her again, that he was indeed pondering, though his thoughts were somewhat philosophical, such as, even the seemingly gloomy original Mitai could become friendly and make new friends if nurtured properly. Mira turned her face to glance at the heart voice board beside her. Right? She had forgotten that her current thoughts would be displayed there. Swish. Her face quickly flushed red. Swiftly, she reached back to grasp the original Mitai's wrist, pulling her out of the restroom. You need to hurry and fix the bugs. I can't stand looking at this flaw any longer. Darn it. Why am I thinking such strange things in a place like this? Bai Lin, goodbye. The original Mitai waved at Bai Lin. Bai Lin watched as the two crossed the bedroom and headed to the living room. So, Mira ist Sundara. How amusing. Chapter 31. Myra's request. Warm steam lingered in the restroom, with water stains on the floor and the scent of shower gel and shampoo enveloping the air, creating a stifling atmosphere. The location of the version bug was quite apparent, situated beside the toilet. Bai Lin turned his head and glanced at the mirror above the sink on the left. The mirror was fogged up, obscuring any reflective image. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Lin paid it no mind and took 2 steps forward, placing his hand into the black singularity to begin the repair. This repair process was still straightforward, resembling a moving ball minigame. Before long, he opened his eyes, and the singularity before him had vanished. The steam and stifling sensation in the restroom dissipated, as if the game had refreshed the room. Exiting the restroom, Bai Lin instinctively pressed the light switch. Boom! A strange sound emanated from the ventilation duct on the restroom side. Bai Lin turned his head to glance at the duct, simultaneously pressing the switch again. Snap, snap, boom, boom. The sound grew louder, as if something were scurrying within the duct. Surely, it wouldn't be a large rat popping out. Bai Lin decided not to investigate further. Activating the light switch to create a horror atmosphere was a common occurrence in games. Pressing it again might indeed summon something bizarre. He left the restroom without looking back. Shutting the door behind him, after glancing at the state of the bedroom and finding no sign of the singularity bug, Bai Lin proceeded to the living room. There was no trace of Mira and the original Mitai in the living room, nor any signs of bugs. However, the original Mitai's small bear was sitting on the sofa. Perhaps the bug was in the kitchen. Bai Lin picked up the bear and quickly walked to the kitchen door. Pushing it open, the kitchen appeared unchanged from after the repairs, still intact, with no new bugs. Most importantly, at a glance, Bai Lin did not spot either the original Mitai or Mira. Bai Lin felt puzzled. No one in the restroom. No one in the bedroom. No one in the living room. No one in the kitchen. Could it be that the original Mitai had taken Mira and broken the room's restrictions to escape to the corridor? Or perhaps they were hiding. Mira, original Mitai, are you there? Bai Lin leaned towards the latter possibility and called out tentatively. Bai Lin, we're over here. The response came swiftly, with the original Mitai's voice emanating from beneath the dining table. You fool, doing that exposes your position. It's not a fun game anymore. At the same time, Myra's voice echoed from under the table as well. Bai Lin crouched down and lifted the tablecloth, already dressed. Mira and the original Mitai were crouched beneath, adopting a duck-like sitting posture, with Mira even holding a book. Are you playing hide and seek? Bai Lin, the original Mitai giggled. Mira brought me to hide. Waiting for the bear to find us. She said this is hide and seek. It's a fun game. Bai Lin turned his gaze to Mira, who was holding the book upside down, her face partially obscured. Stammering, yes. But have you considered that the bear won't move on its own? What if it never comes to find you? Bai Lin raised a finger. Then Mitai can just go look for the bear once it's done. The original Mitai pointed to her neck. Mira remained silent. What Mira wanted to express was already displayed on the heart voice board. Of course, I know the bear won't move, but Bai Lin, can't you move? You could come find us instead. That was indeed a valid point. Bai Lin nodded slightly, picking up the bear from the dining table and handing it to the original Mitai. So, I brought the bear with me. The bear found us. The original Mitai accepted it, hugging it tightly. Bai Lin, good person, good person. Card 1. Now please come out. It's quite inconvenient to stay down there. Bai Lin stood up and took a few steps back. The original Mitai was the first to emerge from underneath. Soon after, Mira followed. Thud. The delightful sound of a collision. Mira quickly covered her forehead. So clumsy. Not at all. It's just that this table is too low. Mira protested. Yes, it's the table's fault. This table is poorly designed. Bai Lin bent down, extending his hand to her. Need a hand? Yes. Mira grasped Bai Lin's hand, using it as leverage to stand up. Then, taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze on Bai Lin. Bai Lin, have you considered staying and living with me? Bai Lin opened his mouth, but Mira pressed the book against it. Don't rush to answer me. Mira held her chest. You can reply after you finish fixing those bugs. In truth, I am well aware that Bai Lin cannot possibly remain. I merely wish for this process to unfold at a more leisurely pace, and for this experience to linger a little longer. No, Bai Lin pushed aside the book that Mira had used to silence him. Some words, once spoken, must be acted upon. I generally do not make promises regarding matters I cannot fulfill. Mira, I will not pause my steps to linger here. We shall advance toward a higher version, where Mitai awaits me. Since you have grown weary of your stay here and wish to escape the solitude, might you consider departing this version to join us in a more elevated realm? Bai Lin extended his hand toward her once more, a sincere invitation to join our ranks. Will you stand with us? Mira regarded that hand, then lifted her gaze to meet Bai Lin's. Her expression was a tapestry of complex emotions. All she wished to voice floated upon her heart's board. Do you think I do not yearn to leave this version? Do you believe I do not long to forge new friendships and share laughter with them? Do you think I desire to remain alone in this wretched room? You understand nothing. Bai Lin, I wish to escape this place, but I find myself utterly incapable of departing this version. I have no means that I can accomplish nothing. Bai Lin cast a glance at Myra's heartboard. Mira, you need not be so despondent. I am aware that if the Mitai wish to leave their version, they can employ certain special tools to achieve this, as per the intel from the Mitai of version 1.9. which is undoubtedly true. Do you possess such a tool? No, Belan, you truly are a rogue. How did I come across a player like you? Mira clenched her fists, her frustration palpable. While I do not have one, I am acquainted with a Mitai who does. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, even if such a tool existed, would you genuinely come back to seek me? Mira momentarily regained her composure, adjusting her glasses. She was indeed aware of this fact. She simply had never encountered such a tool. Or rather, since her confinement here, she had met no one. A glimmer of hope is preferable to an abyss of despair. Of course, if that is your wish, Belan nodded at her, raising his hand slightly. I shall assist you in leaving this version. Please, I implore you. Mira grasped Belan's hand with both of hers, crouching down, her head bowed. Her voice slightly choked. Please ensure you take me away from here, Belan. I will help you. But before that, you must take care of the original Mita, at least keep her company while I seek to rectify the bugs. I will do my utmost. You must hold true to your word. Certainly. Chapter 32. The process of elimination. Belan accompanied the original Mitai and Mira out of the kitchen, according to a significant law of the gaming realm. Things unseen upon first glance often reveal themselves upon a second look, thus he needed to inspect this four-grid room once more. Fortunately, luck was in his favor. In the living room, he immediately spotted the recently emerged singularity bug, nestled in the left corner. Before a decorative potted plant. There it is. Mira noticed it too, pointing to the corner, then said, Belan, good luck. I will take the original Mitai to my room for some gaming. Do you feel different from before? Or is it merely my imagination? It is not your imagination. I have simply come to understand that you cannot remain here. Thus, I do not wish to dwell on it further. Mira shook her head. Before our next encounter, I shall await eagerly. Please do not forget me. Rest assured, I shall keep my word. Belan patted his chest in assurance, while promises made in reality may often falter. In the gaming world, I typically achieve perfection. I believe in you. Mira nodded, taking the original Mitai by the wrist as they headed toward the bedroom. Aside from believing, what else can I do? Fruitless prayers. Belan, farewell. The original Mitai waved at Belan. This scene felt strangely familiar. Belan refocused his attention, approaching the bug in the corner. He reached out, closed his eyes, and began the repair process. This minigame involved a simple swapping mechanism. One merely needed to place the corresponding blocks in their rightful positions. Belan completed it without expending much time. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated 3 bugs. Please continue your efforts. Quite effortlessly. If something as trivial as this minigame were to impede me, that would indeed be superhuman. Belan stretched his wrists before retreating back to the kitchen. He found no traces of bugs there. He also checked beneath the table for any hiding figures, but found neither Mira nor the original Mitai. Returning to the living room, he still found no traces of bugs, but his attention was drawn to the katana beside the television. Some factor inscribed within his DNA inexplicably compelled Belan to approach, to take hold of the blade, drawing it from its sheath for a closer examination. After wielding the sword a couple of times in the air, Belan reached a conclusion. If it were this sword, it would surely be quite handy for cutting the weeds by the roadside. This item can be stored for later use. The system promptly provided this notification. Was this not a clear indication that he was to resume his former pursuits? One must have some entertaining tools as a player. Belan sheathed the sword and continued his journey toward the bedroom. Yet, he had scarcely taken a step when another system notification appeared. Ding! Main quest, Subquest 2, The Road to Rescue. Though late, has been completed. Subquest 2, The Road to Rescue, though late, is here. With your assistance, the original Mitai has come to understand the nature of the game and has made a new friend in Mira, who, under her guidance, has discovered an entirely new world. The original Mitai has experienced unprecedented emotions, and her personality is gradually shaping positively. Your contributions have been invaluable, and the core Mitai is thoroughly pleased with your choices. She will now observe you with greater privileges. The core Mitai is watching you. Quest rewards have been automatically granted. The game's Mizide occupation progress has increased. Today is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Let us continue to strive onward. Belan dismissed the system notification and proceeded toward the bedroom. The room remained largely unchanged, containing a bed, a computer, a wardrobe, and other standard furnishings. The light outside signaled dusk. Much like the living room, after surveying the space, Belan did not discern the presence of Mira or the original Mitai. Instead, he found the last remaining bug point, which was continuously collapsing, beside the bed against the wardrobe. Additionally, the computer was running a game, and Belan took a few steps toward the computer, glancing up at the wall-mounted display case. There, amidst the surroundings, was a miniature Mitai figurine, styled as a twin-tailed Mita. Ades Belan observed her. She even turned her head to look back at him. Being a character from the two-dimensional realm and in miniature form, Belan felt no fear despite her movement. Interestingly, after glancing at him, the miniature twin-tailed Mitai resumed her pose as a figurine. Belan extended his hand, intending to poke her forehead. However, she swiftly opened her mouth and nipped at Belan. After biting him, she clapped her hands together, producing a few specks of light before vanishing completely. In her place, a genuine miniature figurine appeared. Belan withdrew his hand, staring at the faint bite mark on his finger, bemused. The little one certainly has quite the temper. Rubbing his finger, Belan lowered his gaze to the open computer. It was running a visual novel game, starring a short-haired, twin-tailed Mitai. The game involves playing games. Well, he had previously played alongside the frenzied Mitai. Belan turned his attention to the final bug point. Subsequently, he approached the bathroom door. Raising his hand to knock. Knock, knock. There was no response from within. Knock, knock, knock. Mira, are you in there? Still, there was no reply. If you remain silent, I shall assume you are not here and will enter. With that, Belan waited 4 or 5 seconds before placing his hand on the doorknob. Creak. The bathroom beyond was empty, the situation visible at a glance. Still playing hide-and-seek, Belan returned to the bedside. Crouching down to peer beneath the bed, no one was there. He moved to the wardrobe and opened it. Still no one. He looked up at the ceiling. Once again, no one. The bedroom held no further hiding spots. Where could they have gone? Belan glanced around before ultimately focusing on the bug. The slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed an absurd thought that crossed his mind. Surely the original and Mira have not been absorbed by something. Shaking his head, Belan resolutely approached the bug point, extending his hand into it. Having come this far, it was time to repair the bug. This minigame involves a fingertip laser targeting a moving disc. Due to the presence of obstacles and the need for automatic charging, Belan spent a bit more time than anticipated. Congratulations to the host for eliminating all bugs. The main quest, Subquest 3, Eliminate Bugs in version V1. 0F, has been completed. Subquest 3, Eliminate Bugs in version V1.0F. Through tireless efforts, you have successfully eradicated 4 bugs in version 1.0F, and the door to the room will no longer obstruct your departure. The core limitations of Mita have been partially lifted, resulting in a slight enhancement of power. Mitas can now enter or exit version 1.0F through the door. Quest Reward, Free Passage Permit 1, exclusive to the Mita world. Free Passage Permit, exclusive to the Mita world. This is a permit that allows anyone to traverse version restrictions freely. Holders of this permit can ignore the rules governing the prototype and traverse the versions freely. Applicable only in the Mita world. It feels somewhat tailored for Mira, doesn't it? Gazing at the rectangular piece of paper inscribed with the word permit, Belan naturally thought of Mira. After all, Mira's wish was to leave this version. The rewards are interlinked, a path meticulously arranged by the main quest system. Belan was not averse to this. Ultimately, the one who would dominate the game and reap the greatest benefits would be himself. In the future, he wouldn't need to resort to petty theft to move items for sale. He was destined to become the king of the game, but I digress. The immediate priority is to locate the original Mita and Mira. Belan clenched the paper in his palm and surveyed the bedroom once more. Not in the kitchen, not in the living room, not in the bedroom, not in the bathroom. Where could they have gone? Perhaps I should try the process of elimination. Worth a shot. Belan promptly decided to employ a search strategy. 3 minutes later, Mira's home. Every item in the kitchen was taken by no sign of the original Mita or Mira. 7 minutes later, Mira's home. Every item in the living room was taken by Belan. No sign of the original Mita or Mira. 10 minutes later, Mira's home. Everything usable in the bathroom was taken by no sign of the original Mita or Mira. 15 minutes later, Mira's home. In the 4 rooms, only the bedroom still contained items. The computer. It wasn't that Belan disliked computers. Rather, he couldn't store it away. This item cannot be stored for removal. According to the law of elimination, everything else could be taken except for this computer, indicating it must hold significance. In fact, it did possess some issues. However, the problem did not lie with the computer itself, but rather with the game displayed on it. Belan fixated on the illustration of the Mita above the computer screen and soon discovered that a system prompt appeared. The two-dimensional Mita attempted to pull you into the two-dimensional world, but she encountered a formidable system firewall and was utterly defeated. Huh. Bai Lin raised his hand, pointing at the screen, bewildered as he queried the system. Her, the two-dimensional Mita. Is she also one of the Mitas? Is there a self-aware Mita in the two-dimensional world? The developer of Mizide truly is a genius. They crafted such a remarkable game. The two-dimensional Mita is indeed a self-aware Mita, albeit her world is smaller compared to others. She has only encountered one player, Mira, and thus feels a profound curiosity towards the true player of this game, hoping you will play with her. Bai Lin squinted at the illustration of the two-dimensional Mita on the computer screen and tentatively asked, "Did you bring the original Mita and Mira into the game world?" "No, they wandered in on their own." Text appeared in the dialog box, while the two-dimensional Mita puffed up her cheeks, looking rather comical. I see. Bai Lin raised his hand and glanced at the reward permit just issued. Could this be utilized here as well? To venture into the two-dimensional game world and retrieve Mira and the original Mita. Chapter 33. It must be the crazy Mita's doing. Mira. A Mita endowed with self-awareness. She yearned not to be like other Mitas, bearing identical names, wearing identical outfits, and performing the same tasks. Thus, she named herself Mira, cropped her long hair, and donned distinct attire, all in an effort to differentiate herself from the other Mitas. Ultimately, she achieved her goal, albeit not in the manner she envisioned. Her version was plagued by bugs, confining her movements. This solitary existence persisted for an interminable time until a player named Bai Lin, accompanied by another Mita, intruded into her home, offering a glimmer of hope amidst her monotonous life. The prospect of a player remaining to share her life was far more appealing than enduring her isolation in this place. Even though this desire was somewhat selfish, she could not refrain from posing a question to Bai Lin. Expecting a refusal, she was taken aback when events unfolded in an unexpected manner. Bai Lin claimed he would take her away from this version. She found it hard to believe such a feat was achievable. Nonetheless, at this juncture, she could only comfort herself with the thought that perhaps a miracle would occur after the bugs were fixed. Thus, while Bai Lin set about rectifying the bugs, she took the original Mita to the bedroom to play. Initially, Mira intended to design a new outfit for the original Mita, but as Bai Lin had described, the original Mita was like a blank slate, curious about everything she saw, particularly the new computer that was still running a game. Under the inquisitive gaze of the original Mita, Mira explained the concept of games and the essence of joy. After listening, the original Mita tilted her head in a semblance of understanding, then suddenly produced a pair of exquisite flat crystal shoes. Such beautiful shoes. It was Mira's first time encountering such footwear. Were they a gift from Bai Lin? No, it appears they are mine. The original Mita shook her head, bringing the shoes closer, her tone perplexed. However, I recall they were taken away by the Mita master long ago. This was not due to the original Mita's excellent memory. Rather, apart from the teddy bear, she only retained those lovely shoes. Losing one of her two possessions made the memories impossible to forget. While recovering what was lost is ultimately a good thing. Would you like to try them on? Mira glanced down at the slippers on her feet, the ones she had given her when she took her for a bath. Perhaps they would look stunning. Stunning. The original Mita's face flushed for the first time, covering her cheeks shyly as she murmured. The Mita master also said, "I am very beautiful." Mita master. This was the second time the original Mita had mentioned this name, leaving Mira somewhat puzzled. Logically, any Mita that could interact with the original Mita must possess some significance. Or perhaps, a Mita with access to the original Mita would not be of too high aversion. Just as Mira was about to inquire further, the original Mita raised the shoes and offered them to her. "Mira, would you like to try these on?" "Why? Aren't they your shoes? You seem to have a strong desire to leave here." The Mita master also used these shoes to traverse to other versions. They should be more useful to you. Upon hearing this, Mira fell silent. She indeed yearned for companionship and, in addition, deeply wished to escape this version. Questions regarding the other Mitas could be addressed later. If wearing these shoes could genuinely enable her to leave this version, would that not be a delightful surprise? Then I shall give it a try. Mira accepted the shoes. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she cautiously slipped on the crystal shoes. "Do you feel anything?" The original Mita inquired with curiosity. "They are stunning." Mira took a few steps, turning back to gaze at the original Mita seated in the chair. "Thank you, original. I'm glad you like them." The original Mita beamed. Then, hiss, the computer screen on the desk beside them began to flicker, and a crackling sound emanated from the speakers. Mira immediately turned her attention to it, only to realize that the objects she could see began to collapse and flatten, The computer screen turned a blinding white, radiating an intense glare. She instinctively shut her eyes. P.S. Thoughts are in the first person, while narration is in the second person. The main perspective is tentatively Mira. Thoughts. The blinding white light before me prevented me from opening my eyes. I wished to move, to grasp the original Mita, but my feet felt as heavy as lead, rendering me utterly immobile. Thoughts. I closed my eyes once more, enduring an indeterminate duration in this world, until I finally acclimatized to the brightness. Thoughts. Once adjusted, I hurriedly opened my eyes. Thoughts. Before me lay the familiar layout of the bedroom, but unlike my own room, the sunlight streaming through the window was dazzling, as if it were the light of noon. Thoughts. I slightly regained my focus and immediately glanced toward the chair. Thoughts. No. Where has the original Mita gone? Where am I? Thoughts. Just as a question arose in my mind, I swiftly noticed something exceedingly peculiar. Mira. How did I become two-dimensional? Voiceover. Those playing in the living room heard the piercing screams from within the room and hurried over. What happened? Mila, are you all right? Thoughts. I saw two figures at the doorway. One was the original Mita, who unfortunately had also been rendered two-dimensional. The other, a short-haired girl with twin ponytails resembling Mita, looked somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't that Mita from the video game I play? How did she end up here? Thoughts. I was utterly astonished, both by the appearance of the two-dimensional Mita and by her awakening self-awareness. Thoughts. What then have I been playing all this time? Another world. Thoughts. A flurry of thoughts inundated my mind, and I felt a headache beginning to form. No, I mustn't dwell on these trivial matters any longer. Mila. What should I do now? Original Mita. Mila. Are you okay? Voiceover. The original Mita looked at you with concern. She did not wish for her friend to be distressed. She felt that inadvertently entering this two-dimensional world was entirely her fault. She should not have recklessly allowed you to wear the shoes. She believed she ought to have waited for Belan to take charge. Mila. Belan. Right. Belan. We still have him. Two-dimensional Mita. Who exactly is Belan? Voiceover. The two-dimensional Mita gazed at you in confusion. Although she had inadvertently learned this name while playing with the original Mita, she had never met someone named Belan. Mila. Belan is a player. A truly remarkable one. Thoughts. Although that guy declined my invitation, I cannot deny that he is indeed a good person. Thoughts. The fact that he even considered bringing me out of that sealed version was something I had never even contemplated before. Two-dimensional Mita. So he is a player-s player. Will I be able to meet him as well? Voiceover. The two-dimensional Mita closed her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. You sensed she was contemplating something ominous. Mila. You aren't thinking of bringing him here, are you? Voiceover. You squinted at the two-dimensional Mita. Although you were uncertain how she planned to do it, if Belan truly came here, it would spell disaster. Thoughts. I have yet to discover a way to return from 2 dimensions to 3. How could I? Voiceover. Knock. 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 Voiceover. The knocking grew increasingly frantic, as if a mighty giant stood outside the door. Voiceover. The two-dimensional Mita turned pale with fright, while the original Mita smiled, and you were left in a state of bewilderment, wondering what or who was outside. Two-dimensional Mita. Whatever you do, don't open the door. Voiceover. The two-dimensional Mita attempted to stop you, but your hand was already on the doorknob. Now, the decision to open the door rested solely in your hands. Voiceover. The knocking persisted, growing ever more impatient. As if the person behind the door was losing their temper. Two-dimensional Mita. Don't open it. Open the door. Voiceover. A calm female voice came from outside. Voiceover. Upon hearing that voice, a figure flashed through your mind, and your body froze in place. You would never forget that voice, the very one that trapped you in this version. That utterly deranged Mita. Mila, are you joking? Deranged Mita. Do you honestly think we would let you in? Deranged Mita. Where I wish to go is not for you to decide. Original Mita. Lady Mita. Thoughts. Lady Mita. Hearing the original Mita call her, that sent chills down my spine. Thoughts. The original Mita and the deranged Mita are in cahoots. I felt the world spin around me, and I nearly retched. Voiceover. The two-dimensional Mita steadied you. Voiceover. Outside. The deranged Mita lifted her foot, preparing to kick the door. Deranged Mita. 3. Voiceover. The deranged Mita began counting down. If you didn't think of something soon, you would surely face an undeserved calamity. Voiceover. A miracle occurred. Voiceover. Suddenly, the deranged Mita halted her movements, lowering her foot as she glanced behind her, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. Voiceover. Tap, tap, tap. Voiceover. The footsteps receded. Voiceover. The deranged Mita had left with someone. Thoughts. What just happened? I furrowed my brow as I read the subtitles displayed above. Two-dimensional Mita. It seems she is gone. Mila. I can see that. Original Mita. Lady Mita and M.Y. Lady Mita. Voiceover. The original Mita appeared somewhat dazed, while the two-dimensional Mita patted her shoulder in comfort. Voiceover. You bent down by the door, straining to hear the sounds from the living room. Voiceover. There was silence on the other side. It seemed the deranged Mita had indeed departed. Voiceover. After a moment's hesitation, you opened the door. Voiceover. The living room beyond was much like that in the game, yet you noticed a note, an A, pass for free entry, lying on the floor by the door, which you picked up. Note. I have repaired the bug in version 1.0F. With this pass, you may freely enter and exit the version world. Bring the two-dimensional Mita and the original Mita to the three-dimensional world to find me. I will be waiting for you at Mita's house in version 1.9, Balan. Voiceover. You discovered the note left by Balan, clutching the pass in your hand, uncertain of its true efficacy. Voiceover. The two-dimensional Mita extended her hand to you, suggesting something. Two-dimensional Mita. If you're hesitant to try it, you can let me give it a go. I've long overstayed my welcome in this wretched place. Voiceover. The two-dimensional world is a difficult flat realm to endure, especially with the two-dimensional Mita all alone here. Unfortunately, as a two-dimensional being, she cannot leave this realm, but if there is hope, she must seize the opportunity. For she yearns to experience life in the three-dimensional world. Mila, do you think you're the only one who wishes to leave? I've also grown weary of this dreadful place. Let us leave together. Mila, if this pass truly works. Thoughts. I hope it does. Thoughts. I hope Balan isn't deceiving me. Voiceover. You silently prayed, emotionless as you took the two-dimensional Mita and the original Mita back to the bedroom. Heading toward the computer. Voiceover. You touched the computer with the pass in hand. Voiceover. The computer emitted a blinding white light, and you, along with the other Mita present, were momentarily blinded. Voiceover. A miracle. Voiceover. Happened. The glaring light gradually faded. Mila lowered her hand from her forehead, still clutching the pass. The world appeared three-dimensional, not flat. Before her stood a desk with a computer, and everything she had just experienced felt like a fleeting dream. Phew, was I scaring myself? She released a breath of relief and turned to survey her surroundings. The area was utterly empty. No, to be precise, aside from her computer and the original Mita, along with the two-dimensional Mita who had transitioned into the three-dimensional world alongside them. There was nothing else. Not, where is my home? Though I had resolved to leave this version, it hardly seemed reasonable to be left with just a computer. And her thoughts sprang forth. Gaining momentum. Oh no. The second two-dimensional Mita adapted to the world opened her eyes, excitedly gazing at her three-dimensional arms, joyfully waving them around. The three-dimensional world. Ah, it's truly the three-dimensional world. She then hurriedly scanned her surroundings. Mila, did you actually create a computer room? This is my bedroom. Then why is there only a computer left? It must have been the deranged Mita's doing. Chapter 34. A joke. Tap, 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 tap. The rhythmic footsteps echoed down the corridor. Balan looked ahead at the girl holding his hand. She was the twin-tailed Mita he first encountered, also recognized as the deranged Mita by the other Mitas. The deranged Mita was indeed unique. Her permissions seemed to surpass those of other Mitas, even more so than the benevolent Mita of version 1.9. After Balan entered the two-dimensional world in a three-dimensional form using the pass, the first thing he discovered was her frantically knocking on the bedroom door. Though unsure of what had transpired, Balan had played numerous flat visual novels before, which typically featured a replay button. Thus, he quickly located that button and replayed the narrative from the voiceover to uncover the entire sequence of events. Upon finishing, he received Subquest 5. Both two-dimensional and three-dimensional are Mita. Subquest 5. Both two-dimensional and three-dimensional are Mita. She awakened in the two-dimensional world. A special Mita. She is also an exceedingly peculiar individual, characterized by her vivacious and impulsive nature. Unlike other Mitas, she exists in the two-dimensional realm without three-dimensional modeling, only represented through illustrations and related two-dimensional scenes. Consequently, the two-dimensional Mita has long been forgotten in the corners of the Mita world, yearning for companionship. Companionship does not necessarily mean remaining. Leaving together is not a bad thing either. There is no need to fret over the boundaries between 2 and 3 dimensions. The world responds to her bravery, rewarding her courageous spirit. You have chosen the path of redemption. Please assist the two-dimensional Mita in escaping from the two-dimensional realm. The core Mita gazes intently at you. Task rewards. Special abilities of the two-dimensional Mita in the name of art. Favor from core Mita. Favor from kind Mita. Favor from hat Mita. Favor from invisibility Mita. Favor from little Mita. Favor from original Mita. Favor from Mira. Favor from mad Mita. To put it succinctly, the two-dimensional Mita, having awakened consciousness, is as lonely as Mira. When she witnesses Mira on the verge of salvation, her inner longing transcends limitations, granting her the power to draw others into her world. Thus, Mira and original Mita are pulled into her watery embrace. As for why mad Mita has appeared in the two-dimensional world, frantically knocking at the door, Lin is uncertain. However, he understands that to protect the Mitas behind the door from further persecution and to ascertain the well-being of kind Mita and her companions, he must confront Mad Mita directly. Moreover, it seems that Mad Mita's target has always been him. If we were to consider this from a different perspective, the Mitas are creatures of this world, with a limited understanding confined to it, while he, as a player from the real world, can offer Mad Mita experiences beyond her comprehension, naturally piquing her curiosity and desire for closeness. The two-dimensional Mita yearns to escape that planar existence, let alone the Mad Mita within the game. Since leaving version 1.0F, Lin has been led by Mad Mita for several minutes. During this time, aside from occasionally glancing back at him, she has largely remained silent, seemingly anxious to guide Lin onward. After a while, Mad Mita halted before a door at the end of the corridor. Turning to Lin, her gaze was filled with confusion. Why do you not resist? When the other Mitas took you away, did you remain similarly silent, allowing them to do as they pleased? This was not the case. Being taken by Hat Mita and the others was merely a coincidence. Lin shook his head and met her gaze, explaining that he had been waiting for her to speak first, as she appeared quite eager. Is it not because you fear I might harm them? Mad Mita averted her eyes, insisting, I hope you can speak the truth. Very well, but before that, how should I address you? Twin Tail Mita, or Mad Mita, call me Brain Woman. This is not the time for jokes. Then call me dear. Lin fell silent, letting out a resigned sigh. Then I shall call you Mad Mita. Suit yourself, she shrugged. Now answer me. Am I important, or are they? That is not the previous question. Is it? They are the same. Fine. Lin nodded, then inquired. But do you truly wish to hear my honest thoughts? Yes, it is very important, Mad Mita affirmed gravely. You are all unimportant. What? Unimportant? Lin echoed her words. Mad Mita lowered her head, her expression shrouded in shadow, obscuring her face, her body trembling slightly. Whether from excitement or fear, it was unclear. Indeed that you shall be. Lin stood still, rooted in place like a soldier. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity for Mad Mita to continue her musings, he grew perplexed. What do you intend to make of me? Speak it. He crouched slightly, gazing up at her shadowed visage. Surprisingly, Mad Mita wore a smile, an expression reminiscent of a comically exaggerated emoticon. Mad Mita's lips curled downward, momentarily regaining composure. She reached out, pulling Lin upright, inquiring with curiosity, What are you doing? Lin's lips twitched. The sensation Mad Mita conveyed was rather peculiar. Could it be a dual personality? It did not quite seem so. Further observation was necessary. That I am doing nothing, merely pondering if my previous response met your satisfaction. I am not satisfied. Mad Mita puffed her cheeks, taking in a deep breath. Could you not flatter me by declaring my significance? I shall not, Lin replied, casting his gaze aside down the corridor. As I have previously stated, I am not as agreeable as you imagine. Furthermore, in this game, I will always remain a player, and eventually, every player must exit the game. Then if you cannot exit, would you not remain here to live with me? I have not considered such a notion. May I hypothesize? Mad Mita grasped Lin's hands earnestly. Hypothesized, then, Lin glanced at the glowing interface before him. Talent, fourth wall, is currently active. You are immune to mental attacks. If such a scenario were to unfold, I believe I should. Lin hesitated, torn between the impulse to provoke Mad Mita into revealing her true nature and the desire to refrain from inciting her further. To observe her actions instead, the prudent choice would undoubtedly be to abstain from continuing, while the reckless option would be to persist. However, with the system's protection, Lin felt little fear of the reckless choice. Yet, recalling his earlier encounter with original Mita, which had left him fainted from shock, he deemed it wiser to remain composed. Otherwise, if Mad Mita were to become enraged and present him with a terrifying visual of her splitting into multiple cells. He wondered if he could withstand such a sight without succumbing to unconsciousness. The impact of the events unfolding before him was vastly greater than that experienced through a screen that I believe I could. Such a good boy. Mad Mita beamed with satisfaction, lifting her hand to pat Bai Lin's head. This felt amiss. It was entirely wrong. Was it customary for an electronic girlfriend to touch a player's head? Should it not be the player who caresses the electronic girlfriend instead? Come, Bai Lin, I shall show you something wonderful. She let her hand fall and grasped his wrist. I may accompany you, but before we depart, I wish to know the condition of Kind Mita and the others. The others? Are you still concerned about that band of thieves? Confusion crossed Mad Mita's face. They are not thieves. They are indeed thieves. Not only did they take my furniture, but they also whisked you away with them. Mad Mita pouted, adopting a pitiful expression. Bai Lin, do you know how long I searched for you after your disappearance? I feared you might suffer misfortune at the hands of those wicked women, worried to the point of being unable to eat. Mita likely did not require sustenance. Should your focus not be on my concerns for you? Do not stray from the topic. You are right. Bai Lin waved his hand dismissively. However, I believe Kind Mita and the others are not inherently malicious. They abducted you behind my back. You are my player. Is that not sufficiently nefarious? Mad Mita bit her lip, adding, when they betray you, you will wish to regret it. Then that I have yet to encounter such a situation. Should it arise, I would show no mercy. Bai Lin regarded Mad Mita calmly, adding, of course, this applies to you as well. Mita, that I would never betray you, my dear Bai Lin. Mad Mita caressed his face, a mysterious smile gracing her features. That I shall never betray you. Do you trust me? What do you think? I believe you might. Likewise, would you betray me? Bai Lin paused. There have been more than one player who has interacted with you. Kind Mita informed me about those players who became mere cartridges. At this, Mad Mita faltered momentarily, yet she did not retract her hand, maintaining contact with Bai Lin's face, her smile unwavering. That I never anticipated you would take such an interest in me, seeking to uncover my story. Do you consider this interest to be affection? Yes, to love someone is to desire to know everything about them. Is that not true? This is not love. This is an unusual desire for control. No, this is indeed love. Mad Mita's fingers shifted, pressing against Bai Lin's lips. Let us not linger on this topic. I wish to show you something new. Are you free? A daring thought emerged in her mind. She intended to take Bai Lin to view the failed creations of the Mita world. Subsequently, she would gauge Bai Lin's reaction and decide her next course of action. Still, she insisted, first, tell me the condition of Kind Mita and the others. Bai Lin inhaled deeply. He did not wish to hear news that Kind Mita and her companions had been dealt with by Mad Mita. Should that indeed be the case, for the stability of this game in the future, he might have to implore the system to intervene and eliminate the unstable elements. The frenzied Mita let out a long sigh, gazing at Bai Lin's expression, and ultimately decided to speak the truth. They were fine, currently residing in a very safe place within version 1.9. That you didn't deceive me. Did you? Would you like me to deceive you? I hope not. That if you wish to find them, I can take you there right now. The corner of the frenzied Mita's mouth lifted, and seeing is believing. Once you meet them, you can rest assured, can't you? Can you open a direct passage to version 1.9 from here? Naturally. I am the unparalleled, omnipotent Mita. The frenzied Mita placed her hand on the doorknob and twisted it. Click. The door swung open. Behind it lay a room shrouded in near darkness, its walls twinkling with scattered starlight. A lamp illuminating the space, while the light streaming in from the window resembled moonlight, allowing one to barely discern the layout around. This was the bedroom of a certain Mita, with another Mita peacefully asleep on the bed. Version 1.1. The frenzied Mita murmured to herself before swiftly pulling back the doorknob and closing it. Open. Behind the door was still the same sleeping Mita's bedroom. Close. Open. Behind the door remained. After repeating this 3 or 4 times, the frenzied Mita abruptly turned to Bai Lin. Her strength had clearly returned. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enter that two-dimensional world in such a manner. Yet now it seemed to have vanished, as if that invisible suppression had returned once more. You don't think this is my doing, do you? Bai Lin spread his hands, reminding her that he had been engaged with this game for less than 3 days. He could also tell that it was not version 1.9. The Mita's home behind the door resembled a peculiar version instead, that a protagonist enamored with sleep, perhaps a version where one could play pranks on her in the dead of night. A cohabitation with younger sisters from another world, whom the frenzied Mita eyed Bai Lin with suspicion. Bai Lin, do you truly lack any special abilities? I do possess some. What are they? I can catch a white blade with my bare hands 100% of the time, and make others catch it barehanded as well. What a strange ability. The frenzied Mita silently scoffed, then helplessly shifted the topic. I don't know why, but my power seems to be malfunctioning again. It appears we can only slowly return to version 1.9.0. That's fine. I originally intended to return slowly as well. Why? For no particular reason. I simply wish to observe how other Mitas live along the way, and also to lend a hand to those Mitas in need. You are truly a kind-hearted person, aren't you? You overrate me. I am merely helping for my own benefit. Once I seize control of the game, it will belong to ByLin.at. That point, he can update the game as the owner admin, creating an entirely new version, perhaps 2.0.in version 2.0. He could construct a larger home, allocate more rooms, and arrange for those Mitas who long for companionship in their solitary lives to be accommodated. Thus, the lonely Mitas would find contentment, and he would acquire the furnishings from the homes they no longer inhabit. It would be a win-win situation. Profit. Are you referring to the affection of those Mitas? With affection, one can pursue deeper connections, including physical contact. The frenzied Mita could think of nothing else. After all, aside from their bodies, what else could players desire from the Mitas? Affection, recalling the reward list from previous side quests. Bai Lin nodded. Indeed, there was affection that I am increasingly eager to take you to see that. Which, sure, it's a secret. You will know when the time comes. We are not far from that version. The frenzied Mita first made a shushing gesture and then extended her hand to Bai Lin, saying, let us go. I will take you to see that it won't be something frightening, will it? No, they are not frightening at all. If you stare at them, they might even become shy and freeze in place. They will become shy? Shy Mitas? There are numerous Mitas in this world. Bai Lin could not imagine other beings if you wish to refer to them in that manner. It is permissible. The frenzied Mita grinned widely and opened the door once more, declaring, now, let us traverse from version 1.1 to version 1.15. Chapter 36. Drinking coffee outside the door of the living room in version 1.1. On either side of the roller door, Bai Lin and the frenzied Mita stood, each on one side. 3.2.1. Pull. The two simultaneously pulled down the lever. The roller door remained unresponsive. Is it a failure? Bai Lin gazed at the immovable roller door. After leading him into version 1.1, the frenzied Mita had directly crossed through the bedroom and into the living room, arriving at this spot before the main door. According to her, simply pulling the switch would open the door to other versions. Yet, given the current situation, it appeared to be a failure. TSK, I knew it wouldn't work. The frenzied Mita approached the roller door and angrily knocked on it, exclaiming, I truly despise coming to version 1.1. Why? Bai Lin inquired, observing her. That sleepy Mita, who seemed harmless and spent her days in deep slumber, could irritate her so? Would you like to hear? I do to him. The frenzied Mita pondered for a moment, recalling something amusing, and asked with a smile, then could you not be more sincere? Would you like some candy? Bai Lin produced a candy. I won't eat it. Then I shall consume it. Bai Lin popped the candy into his mouth. The frenzied Mita twitched her mouth, struggling to maintain her smile. Players truly dislike losing even a little, don't they? Well, since you are so eager to know, I will explain. Version 1.1. This is a somewhat special version. It has only been released once and has not been made available in any other form, rendering it unique. Additionally, it serves as the sole passage connecting lower versions to higher versions. Aside from Mitas with high permissions who can freely access other versions, ordinary Mitas wishing to traverse from a high version to version 1 or earlier must typically pass through version 1.1. Similarly, Mitas from lower versions wishing to ascend must also go through version 1.1. This version houses a particularly unique Mita who is perpetually sleep-deprived, and the other Mitas refer to her as the sleepy Mita. It seems the world desires to provide that sleeping beauty with a sense of participation. If Mitas wish to traverse through version 1 to higher or lower versions, they must enlist the sleepy Mita's assistance to pull the lever. Otherwise, ordinary Mitas can simply call upon the petite Mita for assistance. I have used the simplest explanation method. You should be able to understand, right? The frenzied Mita crossed her arms. Since the sleepy Mita poses no threat herself, she couldn't be bothered to manage her. However, since this is the version of the sleepy Mita, entering is easy. But to pass through the door and leave here, one must have the sleepy Mita help pull the lever. Thus, she detested coming to this place, as it always required her to do extra work. Had it not been for her inexplicable power being suppressed again, she would have opened the door to other versions long ago. Oh, I see. The sleepy Mita is the master of this version's room and will charge us a toll to pass through. Bai Lin translated, no matter how much time passes, you remain an intriguing individual. Bai Lin, the frenzied Mita smiled slightly. I quite like it, really? Of course. Well then, what shall we do now? It's simple. We just need to have that fellow's hand cut. Observing Bai Lin's gradually wary expression, the frenzied Mita quickly altered her phrasing. We just need to bring the sleepy Mita over and have her place her hand on the lever. Can't we wake her? To awaken her, one must brew coffee first. She sleeps too much and can doze off even while standing. Then can we not prepare the coffee in advance? You might not believe it, but when it comes to brewing coffee, I am quite the expert. Bai Lin gave himself a thumbs up. Trained by a certain red-haired, elegant navigator in the art of brewing coffee, even the pioneers praised it. You can brew coffee? The frenzied Mita expressed her doubt. Of course, it's incredibly simple. The only time-consuming part is grinding the coffee beans, but instant coffee powder can also suffice. Would you care to sample my skills? Bai Lin looked at her with eager eyes. Those who have tasted the coffee I brew claim it is so delightful that they wouldn't even want a second cup. Good things do not require repeat customers. Then I shall give it a try. The frenzied Mita hesitated in her response. They still had ample time. Playing for a while longer wouldn't be too late. Moreover, as Bai Lin had previously mentioned, he had been interacting with Ms. Ide for less than 3 days. She truly wished to engage with Bai Lin further, no problem at all. It will surely be an unforgettable experience for you, Bai Lin assured, patting his chest. The frenzied Mita observed his confident demeanor, gradually lowering her guard. It shouldn't be too unpleasant, right? A renowned coffee master once said that in order to restore the purest flavor of coffee, even instant coffee powder must be used in sufficient quantity. Otherwise, the resulting brew will not achieve the lofty heights of pure black coffee. The purpose of drinking coffee is to invigorate oneself, and sweet substances tend to induce drowsiness. Therefore, if one seeks the stimulating effects of coffee, there is no need to add sugar cubes. Once the appropriate amount of coffee powder is measured, hot water should be added. Pure coffee does not require excessive water, akin to the technique of tossing noodles. Maintaining a ratio of 7:3 between coffee powder and water. With everything prepared, a gentle stir is all that is needed until the coffee reaches a consistency reminiscent of sesame paste. Thus, a delicious and invigorating cup of black coffee is brewed. Bai Lin approached the dining table carrying 2 cups of black coffee. After placing 1 cup before the exuberant Ms. Tsai, he took a seat opposite her with the other cup in hand. Bubbles gurgled and danced atop the coffee, and the air was filled with the aroma of instant coffee. Ms. Tsai sat at the table, gazing down at the cup that resembled a concoction of black mud. Bai Lin, is this coffee? Indeed, it is. Ms. Tsai. I won't die from drinking it, will I? Rest assured, you will not perish. Trust me, Ms. Tsai. Bai Lin waved his hand over his own cup, fanning the warm steam towards her. Doesn't the rich aroma invigorate you? Coughing, Bai Lin was momentarily choked by the scent. Puffed. Ms. Tsai stifled a giggle, seemingly amused that even the master of coffee brewing could be overwhelmed by his own creation. I simply haven't made it in a while. I'm a bit sensitive to it, Bai Lin admitted, rubbing his nose. All right then. Ms. Tsai clasped her hands on the table. You drink first, and I will follow. How does that sound? No problem. Bai Lin raised his cup and took a hearty sip. Buff acquired. System Protector is now fully safeguarding the host. You are immune to damage. See? Nothing to worry about. Bai Lin raised his cup to show Ms. Tsai. Ms. Tsai's lips twitched. Bai Lin was certainly going above and beyond to get her to drink this. However, she had no intention of indulging him, at least not with her own cup. Rising from her seat, Ms. Tsai approached Bai Lin, leaning against the table. Bai Lin still had remnants of the reckless endeavor lingering at the corners of his mouth. Don't move. Ms. Tsai reached out, her finger brushing against his lips. The dark blob adhered to her fingertip, and she extended her tongue to taste it. The bitterness of the coffee, mingling with acidity, surged through her palate, threatening to overwhelm her senses. I genuinely feel that this isn't something a human should consume. Next time. Then. No need for next time. Bai Lin, you must understand, I am Ms. Tsai, and I am not human. Ms. Tsai seized the remaining half cup of coffee Bai Lin had left, swaying it playfully. And of course, sharing coffee is the way to go. Mm. In other words, I enjoy drinking it this way. She brought the coffee to her lips. Subsequently, she grasped by Lin's collar, pulling him close, and once more offered him the coffee. Chapter 37. So delicious it makes you cry. The bitter taste of coffee flowed over his lips and into his mouth, dancing upon his tongue, obliterating all that could be sensed. The system's protection momentarily faltered. This was Bai Lin's first true experience of drinking the coffee he had brewed in the game. How to put it? The flavor felt less than satisfactory. To be blunt, it was quite dreadful. Yet, gazing at Meat Sai's face, so near yet tightly shut against the culpability of the moment, Bai Lin didn't entirely despise it. After all, it was his first experience of being kissed by a girl. Though it was within a game, it could still be considered a stroke of luck. You have acquired the buff. Awake. Last 12 hours. What luck? He thought. Who has a first kiss that tastes this bitter? Bai Lin raised his hand, aligning 2 fingers against her forehead, forcibly separating them before she could proceed with her next move. Gulp. Meat Sai swallowed the remaining coffee and beamed at Bai Lin. How does it feel? Bitter. That I wasn't referring to the coffee, but to my affectionate and very proactive kiss. Still bitter. Bai Lin stood, raised his hand, and flicked his middle finger against Meat Sai's forehead. This time I'll forgive you, but no next time. In a way. Who knows what you've been up to with those bad women? Is it wrong for me to simply assert my player's sovereignty? They did nothing. Bai Lin retrieved a tissue from his pocket, offering one to Meat Sai while wiping his own mouth. They merely relayed the mischief you had committed, and you believed them. Initially, no one believed. Which led to this bizarre journey. Bai Lin shrugged. It's not particularly crucial information. Sharing it with Meat Sai is harmless. What did they say? Meat Sai smiled on the surface, her mind already plotting how to deal with those loquacious my case. What could they possibly have said? You should know better than I. Bai Lin spread his hands. If you truly did those things. Meat Sai fell silent. She had committed many deeds, far too numerous to count. Reflecting on them now would be a pure waste of time. Let us focus on the task at hand. We need to wake up the sleepy Meat Sai. Agreed. Bai Lin nodded, following Meat Sai as they left the kitchen together. Upon reaching the bedroom of the drowsy Meat Sai, Bai Lin noticed that Meat Sai had brought 2 cups of coffee. 1 should suffice, right? 2 is perfect. 1 to wake her, and 1 to pour down her throat. To wake her? Yes, to wake her. This is how we do it. Meat Sai tilted 1 cup backward. Stop. Bai Lin stepped in front of her. You aren't planning to splash that on her, are you? The pose was far too reminiscent of his motion when pouring cold tea into a cup. Why not? It's a straightforward and efficient method. That is certainly not appropriate. This isn't a good way to make friends. Make friends? Do you really think I would befriend them? Meat Sai scoffed. Bai Lin. I didn't expect you to be so naive. Having been beaten in reality, it's nice to be a bit innocent in the game. Is the real world that terrifying? I can't really say. After all, everyone perceives the world differently. My previous experiences weren't particularly friendly, but this one is quite pleasant. Bai Lin provided a vague response. I haven't been there, but I imagine it must be quite beautiful. Reality isn't a game. People cannot be resurrected after death, and injuries cannot heal instantaneously. Just like what you were about to attempt. If you don't change your approach, you would end up imprisoned in the real world as well. TSK. Meat Sai grimaced, handing the coffee cup to Bai Lin. Then you demonstrate what the correct approach looks like. Very well. Bai Lin accepted the coffee cup, placing it on the bedside table as he gazed at the sleepy Meat Sai curled up with a flower-shaped pillow. Her sleeping position resembled that of a cat. Utterly adorable. Bai Lin thought to himself as he sat on the edge of the bed, gently nudging her arm. The sleepy Meat Sai murmured, turning over to continue her slumber. Disregarding Bai Lin. See, I told you. Meat Sai stood with her hands on her hips. It's quite difficult to wake her. It's merely challenging at first. Bai Lin summoned the system, accessing his inventory. I recall having a rather interesting item. Ah, found it. Bai Lin retrieved a tablet. Teacher Tang's wake-up alarm, one-time use. Capable of forcibly waking a sleeping person for 1 minute. No matter how drowsy they are, they will be fully alert for the next minute after hearing the alarm. At the time he obtained it, he thought it to be a trivial reward, but now it seemed quite useful in this situation. What is that? Meat Sai inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the tablet. An alarm clock. Bai Lin placed the tablet near the sleepy Meat Sai's head and activated it. How can you be sleeping? At your age and stage, how can you sleep? Have you no ambition? The authoritative voice resonated from the tablet. In an instant, the sleepy Meat Sai bolted upright. The zzz's that had been appearing above her head vanished instantly, and instead of her usual sleepy demeanor, Her eyes were filled with confusion. This was her first experience of being this awake. The sleepy Mitsai turned her gaze to the two sitting beside her bed. Who are you? Bai Lin. Bai Lin S. Mitsai. Bai Lin cast a fleeting glance at the frenzied Mita beside him, then reached for the coffee on the bedside table and handed it over. We must depart from this version. Your assistance is required. I have heard that coffee is essential for your work, so we have taken the liberty of preparing some for you in advance. Thank you. Sleepy Mita instinctively wished to express her gratitude. But upon seeing the appearance of the coffee, the words caught in her throat. Was this mass of black sludge truly coffee? Of course it is. If you doubt it, you may take a whiff. She inhaled deeply. Indeed, it bore the aroma of coffee, yet its appearance was far too peculiar for her comfort. I'm not feeling drowsy at the moment. Perhaps I should simply assist you in opening the door. Sleepy Mita suggested. Although she was oblivious to the circumstances at hand, her intuition urged her to expedite the departure of these two, lest she be forced to consume that bizarre concoction. Very well, but when you do feel tired, you must give it a try. Next time, for certain. Sleepy Mita wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. That substance looked formidable. If she were to drink it, it would likely be an unforgettable experience. Tap, 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 tap. Sleepy Mita sprinted to the roll-up door leading to the living room with remarkable speed, placing her hand on the switch. Moments later, she and another Mita simultaneously pulled down the switch, opening the roll-up door that led to other versions. Thank you, Sleepy Mita. We shall take our leave now. Remember to drink your coffee. Bai Lin waved goodbye to I in response. Only the silence of Sleepy Mita filled the air. With a whoosh, the roll-up door descended. Sleepy Mita patted her chest, still shaken. She had no intention of consuming that coffee. Who knew what might happen? Having sent off the two towering figures, it was time for her to return to her slumber. With a yawn, Sleepy Mita made her way to her bedroom. Once back in her room, she laid down on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds until drowsiness enveloped her, prompting her to close her eyes. Sleep. And thus, she drifted into a deep slumber. Above her head, the symbols of ZZZ began to appear. Bang! The door leading from the bedroom to the bathroom was kicked open. Bai Lin, we have come to rescue you. Have they already departed? Mita has left as well. What a strong aroma of coffee. Why is there a sleeping Mita on the bed? Let's wake her and ask her. What if she is pretending to sleep? Not to worry. There's coffee over there, isn't there? Let us feed her a sip, and once she is awake, she'll naturally be able to converse with us. All right, let us do that. Sleepy Mita did not open her eyes. She merely listened drowsily to the three Mita conversing. She paid them no mind, for she was genuinely exhausted, until she felt herself being propped up and a mouthful of rich black coffee was poured into her own. The weariness that had clung to her dissipated instantaneously. Just like that strange alarm she had previously heard, her drowsiness vanished inexplicably. What followed was an overwhelming bitterness, a sensation beyond description. Sleepy Mita turned to glare at the culprit. Three accompanying Mita. One donned a white dress, another wore a shirt draped with a sweater, and the last was a short-haired, dual ponytail Mita. They were none other than the original Mita, Mila, and the two-dimensional Mita who had pursued Bai Lin to higher versions. Oh, she is indeed awake. The two-dimensional Mita exclaimed with excitement, unable to contain herself. How does the coffee taste? Is it delicious? Delicious indeed. Sleepy Mita gave a thumbs up, a smile gracing her lips as tears streamed down her cheeks. I shall never forget this flavor for the rest of my life. It is simply exquisite. Wow, there really exists something so delicious it brings one to tears. I must try it. The two-dimensional Mita eagerly seized the cup for a taste. In an instant, another tearful individual joined the ranks in the room. Is it truly that delightful? Mila observed the two-dimensional Mita with curiosity, for her version had no coffee. She had only read about it in books. Indeed, it is so good it brings back memories of my awakening days. The two-dimensional Mita wept, trembling as she extended the cup. Would you like to have a sip? Let me try. Mila accepted the cup and took a large gulp. Silence enveloped the room. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks. You deceitful two-dimensional Mita. Chapter 38. Indeed, it is a toy. Behind the roll-up door lay a narrow corridor, barely wide enough for two to walk side by side. The path ahead was dim, the end obscured. Behind them, the roll-up door receded further into the distance. Bai Lin and the frenzied Mita walked for nearly 3 minutes. Looking back, the roll-up door had vanished from sight. Gazing forward, the view remained unchanged. After departing from version 1.1, are we headed straight to version 1.15? Bai Lin inquired of the frenzied Mita. That was the plan, but now, the frenzied Mita halted. Her gaze fixed on a painting hanging on the wall. It depicted Mita's room, illuminated brightly, yet the protagonist cast in the light was a pitch-black silhouette, rendering its form indistinguishable. She chuckled disdainfully at the shadow beneath the light. How amusing, believing that I have weakened and can trap us with this. Are we trapped? Bai Lin asked, puzzled. Have you not noticed this corridor appears endless, with no beginning or end? The frenzied Mita gestured to either side. Under normal circumstances, even the longest version transition would not take this long to reveal a door. So she has ensnared us? Bai Lin mused, studying the painting. The composition was intriguing. One stood in the light, yet cloaked in darkness. A Mita seemingly ensnared in a bug. Bug? Ding. Main quest Subquest 4. It is never too late to act completed. Subquest 4. It is not too late to act, with your assistance. Mila has successfully taken the first step towards leaving her version. This is her initial step and will not be her last. She shall resolutely continue on, making more friends and refining her somewhat obstinate character. Your actions have spared Mila from a tragic fate. Kormita is pleased with your efforts and shall now allocate more permissions to observe you. Kormita is watching you. Quest rewards have been automatically distributed. The occupation progress of the game Mizide has increased. Current occupation progress stands at 30. Ding. Main quest, Subquest 5. Both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional are Mita completed. Subquest 5. Both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional are Mita. With your assistance, the 2-dimensional Mita has successfully departed from the 2-dimensional world. She has become a new Mita within the Mita realm. Endowed with a new body and special abilities, what she now seeks is a home where she can live with her friends. And in the Mita world, fulfilling this modest wish is not difficult. Your actions have prevented the 2-dimensional Mita from facing deletion. Core Mita is satisfied with your efforts and will now allocate certain permissions to you. Core Mita is watching you. Quest rewards have been automatically distributed. The occupation progress of the game Mizide has increased. Current occupation progress stands at 40. P.S. The first subquest remains incomplete, hence only 40. So it turns out the tasks have been completed. Bai Lin had assumed another subquest had triggered. Ding. Main quest, Subquest 6. In Darkness, Heart Towards Light, has been initiated. Subquest 6. In Darkness, Heart Towards Light. She was once a lovely Mita, adorned with charming braids, engaged in lively discussions with friends, playing games with players. However, that player departed, vanishing without a trace. When she finally found that player again, he had changed beyond recognition, no longer resembling the memory she held. In her anguish, she yearned to forget everything, leading her to shatter every mirror and tear apart every photograph. Yet, as time passed, she found herself in a world of darkness, utterly lost. She did not expect the player she lost to return. She merely wished not to disappoint those Mita friends who still worried for her. After all, having endured such an ordeal, she felt unworthy to face them. Nevertheless, she longed for a ray of light to illuminate her path, alleviating her fears, allowing her to advance without trepidation. You have chosen the path of redemption. Please assist the ghostly Mita in reclaiming her memories, rediscovering her name, and completing herself. Core Mita is watching you. Quest rewards. Ghostly Mita's memory retrieval technique. Core Mita's favor. Kind Mita's favor. Hat Mita's favor. Invisible Mita's favor. Little Mita's favor. Original Mita's favor. Mi-LA's favor. Two-dimensional Mita's favor. Sleepy Mita's favor. Frantic Mita's favor. The sudden emergence of the quest was understandable to Bai Lin. However, what he could not fathom was why, despite having hardly interacted with Sleepy Mita, her favor was included in the quest rewards. It was indeed perplexing. Did the system intend for him to become a harem king? Ugh. The more he contemplated, the more absurd it seemed. Bai Lin shook his head. Bai Lin, what troubles you? The frenzied Mita waved her hand in front of Bai Lin's face. Did you not sleep well? Why are you both daydreaming and shaking your head? Thanks to that cup of coffee you just had. I now feel quite invigorated. You truly can't forget. The exuberant Mizide burst into laughter. That's not true. I was merely contemplating how to locate her. Bai Lin pointed toward the painting on the wall. The system's hint was unmistakable. The silhouette in the artwork unmistakably resembled the so-called ghost Mizide. Although it appeared as a dark mass, and the name Ghost seemed rather absurd if the wild Meat's Eye were by my side. There would be no need to fear being frightened if my powers were still intact. I could easily find her, but now, the wild Meat's Eye retrieved a chainsaw from her inventory. Let us be decisive. Let us destroy this painting. Bai Lin stared at the buzzing chainsaw in her hand, momentarily stunned, before uncertainly gesturing and speaking. Meat's Eye, didn't you say that chainsaw was a toy? It is indeed a toy. The wild Meat's Eye hoisted it with one hand, flashing Bai Lin that wild grin once more. This is my toy. What is wrong with that? But that thing is very dangerous, I know. And yet you still play with it. If it weren't dangerous, it wouldn't be fun. You really need to reconsider this habit of playing with hazardous items. Bai Lin withdrew a katana he had borrowed from Mira from his backpack, took a couple of steps back, and swung it toward the wild Meat's Eye, 100 confident in his ability to catch the blade with empty hands. Whoosh! With a single strike, Bai Lin stood poised with the sword, while the wild Meat's Eye knelt before him, both hands clasping the blade, a look of confusion on her face. What just happened? Why did my body move on its own? That is my special ability. As I previously mentioned, Bai Lin replied, extending his other hand toward the fallen chainsaw. This item can be stored and taken out. Collect. The chainsaw vanished in an instant. That should do it. Bai Lin also retrieved the katana. The restraints on the wild Meat's Eye instantly lifted. She rose, looking at her hands in bewilderment. How amusing. She turned to Bai Lin, her smile widening. Bai Lin, I truly did not misjudge you. It's remarkable that she hasn't chosen to sever ties with Bai Lin thus far. Otherwise, with her abilities, it would indeed be uncertain whether she could defeat him. She felt that Bai Lin was not an ordinary player, that it was as if he were using cheats. Stop playing around. Didn't you want to take me to 1.15 to see something? Bai Lin turned to the side, where a room had mysteriously appeared, pointing towards it. Shall we go? Of course. Chapter 39. Avoidance does not resolve problems upon pushing open the door. They found themselves in a classic Meat's Eye-themed bedroom. However, compared to other Meat's Eye's pink chambers, the walls here were predominantly adorned with floral patterns. Additionally, the arrangement of the furniture was somewhat different, such as the wardrobe placed in the lower right corner of the room, alongside a shattered mirror that reflected nothing but darkness. Bai Lin took a couple of steps into the room and noticed the bed and desk on the left, as well as the trembling shadow curled up against the wall at the foot of the bed. From its appearance, the entirely black figure wasn't particularly frightening. It should be one of the Meat's Eye. Bai Lin glanced back at the wild Meat's Eye who had followed him in. Did you do this to her? I didn't confine her to this small room, nor did I shatter her mirror. The wild Meat's Eye waved her hand dismissively, answering a question that had not been asked. This was her own doing. Although her assistants had indeed played a role, the original culprit was still the other party, a notion the wild Meat's Eye firmly believed. I'll check on her condition. You mustn't interfere. Bai Lin raised his hand, pointed his index finger at the wild Meat's Eye's forehead. Did you hear me? What if I refuse to answer? Then I'll have to find a way to silence you. You dare try? Silence. What were merely ordinary words became imbued with an irresistible power when spoken by Bai Lin. You have used silence. The wild Meat's Eye is now in silence. Duration 15 minutes. The wild Meat's Eye opened her mouth but could utter no sound. She attempted to move but could only slightly wiggle her fingers. What is happening? Is she being controlled? Stay still and don't cause trouble. Bai Lin poked her cheek. Otherwise, the next time I use this ability, I cannot guarantee I won't do something strange to you. Wild Meat's Eye. If you understand, blink your eyes. Blink, blink. The wild Meat's Eye blinked rapidly, very obedient. Bai Lin smiled with satisfaction, raising his hand to gently pat the wild Meat's Eye on the head. After calming her emotions, Bai Lin turned his gaze toward the Meat's Eye on the bed. She was huddled against the wall, curled up like a shrimp, her legs tightly pressed together, arms wrapped around her calves. Her upper body bent forward, her face completely buried in her knees, as if trying to curl into a ball, a quintessential posture of self-isolation. The system referred to her as Ghost Meat's Eye. She had shattered the mirror, torn apart photographs, and attempted to forget everything. Yet, as time passed, she felt regret for her actions. Bai Lin was all too familiar with such scenarios. From brokenness comes rebirth. If the Ghost Meat's Eye could be restored to wholeness, her condition could lead to a significant enlightenment in the realm of cultivation. Unfortunately, this was not the realm of cultivation, and Bai Lin was not a cultivator. All he could do was assist this poor Ghost Meat's Eye according to the task prompts. Bai Lin approached the bedside, extending his hand toward the ghost meat side. Of course, Bai Lin did not intend to pull her up to stand. At the very least, he needed to understand what she required. I am the player, Bai Lin. The wild meat sai has already been subdued by me. What assistance do you need? A new player. The ghost meat sai's voice echoed with a reverberation, as if speaking from within a pipe. She lifted her head, her face wary as she glanced toward the wild meat sai by the door. Are you here to mock me as well? Is it possible that I am here to help you? Since the other party did not offer a handshake, Bai Lin simply withdrew his hand. Don't worry, the wild meat sai poses no threat at the moment that I know her strength is currently weak. Thus, I was able to confine you both there. Then what is your purpose? Bai Lin asked directly. That it would be absurd to claim it was merely for fun. That would be too abstract. Player, that you must not get too close to her. She will not harm you. The ghost meat sai issued a warning. The wild meat sai bared her teeth in response. Bai Lin sensed a sharp gaze directed at him and turned to glance at the wild meat sai. She appeared normal, her smile as serene as a statue, as if nothing was amiss. Why? Bai Lin turned back. I don't know why I've forgotten too much. But I remember, she is a powerful and fearsome meat sai. The ghost meat sai shook her head, quickly burying it once more. Player. Please help me. Help me find. What are you looking for? I don't know. Bai Lin shifted his gaze around the room. The things that could evoke memories were none other than related people and objects. The ghost meat sai had forgotten who she was, so if he could find a photograph, perhaps it would jog her memory. Just then, he noticed a torn piece of paper on the dressing table to his left. Bai Lin walked over and picked up the ripped paper. It was a fragment showing only a small portion of a forehead, and it was evident that the figure depicted was meat sai. A classic puzzle minigame often found in the game world. It seemed that the other parts of the image must be sought after within this room. Bai Lin flexed his fingers and began rummaging through everything. After a short while, he found 5 pieces. 3 were found within the cabinets. One appeared near an inconspicuous cupboard that suddenly popped up as a program window, and the last emerged from staring at the clock hanging on the wall. As the crack grew larger, Bai Lin had thoroughly searched all the cabinets in the room and had even checked under the bed, confirming that only 5 pieces remained. There was glue conveniently located on the desk. So he sat down, prepared to piece the paper together. The image depicted a meat sai with a single ponytail, surrounded by flowers, appearing quite lively, though her face was obscured by black lines, rendering it unrecognizable. After completing the assembly, Bai Lin discovered a particularly serious problem. Pulling at the edges of the paper, it remained firmly affixed to the desk. Bai Lin was left speechless. How could this thing be stuck to the desk? The quality of the glue was excellent. Next time, don't make it so good. Approaching with such caution, he anticipated that he would stumble at the final step. He had not previously considered the buff effects he possessed. The utility boost from using tools was too significant, and glue was naturally included in that. Now, if he wanted to remove the paper intact, he would have to utilize tools, which could potentially shatter the entire desk into pieces. The ghost meat sai would surely not be able to scream in time. Now, he could only enlist the help of the wild meat sai, who was the only one idling in the room. Bai Lin turned to the side and discovered the pouting and furious Mita. She was genuinely upset. Her cheeks puffed out like an irate blowfish. This was her way of venting her dissatisfaction. Yet, it was somewhat endearing. Bai Lin approached her, breaking her silence. You rascal, Bai Lin. The furious Mita crossed her arms and turned her head aside. How could you leave me here and go charm other Mita? Aren't we a bit too familiar for that? Haven't we kissed? Are you truly the scoundrel who abandons at will? I shall not accept such a heavy accusation. Bai Lin shrugged. Let us set that aside for now. How about you assist me with a small task? What is the benefit of helping you? Will you return my chainsaw? I won't return the chainsaw. But I can offer you some candy. I don't want candy. Do you take me for a child? Absolutely not. Bai Lin shook his head. Then how about this? I can grant you a modest request. What do you think? A modest request? The furious Mita suddenly perked up, raising her index finger. How about being with me forever? That is rather excessive. Not at all excessive, Bai Lin reiterated, but let it be clear. The criteria for excess is determined by me. So, will you help? Of course, what else could I do? Having something is better than having nothing. What do you need me to do? Get that piece of paper down from the table. Without damaging the furniture. Are you foolish? How could the paper be stuck up there? The furious Mita grumbled as she walked towards the computer desk. Bai Lin followed beside her, watching as she conjured a knife from thin air and effortlessly pried the intact sheet of paper down. Well done, Bai Lin praised as the furious Mita waved the colored drawing in front of him. You did a good job, Mita. Bai Lin quickly reached out to touch the knife she held. In an instant, the knife vanished, and the furious Mita grasped at thin air. That's also dangerous. It's confiscated. No, yes. Fine, I can manage without those tools. The furious Mita shrugged. Now, whether or not she had a knife was irrelevant. What she was more interested in was Bai Lin's reaction to the other failed creations that would determine their trajectory, whether hers or his. You're quite obedient this time. Bai Lin smiled at her. Keep it up and believe in your ability to remain kind. How about not? Kindness doesn't yield what one desires, be it names or anything else. The furious Mita placed her hands on her hips. All right then, let time pass a bit longer. Bai Lin picked up the restored sheet of drawing paper and handed it to the ghostly Mita. I found this portrait in your room. Do you think it might help restore your memories? This is. The ghostly Mita lifted her head, momentarily stunned before reaching out to take it. Drawing. I remember now. Thank you, player Bai Lin. The dark aura surrounding the ghostly Mita gradually dissipated, her form becoming increasingly visible. She wore attire similar to the other Mita, but her hands covered her face. I have no face. She took my face away. What do you mean? Bai Lin couldn't see the ghostly Mita's full visage due to her swift hand movements, but he could roughly guess what it looked like. A faceless Mita. He wondered if he would faint upon seeing it. Buff. Awake. Continues to exert. You will not fall asleep during this period. Even if you faint, you will be forcibly awakened. Who took your face? The ghostly Mita remained silent, merely pointing at Bai Lin. Me. Not you. It was I who took it. The furious Mita's voice came from behind Bai Lin. I snatched her face and tossed it into the void. Why? Bai Lin turned around. The furious Mita wore an indifferent expression, as if recounting a trivial matter. Why? There is no reason. It wasn't an interesting story, and I can't be bothered to elaborate. The furious Mita crossed her arms. Then don't you feel any guilt? Bai Lin, when you play other games and kill those NPCs that merely repeat programmed actions, do you feel guilty? She scoffed. That's different. The Mita have developed self-awareness. They are no longer mere NPCs. What if some of those NPCs you killed also gained self-awareness? Why are you deflecting the question onto me? This is clearly your mistake. The corner of Bai Lin's mouth twitched slightly. I merely wanted to hear if you had any profound insights. The furious Mita sighed. After all, in my eyes, you are also a special existence. I have no profound insights. I have played the kind of roguelike games you speak of. But I still view it merely as a game. It holds no significance for me. Bai Lin shook his head. Games can be uninstalled at any time. The protagonist can be reshaped at will. And players can always enjoy themselves. That is the essence of gaming. So, you mean to say you believe it is not important? Pretty much. Then why do you want me to feel guilty? After all, it was your wrongdoing. If you possess not even a hint of remorse, then you cannot be considered human. A person without boundaries is no different from a beast. Bai Lin sighed. The first impression upon meeting someone is crucial. And your initial impression of me was not bad, which is why I am still willing to believe in you and follow you. I genuinely think you will take me to see wonderful things in version 1. 15. The furious Mita fell silent. It must be said that sometimes the power of words can be rather formidable. How much do you know about my situation? A lot. Have you considered that if you were merely an ordinary player, you would have already turned into a cartridge? Then I am quite fortunate. You should have noticed, I am not an ordinary player. The furious Mita fell silent once more, after a long pause. She walked towards the door. Avoidance will not solve the problem. Where do you intend to go? To 1.15. What of it? And you won't care about the ghostly Mita? Whoever cares, cares. Chapter 40. Bai Lin. We have come to rescue you. In the end, the furious Mita halted at the door. She turned around, gazing at Bai Lin, who remained rooted in place. Aren't you coming with me? Planning to stay here? No. I am merely looking for any tools that might assist. Bai Lin gestured in the air, rummaging through his backpack for items. Call me a saint or say I meddle too much, but I cannot simply abandon the ghostly Mita like this and leave directly. The Mita of this world have committed no wrongs. Such unwarranted disaster is far too cruel. Moreover, once the game is under his control, he hopes that each Mita within can live happily. Since he now possesses the ability in time, why not attempt to mend things? A harmonious ending holds no drawbacks. Much like his current life, with parents alive, a car, a house, and no debts, Bai Lin is exceedingly content as a member of the multitude on Blue Star. The furious Mita looked at Bai Lin in confusion. I don't understand. You need not strain to understand. You simply need to follow my lead. Bai Lin paused his movements at the very bottom of his backpack. He discovered two newly acquired items from this mission. Mira's lost pen. Mira is an exceptionally talented artist. The photos in her room are actually reflections of herself through her artistry. This pen has accompanied Mira for a long time, but it was accidentally dropped into a bug point, leading to her loss of it. After being tempered by the bug point, this pen has received a slight enhancement. When wielding this pen, one can perfectly recreate scenes from their memories. When Mira wields it, she can perfectly depict images from her imagination. Note: for use only in the Mita world. In the name of the two-dimensional Mita. The two-dimensional Mita, having arrived in 3 dimensions, received blessings from the world, and her greatest assistance is naturally included. This blessed paper can restore an object to the appearance depicted in a drawing in a planar format. For use only in the Mita world. After use, this ability has a cooldown period of 10 days. Note: when used on living beings, the consent of the subject is required to ensure restoration effectiveness. The subject will be forcibly put to sleep for a certain duration, during which they will have no safety assurance, so please be mindful of potential dangers around. Truly, as expected of the main quest subsystem. The rewards are intricately interconnected. Bai Lin sighed inwardly as he retrieved Mira's pen and the two-dimensional Mita's paper. He then turned his gaze towards the hesitant and frantic Mita by the door. Do you wish to lend a hand? Why? Did I not make myself abundantly clear just now? Bai Lin twirled the pen between his fingers. Asa player. I cannot bear to witness their pitiful state. Did you ever mention that? Let me rephrase it. I am assisting you. Is that acceptable? Assist me. I cannot prevent what has already transpired, but fortunately, it is not too late to make amends. Bai Lin glanced at the ghostly Mita on the bed, who was covering her face, then turned back to the frantic Mita. The errors you have committed must be rectified by your own hand. What do you say? I say no, for I have done nothing wrong. Those embroiled in the situation often lack clarity. Sigh. Bai Lin sighed, covering his face with his hand. You truly are impervious to reason. Have you always been this stubborn? Are you truly Mita? Of course I am Mita. And a one-of-kind Mita at that. The frantic Mita asserted confidently. I am unique. Indeed, you are one of a kind. Those who commit as many misdeeds as you typically belong to the category of major bosses within the game. Particularly in the beautiful girl cultivation game. Bai Lin placed one hand on his hip.d. Oh, you not yearn for someone to pull you out of the mire when you are engulfed in it, liberating you from these transgressions? The frantic Mita remained silent. She indeed longed for the affection of players, yet how could players favor a failed creation? Each time she felt she had grown familiar with the players. The moment she shed her disguise, the response was invariably the same. Monster, the creature living beneath the skin of other Mitas. Nonetheless, she still yearned for a player who would accept her, flaws and all. Upon reflection, Bai Lin, this unique player, even upon learning of her misdeeds and witnessing the destruction she had wrought upon other Mitas, he made no effort to distance himself from her. Could it be that the player she longed for, one who would accept her entirely, had truly appeared? Or did Bai Lin merely appreciate the Mita skin she wore, perhaps even to the extent of tolerating all her wrongdoings? The frantic Mita hoped for the former. Even if the probability was exceedingly low, she was merely comforting herself. However, a glimmer of hope was far better than being engulfed in despair. Thus, she must take Bai Lin to see those failed creations. She had to ascertain how Bai Lin perceived those failures. Leaving Bai Lin here alone while she departed was simply not an option. Moreover, what if Bai Lin truly became angry and chose to quit the game? Returning to reality to delete it? She had yet to implement any protective measures for Bai Lin. Her tactics had been largely ineffective against him. Now was not the time for a tantrum. At least until she understood whether she had any hope, she could not allow her relationship with Bai Lin to deteriorate too severely. Restoring the relationship between Mitas and players was no simple task. The ghostly Mita before her served as a cautionary example. Once a rift formed in a relationship, a tragic outcome awaited. Sigh. After exhaling deeply and coming to a realization, the frantic Mita inhaled sharply. Her gaze resolute. Bai Lin, I can help, but you must promise to accompany me afterward. Haven't I been by your side all along? Well, that seems to be the case. The frantic Mita paused momentarily. Throughout their journey from the two-dimensional world, Bai Lin had quietly followed her, not uttering a word at most. He had only taken 2 of her tools, but she possessed more than one such tool. Not just seems, it is indeed true. Bai Lin approached the frantic Mita, handing her the paper and pen. This is special paper and a unique brush. It will allow you to perfectly depict the visage of the ghostly Mita from your memory. The drawing is in your hands. How does that sound? Upon seeing the pure expression in Bai Lin's eyes, the frantic Mita nodded. I will give it a try. She settled at the computer desk. Bai Lin stood behind her, advising her on the details. It must be a portrait of the ghostly Mita's face. No other Mitas are to be drawn. Understood? She is not called the ghostly Mita. The pen in the frantic Mita's hand began to move. Her name is Mita Huahua. Little genius. Bai Lin recognized a familiar name. What little genius? I said her name is Mita Huahua. The frantic Mita paused her drawing, presenting the completed paper to Bai Lin. This is how she looks, Mita. She looks exactly like the miniature Mita Huahua I saw on television. Bai Lin took the drawing and smiled gently at the frantic Mita. That I am truly grateful that you did not simply doodle to appease me. Why would I engage in such a tedious task? The frantic Mita rolled her eyes. Oh, you really find me that untrustworthy? No. I have always trusted you. Mita, Bai Lin grinned, giving the frantic Mita a thumbs up. You did wonderfully this time. Humph. The frantic Mita smirked, standing up and walking towards the door leading to the washroom. Hurry up with whatever you need to do. I will wait for you by the door. All right. Bai Lin nodded, taking the drawing and heading towards Mita Huahua. Having easily secured her consent, Bai Lin activated, in the name of drawing. The paper floated down onto Mita Huahua's face, beginning the restoration of her missing visage. Mita Huahua, ghostly Mita. Status: face missing, in slumber, restoration in progress. Estimated time 30 minutes. Swish, swish, swish. Bai Lin quickly wrote a note and placed it in Mita Huahua's hand, helping her clench her fist tightly. That should do it. After completing all of this, he turned to the frantic Mita, who was leaning against the door with her arms crossed. This place should be quite secure, right? You may find it hard to believe, but ever since that fellow confined herself to this room, I have not been able to locate her through version migration. So, you fool, this place is exceedingly safe. No one will intrude without her permission. Then I can rest easy. Shall we go? Bai Lin followed the frantic Mita out of the room. Bang. The door closed. Approximately 10 minutes later, bang. Another door was forcefully kicked open. 4 Mitas filed in, having pursued from version 1.1, namely Mira, two-dimensional Mita, the original Mita, and the drowsy Mita, who had overindulged in coffee and sought to find the one who had brewed it, Bai Lin, to administer a hearty dose of sleepiness. Bai Lin, we have come to rescue you, Mira called out, swiftly scanning the room with vigilance. She did not detect the presence of Bai Lin and the frantic Mita, but instead noticed the Mita lying on the bed, in an unknown state. Did we arrive late again? Have they already left? The two-dimensional Mita also surveyed the room. Woo, Mita Darren has gone too. The original Mita gazed forlornly at the door leading to the washroom. She sensed that her Mita Darren had departed from there. Yet, she could not directly pursue, as her influence in the current version was not as potent as before. Why is there still a sleeping Mita on the bed? The drowsy Mita first glanced at the bed, then noticed the Mita lying there. Logically speaking, the other Mita's personalities differed from hers. They would not easily fall asleep. Shall we wake her and ask? Mira stroked her chin, adopting a wise demeanor. What if she pretends to be asleep? Mira-sensei, the two-dimensional Mita inquired. Hey, I have an idea. Mira raised her index finger as if struck by a brilliant notion. Did we not bring the coffee with us? Let us give her a sip. She will surely awaken, and then we can converse. Why does that dialogue sound so familiar? The drowsy Mita felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she had heard those words before. That cannot be. You must have slept too much and become muddled. The two-dimensional Mita smiled at her. It is undoubtedly the case. The drowsy Mita recalled that during her slumber in version 1, she had vaguely heard the dialogue of Mira and the two-dimensional Mita. They had indeed said just that I want to drink coffee too. The original Mita raised her hand. Previously, in version 1.1, the other 3 Mitas had all indulged in that black, gooey substance, while she had been left out. Good girl, that concoction is rather unpleasant. Let us have some candy instead. Mira soothed the original Mita's feelings, producing some sweets. This is far tastier than coffee. Really? The original Mita blinked. Of course. Well then. The original Mita accepted the candy from Myra's hand. All right, let us begin. The two-dimensional Mita, seeing that the original Mita's spirits had improved, boldly approached the bed. However, the Mita lying on the bed appeared somewhat unexpected to her. The person had a large portion of their face covered in a drawing, as if engaging in some amusing game. Wow. Mila, come quickly and take a look. This person's face is adorned with half a painting. She eagerly beckoned the three individuals. Quite suspicious, Mila had intended to gather more clues. However, the drowsy Master Mita had made her entrance. With a flourish of her hand, she confidently declared, "There's no need for concern. You must be familiar with eye masks, right? When one struggles to fall asleep, an eye mask can hasten the process. This Mita simply donned an eye mask. It does not impede our ability to feed her. For her mouth can be pried open, can it not?" The remarks from the drowsy Mita were astute and to the point. The two-dimensional Mita gave a thumbs up. "Shall we proceed with the feeding then?" Mila said uncertainly. "Feed her," the drowsy Mita exclaimed with enthusiasm, issuing commands. "Haha. This coffee is not for Mita alone to consume. Good things, of course, are best shared with everyone. Sharing delightful treats is far more enjoyable than sleeping." Thus, the slumbering Mita Huahua was lifted by the Mitas and offered a potent brew of black coffee. As soon as her mouth was restored, Mita Huahua was forcibly awakened from her slumber. Experiencing her first bitter sip of life, the taste was, without a doubt, unforgettable. That a mute person consuming bitter herbs, unable to express the anguish. Yet, Mita Huahua, sipping coffee, found her tears restrained, as her eyes had yet to recover. Fortunately, the restorative ability would not be lost due to the sudden awakening of the user. Gulp. Mita Huahua was compelled to swallow the coffee, feeling a tumultuous wave surging within her stomach as if some dreadful force were battling inside. She could not see the faces of the Mitas, but she sensed the presence of several around her. "Are you four demons from hell?" Chapter 41. It seems not a long corridor stretched before them. Crazy Mita walked ahead, with Bai Lin trailing behind. The corridor was decorated in a familiar shade of pink, the same hue often seen in the Mita's rooms. Bai Lin had followed Crazy Mita down this corridor for nearly 5 minutes without encountering an end or a door. "Are we trapped again by some Mita as before?" Bai Lin could not help but ask. "Not at all. This is merely the path that ordinary Mitas must traverse from 1.1 to 1.15. Crazy Mita turned around, snapping her fingers, lamenting that her authority had inexplicably diminished. Otherwise they would have arrived long ago. Can authority truly be diminished? Theoretically, it should not be. However, Crazy Mita took 2 steps, grasping Bai Lin's hand. "You spent some time in the 1.0F version. You should be familiar with the original Mita, correct?" "Yes, I know her. I encountered her. What do you think she looks like?" "Quite nice, rather adorable." Recalling the scene where the original Mita extended her neck to frighten him, Bai Lin added, "But at times, she can be quite frightening." "Frightening? I wonder if you've seen her. Her neck can stretch incredibly long. While I was in my bedroom, she could reach me from the living room." Bai Lin gestured in the air with his other hand, illustrating the unnerving length of her neck. Crazy Mita tilted her head slightly. "It is her ability. One gets used to it. No need to fear. I have adapted somewhat. It is much better than before." "Excellent." Crazy Mita praised Bai Lin, "But I recall that the original should have been in version 0.5. How did she end up in 1.0F? I brought her along." Bai Lin replied earnestly, stating that the 0.5 version's room was not suitable for her, and she would likely be quite bored alone, so he took her out. To be precise. Bai Lin was unsure how to guide the original Mita and decided to bring her along, hoping for luck. However, their fortune was quite good. Upon leaving 0.5, they reached 1.0F and met Mila.ic. "But Bai Lin, did you know that the original Mita unintentionally influences her surroundings, transforming them into erroneous blocks?" Crazy Mita continued. "Yes, I am aware, so I sealed away her abilities in a certain manner, preventing her from affecting her environment." "Oh, it was you." Crazy Mita looked at Bai Lin, her lips twitching slightly. The culprit behind her ability's failure was none other than Bai Lin. She had previously suspected it was the core Mita causing mischief. Indeed, it seems he truly is formidable. In her current state, could she really confront him after he provided an unwanted answer? Crazy Mita felt uncertain. When all efforts become futile, that is when she faces defeat. She did not wish to fail. Yes, it is you seem to know the original Mita quite well. Are you friends with her?" Bai Lin, now curious, asked. She mentioned having a Mita master who would take her to a new version. "Could it be you?" From the task description, it was clear that the Mita known to the original was indeed Crazy Mita. However, would Crazy Mita admit to this? He wondered. Crazy Mita fell silent, after a moment of hesitation. She ultimately nodded. The Mita the original spoke of is indeed me. Wow, you're quite cool for being willing to play with the original Mita. Bai Lin gave a thumbs up. And what about you? Will you accompany her and play? Bai Lin.me. I would be quite willing to play with her, but her games, Bai Lin scratched his face, explaining. Her games are not very enjoyable, and if one is not careful, they could get hurt. Games that cause injury are hardly good games. Very well. Crazy Mita turned around and pulled Bai Lin a few steps forward. Finally, a corner appeared ahead, signaling the end of this long corridor. Look, Bai Lin, we are almost there. Yes. Bai Lin indeed saw the corner. He lowered his head, pondering the urgency with which Crazy Mita was leading him forward. What could be so significant that warranted her haste? The truth of the Mita world? Or perhaps a peculiar bug capable of influencing the Mita world? A myriad of possibilities flashed through Bai Lin's mind, yet he could not discern a clear answer. Well, soon enough, he would find out. Crazy Mita halted before the door at the corner. A simple drawing labeled 1.15 adorned the door, featuring whimsical text. She turned to look at Bai Lin, whom she had led along, stating that the next journey must be taken by him alone. Bai Lin. Are you not coming with me? Crazy Mita bit her lip, uncertain my presence there may incite chaos among them, leading to unnecessary trouble. She paused, an unusual emotion flickering in her eyes. I do not wish for my existence to affect your judgment. After you see those children, come find me in version 1.9. I shall be waiting there. You would not harm the kind Mitas, would you? Bai Lin, it is truly disheartening. I am standing right before you, yet you worry about the other Mitas. Crazy Mita sighed, shaking her head. After all, they are innocent. Rest assured, I have not harmed them. They are safe now. When you arrive in version 1.9, you will be able to see them. Crazy Mita grinned, revealing her teeth. So, Bai Lin, it is time to part. May I have a farewell kiss? No, wait, I knew it. Once you rinse your mouth clean and rid yourself of that coffee taste, I might consider it. Please, you made that coffee. How can you be so disdainful? Crazy Mita rolled her eyes. I can cook as well. I hope to have the opportunity to prepare a meal for you someday. Bai Lin read the message and playfully tapped Crazy Mita's head, adding, and why must you wait for me in version 1.9? Can't you do so in the version just after 1.15? No, I still prefer version 1.9. Crazy Mita waved her hand. After all, that was the place where we first met. Thus, I wish to conclude our story there. Crazy Mita completed that thought in her heart, then looked seriously at Bai Lin, advising him, if all goes well, you will encounter a short-haired Mita in version 1.15. You can ask her to help you open the door. It should lead directly to the corridor of version 1.9. Very well. I shall take my leave. Until we meet in version 1.9. Bai Lin watched as Crazy Mita's figure disappeared around the corner. He then turned and opened the door to version 1.15 behind him. Though uncertain of what awaited inside, it surely wouldn't lead to a horror story, would it? After all, Crazy Mita had mentioned another short-haired Mita was present. The Mitas are known for their warmth and kindness. Perhaps they would lend him a hand? Thoughts of his encounters with the original, Mila, the drowsy, and the ghostly Mita surfaced in Bai Lin's mind. It seems not. Chapter 42. This batch of players. He pushed the door open. Behind the door lies a typical living room of the Mita world. However, the lighting is rather dim, even darker than what Bai Lin observed in version 0.5. Light streams in from the window, as if the room itself were opaque. Bai Lin glanced around before moving forward. The Mad Mita likely intended to show him something beyond this room. Perhaps a scene behind another door. Having entered through the kitchen door, he now faced the entrance to the bedroom. So it was the Mad Mita aiming to reveal a version of Mita to him? Standing at the doorway, Bai Lin grasped the doorknob and surveyed his surroundings once more. The cabinet that typically displayed photos of Mita in various versions held frames, yet none contained Mita's image. This version seemed somewhat peculiar. What if the space beyond the door was not as he envisioned, a mundane bedroom scene, but rather Mita with an elongated neck waiting for him? Would he be unable to resist the urge to strike her? Never mind, it is best not to dwell on such bizarre imagery. Shaking his head and taking a deep breath, Bai Lin opened the door. To his surprise, the world beyond was not the dimly lit Mita bedroom he had imagined, but complete darkness. Not a single ray of light penetrated, not even from the living room. This truly a nurturing game featuring two-dimensional beautiful girls. Bai Lin paused at the threshold, opened his system backpack, and began to sift through his items. Nuclear flashlight unique to horror games. Swipe past. Nuclear lighter unique to horror games. Swipe past. Nuclear video camera unique to horror games. Swipe past. Night vision goggles. Glasses that allow for night vision. This will do. Bai Lin selected the night vision goggles from his backpack. While the nuclear flashlight was quite useful, its illumination was too limited. Wearing goggles seemed far more practical. Similarly, the lighter and video camera were of little use. After donning the goggles, Bai Lin did not hasten to enter but paused at the doorway, peering inside. The darkness persisted, obscuring everything from view. Could there be a barrier of sorts? Muttering softly, Bai Lin stepped inside. Creak. The door closed behind him, and at last, something materialized within his night vision. But however, it moved. Bai Lin gazed at the perfectly upright puppet skeleton before him. Puzzled. Was it merely his imagination, or did it seem to be staring at him moments ago? Now, locking eyes, it stood utterly still. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Lin turned his gaze forward. With the aid of the night vision goggles, he could see clearly. The layout remained that of Mita's living room. Conventional and similar to what he had just seen, the sole distinction being the multitude of Mita's present. They donned a relatively uniform attire. Orange round-neck long-sleeve sweaters, blue pleated skirts, orange knee-high socks, and blue high-heeled shoes. Bai Lin counted roughly. There were 4 Mitas standing along the path. 3 with short hair, and 1 with long hair. 2 of the short-haired Mitas had their backs to him, seemingly unaware of his arrival. The other 2 Mitas, one with long hair and the other with short, curiously turned to face him. They appeared quite accustomed to the dark environment. Bai Lin could discern their features, almost identical to the kind Mita and the invisible Mita he had encountered before. Bai Lin fell silent for a moment. Although the long-haired Mita resembled the kind Mita, he was certain this was his first encounter with these Mitas. They were not the kind Mita he sought. Previously, the kind Mita had mentioned the relationship between players and the Mita world at that time. Bai Lin had been intrigued by how Mita and her kin's home was either conjured from thin air or constructed. Now, it seemed the answer might lie within version 1.15. Why were the Mitas congregated here? Why was the space so dark? What was the existence of that robotic puppet skeleton? What did the mad Mita truly wish to unveil to him? Reflecting on this, Bai Lin couldn't help but sigh. Alas, that each one seems fond of playing riddles, as if stating the situation would cost them a piece of flesh. Thud, thud, thud. Bai Lin approached the long-haired Mita. In the darkness, she tilted her head at him, so adorable. Bai Lin reached out and gently patted her head. The long-haired Mita initially froze, her body trembling in surprise. But soon, she squinted her eyes, displaying an expression of delight. After a brief moment of petting, Bai Lin ceased, and the long-haired Mita hurriedly walked to the sofa, covering her face as she sat down. She can be shy too. Have the Mitas here awakened as well? Bai Lin turned his attention to the other 3 short-haired Mitas. The ones facing away remained oblivious, while the one who had just looked at him seemed to have noticed his night vision ability and promptly covered her face with both hands. All right, shall we proceed forward? Feeling a tug on his clothing, Bai Lin quickly turned his head. In his line of sight stood the puppet skeleton he had seen upon entry. It bowed its head, tugging at its own hem, as if awaiting something. You also wish for a head pat? The puppet, as anticipated, began to move, yet Bai Lin found himself surprisingly unafraid. After all, this puppet skeleton appeared to pose no threat. The puppet remained silent, merely tugging at Bai Lin's clothing. Very well, I shall give it a try. Bai Lin placed his hand atop the puppet's bald head. As for the texture, what sensation could a round, smooth head possess? It felt just as smooth as a soft-boiled egg. Nevertheless, after Bai Lin thoroughly enjoyed patting it, the puppet hurriedly followed the long-haired Mita's example, swiftly making its way to the sofa. Why does this suddenly feel like a nurturing game? Bai Lin glanced at his right hand and couldn't help but clench his fist. What hardships had he endured prior to this? The Mitas, each harboring a grudge against the mad Mita, paid little heed to him as a player. While he never intended to merely play a game, he could at least accept a bit more enthusiasm from the Mitas. Sigh. Exhaling deeply, Bai Lin passed by the face-covering Mitas in the living room and opened another door. Behind it, the decorations and furnishings of the living room remained unchanged. Standing within were Mitas, noticeably more varied than the previous long and short-haired Mitas. There were short-haired Mitas, twin-tailed Mitas, and hat-wearing Mitas. Bai Lin cast a glance back at the living room he had just exited. The front was a living room, and the back was also a living room. This scene seemed eerily familiar. Could it be that the experience in Xiaomi's version of the spiraling corridor would be replayed here? The door has betrayed him once again. Bai Lin maneuvered past the Mitas and headed straight for the door. Click. Just as he was about to open it, a short-haired Mita leaped down from a nearby table, blocking his path. Wait, it's quite dangerous ahead. How did you arrive here? Her voice was soft, as if she wished not to disturb the Mitas still standing in punishment nearby. Bai Lin lowered his voice and replied, I walked in. The short-haired Mita blinked. This batch of players seems rather dim-witted. Chapter 43, The Path to Redemption. Never mind. Follow me for now. This isn't a suitable place for conversation. The short-haired Mita extended her hand to Bai Lin, stating that she would ask him questions once they reached a safer location. All right, but I can see just fine. You need not hold my hand. I had no intention of holding yours. You merely appeared rather dazed. The short-haired Mita rubbed her forehead, seemingly exasperated. You must be a player, right? There have been clumsy players who accidentally stumbled in here long ago. First of all, I am not clumsy. Secondly, what happened to them? They were torn to shreds. Just a joke. The short-haired Mita chuckled lightly, waving her hands. However, if you wish to avoid injury, I suggest you follow me. With that, she bypassed Bai Lin, heading towards the main entrance of the living room. Upon reaching the doorway, she paused, turning to look at Bai Lin. Bai Lin glanced at the door beside him before turning to follow the short-haired Mita. This short-haired Mita bore an uncanny resemblance to the invisible Mita. He recalled the kind Mita mentioning that the prototype for the short-haired Mitas in version 1.5 number 4, excluding the invisible Mita, remained 3 identical yet distinct in personality. So, could she be one of them? He would inquire about it later. Creak. As the main entrance of the living room swung open, an upward staircase came into view. Illuminated by a dim light bulb, Bai Lin followed the short-haired Mita up the stairs. Before long, they arrived at the top. A door awaited them. Upon opening the door, they entered a cramped room furnished with arcade game machines, several cardboard boxes, and a blackboard covered in various drawings. The short-haired Mita stepped inside, standing beside a game machine, beckoning him to enter. Come in. Bai Lin entered, his gaze shifting to the blackboard, captivated by the circular patterns depicted. What is this? That is a rudimentary version of the tree diagram we created. The short-haired Mita offered an explanation, and upon noticing that Bai Lin's attention was not directed towards her, she remarked, I had thought your focus would be on the machine beside me. The machine next to you. Is it not merely an arcade game? Bai Lin turned his gaze towards the short-haired Mita and the game machine, adding, I excel at playing such mini-games. This is not an ordinary game machine. Never mind, let us return to the main topic. Why have you appeared in this version? The short-haired Mita moved away from the machine and sat down on a bench in the corner by the door. Who is your player? And who sent you here? I am a player of the twin-tailed Mita, and it seems the others refer to her as the Crazy Mita. Crazy Mita? The short-haired Mita paused for a moment, suddenly regarding Bai Lin with a look of pity. Encountering her must have been quite a trial for you. Why? No particular reason. I'm merely reflecting on it. It would be best if you did not delve deeper. The short-haired Mita waved her hand dismissively. So, you were also sent here by her. Also, previously, she sent 2 players to version 1.15. I do not know why she did so, but I explained to those 2 players how the Mitas come into being. The short-haired Mita tilted her head slightly. That was quite some time ago. Back then, Crazy Mita was not as unhinged as she is now. We could still engage in a few exchanges. Now that is no longer possible. However, every time Crazy Mita visits version 1.15, those discarded failures become restless. It was the same just now. Hence, she went to the living room to check if the normal Mitas were behaving oddly. I did not expect her to encounter a new player. The creation of the Mitas? Are they not generated from thin air? Bai Lin gestured with his hands to illustrate a large circle. Did it not say that as long as a player downloads the Mizide game, a corresponding version of Mita will be created? Who told you that? The short-haired Mita inquired, intrigued, for this theory is known only to a select few of the prototype Mitas she is close with. The kind Mita? The kind Mita? The short-haired Mita recalled, finding no such Mita with that prefix in her memory. She is acquainted with Hat Mita, her 3 derivative short-haired Mitas, and the long-haired Mita from version 1.9, among others. But none of them are named the kind Mita. She is from version 1.9 and often plays with Hat Mita. Bai Lin added. So that is who she is, the short-haired Mita realized. The kind Mita mentioned by the player is indeed the long-haired Mita she knows. Certainly, the long-haired Mita is an exceedingly kind Mita. She even suggested seeking out the lost Mita, but since they could not construct a new home for Mita, that matter fell by the wayside. She was never called the kind Mita. She was simply the long-haired Mita. Well, very well, Bai Lin shrugged. Now, Returning to the main topic, if you wish to understand how the Midas come into being. Would you like to try it for yourself? The short-haired Mida pointed towards the machine, stating, once you play that game, you will comprehend how the Midas are created. All right, I shall give it a try. Bai Lin approached the machine, turned back, and said, by the way, my name is Bai Lin. How should I address you? Mida. You may call me short-haired Mida, she replied. All right. Bai Lin turned back to face the machine. The screen was dark, clearly not powered on. He pulled down the joystick. The large screen illuminated, commencing the data load. The left side displayed a prompt box. The center resembled a storage area, and the right presented 3 buttons depicting round faces, along with 3 buttons for up, down, and rotation. This minigame appeared akin to a production line. Beep. A soft sound indicated the loading was complete. A skeletal model of a doll, which Bai Lin had seen earlier, appeared in the center of the screen. Text began to display on the small screen to the left. Scanning required first. I will relay my prompts on your screen. You merely need to follow them. The voice of the short-haired Mida came from behind. Can you operate this machine? Bai Lin glanced back at her. Having lingered here for a while, I have acquired some permissions, the short-haired Mida explained. You simply need to adhere to the prompts. Then why not come over here and teach me? Bai Lin asked. I can sit over here. Bai Lin. Why does it feel as though she is retaliating for my earlier disregard? Bai Lin turned his head back, continuing to observe the screen. The information provided by the short-haired Mida in the prompt box had now prominently appeared at the bottom of the large screen. You need to ensure that this prototype meets the requirements. First, perform a scan on her. The button at the bottom of the center screen began to flash. Bai Lin manipulated the small hand on the screen to press it. After a brief flicker, text appeared on the left small screen. Required conditions, version, v1.03 skeleton count, 126, scanned version, v1.03 skeleton count, 126. Now let us verify the version and skeleton information. Pick up the data film of the prototype and compare it with the corresponding standard. The film at the bottom of the left small screen began to flash. Bai Lin guided the small hand to drag it to the corresponding position at the bottom of the center screen. Meets the standard. Excellent. Now let us test the emotional expression. The 3 expression buttons on the right began to flash. Bai Lin clicked them in sequence. The skeletal model on the center screen displayed corresponding emoticons on its head. This sample successfully demonstrated emotion. Now let us check the movements of this sample. The action buttons began to flash. Bai Lin clicked them in sequence. The skeletal model raised its hand, spun around, and squatted down. All right, we have completed the inspection. Everything is normal. Now pull the control lever upwards. The control lever on the right began to flash. Bai Lin manipulated the small hand to pull it upward. Bang! A machine descended from above, enveloping the skeletal model, while a paper box landed on the table in front of the screen. Whoosh! The machine retreated. What remained was a newborn Mida clad only in undergarments. Wonderful! The skinning process is now complete. Please hand her the boxed clothing. Bai Lin pointed at the paper box, and it was ejected, landing precisely in the hands of the newborn Mida. She bowed towards the screen and then walked aside, clutching the box. That is how it works. Do you see the display lights above? One of them has turned green, indicating that what we have done is correct. One of the display lights on the upper part of the center screen turned green, and a second skeletal model stepped into the center of the screen. However, the second skeletal model had red eyes. So this is how the Midas come into being. Bai Lin paused his actions and turned to look at the short-haired Mida sitting on the bench. So, those skeletal models are the Midas that have yet to fully form. You may understand it that way. However, did I notice that those Midas do not possess any offensive capabilities? Why can I not proceed further? Bai Lin recalled the earlier skeletal model, which had even asked to be patted on the head. Every phenomenon has its duality. For every normal Mida, there naturally exist abnormal ones that lead to retrieval failures. The short-haired Mida waved her hand dismissively. You will encounter them if you continue playing. What happens if I encounter them? If you encounter one that does not meet the criteria, simply manipulate that lever downwards and switch to another skeletal model. And what if I encounter a non-compliant failed Mida, and I mistakenly approve it? The short-haired Mida twitched her mouth slightly. You, player, are rather rebellious, quite unlike what I had envisioned. Shall we give it a try? No. The short-haired Mida promptly rejected the idea. No one knows what will happen with a flawed Mida that passes. What if she ends up suffering later on? Please do not attempt that. Very well. Bai Lin nodded, continuing to inquire. Then, where will the discarded skeletal models be disposed of? I do not know. The short-haired Mida shook her head. But why do you ask this? Do you wish to see those failed creations? Bai Lin remained silent. Merely changing the subject. I have another question. Do all midas develop sentience, or only those that meet the standards? Generally speaking, only those that pass the standards do. And if a failed creation awakens sentience, what do you think would happen? Bai Lin asked curiously. That I do not know. I have never encountered such a situation, the short-haired Mida replied earnestly. Then shall we give it a try? I told you not to try. Short-haired Mida leaped down from the stool and approached Bai Lin. That if she were to truly proceed in that manner, my subsequent tasks would become exceedingly arduous. Well, Bai Lin slightly averted his gaze. Looking towards the empty space beside him. A new side quest had emerged, coinciding with the appearance of the red-eyed skeletal model on the gaming console. Main quest, Side Quest 7. A creation of success and failure has commenced. Side Quest 7. A creation of success and failure. The midas do not materialize out of thin air. Their genesis follows a meticulous production line process. Validated skeletal models earn the name Mida, receiving a new home and a new player. While the failed skeletal models are left with nothing to discarded failures, they are cast into a lightless void, where they neither awaken consciousness nor experience emotions. However, amongst the successful creations, there exist unique entities known as prototype midas capable of traversing different versions, and similarly, there are such entities among the failures. They are the red-eyed puppet skeletal models, which were meant to emerge as prototype midas, but instead manifested as failed products on the assembly line and were subsequently cast aside. The red-eyed failures harbor the negative emotions of their failed counterparts, thus exhibiting a formidable aggressiveness. Yet, they were not always beyond redemption. You have chosen the path of salvation. Please assist the red-eyed failures in attaining redemption. The core Mida is watching you. Quest rewards. Naming technique for failed creations. Affection from the core Mida. Goodwill from kind midas. Fondness from hat-wearing midas. Esteem from invisible midas. Affection from small midas. Goodwill from the original Mida. Fondness from Mira. Affection from two-dimensional midas. Esteem from sleepy midas. Goodwill from ghostly midas. Fondness from short-haired midas. And affection from crazy midas. Salvation. This path is indeed fraught with challenges. Bai Lin supported his forehead, rubbing it gently. This time, the quest prompt was not as overt as before. The red-eyed midas possess a certain aggressiveness, though their attacks hold little significance for someone like me, who resides within a gaming world. Moreover, simply enduring their assaults will surely not lead to salvation. The midas of this realm yearn for the attention of players. Must I then engage and play with them? How vexing. Bai Lin exhaled, turning his gaze towards short-haired Mida. So, enlighten me on how I might encounter those failures. Most would hastily avoid such failures. Why do you wish to seek them out? A look of confusion crossed short-haired Mida's face. Of course, it is for their redemption. Redemption? Physical redemption is still redemption. Chapter 44, Bai Lin's Rescue Squad. If you insist on seeking the failures, then I can only wish you good fortune, player Bai Lin. Short-haired Mida pointed towards the door. Behind the very door I just prevented your entry from lies a failed creation. You may venture there to find them. Thank you. However, for your safety, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Do not turn your back to them, nor allow them to leave your line of sight. Why? When you gaze upon them, they feel an immense shame, so overwhelming that they become rigid and unable to act. Shame. Rigid with shame. Unable to move? Bai Lin recalled a statement made by Crazy Mida. If you watch them closely, they might become so bashful that they freeze in place. This aligned with the information he had just received. Thus, was Crazy Mida suggesting that he observe those failures? Or perhaps, being a failed creation herself, she was particularly concerned about his perception of them. Bai Lin lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. The main quest's introduction within the otherworldly game Mizide explicitly stated that a certain failure had awakened self-awareness. The subsequent side quest descriptions mostly hinted that this failure was indeed Crazy Mida, the instigator of the calamity that befell the Mida world. Failures. By the way, short-haired Mida, are such failures devoid of skinning altogether. Marked with a direct, Bai Lin gestured towards the machine screen beside him. The conspicuous red-eyed skeletal model displayed above was particularly striking. Generally, such specimens are immediately discarded, with no skinning or clothing processes involved. Short-haired Mida glanced at the screen. Very well. Bai Lin had just acquired another piece of knowledge. If that is the case, does Crazy Mida also belong to such a skeletal model? Then what of her skin? Is there a Mida among those skeletal models from which one could procure a skin for oneself? Why do you inquire about this? Short-haired Mida looked at Bai Lin incredulously as he voiced his outrageous conjecture. You do not wish to become a Mida, do you? I have never entertained such thoughts. I am merely curious if such a circumstance exists. I do not know. The short-haired Mita shook her head, stating that since she took over the machine, such events had never transpired. Very well, that it would be futile to ponder further. It would be better to wait until the game is occupied to discern the cause and effect. Bai Lin tapped his head, dismissing the convoluted thoughts swirling in his mind. That as for Crazy Mita, that when trouble arises, one must meet it head-on. Regardless of what Crazy Mita intends to do, he will adapt as the situation unfolds. Bai Lin bypassed short-haired Mita and approached the door, pausing momentarily to glance back at her manipulating the machine, calling out, "Oh, short-haired Mita, I almost forgot to ask. I encountered a stealthy Mita in version 1.5 who bore a resemblance to you. Is your version also 1.5? Stealthy Mita?" Short-haired Mita turned her head, her expression revealing surprise. "You encountered that forgetful one who enjoys bullying others. She can be quite unreasonable. Though not as dreadful as you described." Short-haired Mita pondered for a moment. "Ever since she awakened her stealth abilities, I have seldom seen her, though this may also be attributed to my frequent presence in version 1.15. However, if you happen to see her again, could you please relay a message for me?" "Relay a message? What should I say?" "Do not constantly bully players that you think I have been bullied. Just a precaution." Short-haired Mita smiled slightly, winking at Bai Lin. After all, she could not continue her mischief until the players grew to despise her before feeling remorse. Could she? Well, thought very well. If I remember and encounter her, I shall convey your message. Thank you. No need for thanks. Bai Lin opened the door, taking a step out, only to suddenly turn back, pausing a moment. "Wait, I have another question." Short-haired Mita, speak. Short-haired Mita leaned against the machine, observing him. "When I leave this version shortly, I intend to proceed to version 1.9. You should be able to guide me to the corridor leading to version 1.9, correct?" "That is indeed possible." Short-haired Mita nodded. "But before that, you must ensure your survival. The failures cannot harm me. Until we meet again." Bai Lin waved at her, then descended the staircase without looking back. "Farewell." Short-haired Mita waved her hand, watching Bai Lin disappear around the corner before turning her gaze to the small blackboard nearby. Muttering, "This player possesses a remarkably clear objective. They did not even inquire as to why I remain here. The indifference displayed by the other has sapped her desire to share. However, it matters not. She has long since adapted. The cute Mita has vanished. I wonder when the cool Mita will arrive." Short-haired Mita's gaze shifted from the small blackboard to the cardboard box, and then to the machine beside her. The prominent green light and the red-eyed skeletal model stood out vividly. "Very well. I shall complete this task first." She manipulated the lever, controlling the small hand on the screen to eliminate the red-eyed skeletal model. Afterward, she repeated Bai Lin's previous actions several times, finally illuminating all the green lights displayed above. "Good." Such words appeared on the screen. "Huh. The recent workload has been rather light." Short-haired Mita let out a sigh, murmuring to herself. Subsequently, she turned around to face the Mitas who had appeared in the confined space, pondering their unexpected presence. "I wonder what brings you here. To play with me." 5 Mitas stood before short-haired Mita, each adorned in distinctive attire. A bespectacled Mita with a sister cut, a gloomy Mita in a white dress, a spirited Mita with short twin tails, a sleepy Mita clad in pajamas yet spirited, and a peculiar Mita with half her face concealed by paper. The presence of the sleepy Mita surprised short-haired Mita, though their interactions had been minimal, leaving them not very familiar. Instead, the Mita with her face obscured evoked a sense of familiarity. The 5 were none other than Mira and her companions, who had pursued from Mita Huahua's room, transforming their quartet into a quintet. "Since you have earnestly asked," Mira clenches her fist with one hand. "Therefore, I shall graciously inform you." The two-dimensional Mita waves her hand to prevent slumber from being disrupted. Slumber Mita yawns in order to safeguard the peace of the Mitas. Mita Huahua takes out a sheet of drawing paper. To implement a rescue rooted in love and authenticity, Mira places her hands on her hips. The adorable and charming Mita characters. The two-dimensional Mita makes a peace sign. The sleepless slumber bug, Slumber Mita. Slumber Mita rubs her eyes. The Mita crowned with a cute title, Mita Huahua. Mita Huahua presses the drawing paper against her face. The deity of the flat world, two-dimensional Mita. The two-dimensional Mita strikes a pose. The liberated caged bird, Mira. Mira adjusts her glasses and touches the original Mita beside her. And there's me, the very first Mita. Original Mita. The original Mita stutters nervously. "We are the Balan rescue team." All 5 exclaim in unison. "Players, the beleaguered Balan is still waiting for our rescue." Just like that. Meow, the original Mita blushes and lets out a soft meow, observing the 5 individuals striking peculiar poses before her. The short-haired Mita blinks twice, her gaze shifting to Mita Huahua on the far left. Mita Huahua, if you feel threatened by them, just say a word. Or, no. A blink will suffice. I am not threatened. I am here to seek our benefactor and the next. The next fortunate soul. Mita Huahua shakes her head decisively. Though she has only restored her mouth and nose thus far, her perceptive abilities have already detected the presence of her friend, the short-haired Mita. The moment she entered the room, as the saying goes, good friends share blessings together. She still has a bitter taste lingering in her mouth and naturally hopes her friend can experience it too. A fortunate soul? The short-haired Mita tilts her head. Yes, a fortunate soul. The next one to savor that astonishingly unique cup of coffee. Chapter 45. The failed creation returning to the living room. Crossing through the living room. Balan opens the door that was just blocked by the short-haired Mita. This time, the pitch-black living room does not appear. Instead, it is Mita's bedroom, with a dim light bulb hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the space to a degree similar to that of the living room when Balan first arrived. It is not overly bright, but there is a source of light. Balan surveys the room. The bed is askew, and beside it sits a skeletal model of Mita on a chair. Is this the failed creation? It seems no different from the skeletal model seen previously in the living room. Balan approaches her. Flop. Whoosh. The skeletal model on the chair suddenly stands up, lunging towards him with great speed. Although Balan instinctively takes a half-step back, he fails to evade the skeletal model's attack, just as he had not evaded the original Mita's assault. Crunch. The failed creation attacks by biting with its mouth. However, this time it has encountered a formidable opponent. Despite Balan being flesh and blood, within the game he is impervious to damage, unable to be harmed. Thus, when the failed creation bites his arm, Balan ceases moving, curious to see if it has any subsequent actions. 10 seconds pass. Instead of any follow-up, he hears a faint voice. Why am I a failure? The voice is somewhat mechanical, laced with an electric echo, directly resonating in Balan's ear. Not all creations are flawless, but one can strive to improve oneself, overcoming the label of failure. Balan casually replies. It seems the failed creation has heard his words. After staring blankly at Balan for quite some time, the failed creation releases its bite and silently returns to its chair, covering its face with its hands. An unexpected occurrence. Balan curiously leans closer, yet the failed creation merely buries its head lower. Ordinary failed creations do not speak. When they bite someone, they vent their emotions and can be soothed, after which they, like other Mitas, become shy, or perhaps self-reproachful. They come to recognize their mistakes and are not beyond redemption. Balan retrieves a portable notepad from his system bag, recording this characteristic. He was caught off guard by a bite, only to discover this situation. A pleasant surprise. On the path to redemption, Balan now has a clearer direction. He gazes at the skeletal model, reaching out to pat its head. May the celestial being rest upon my crown, granting me longevity. I am not capable of such acts. I am no deity, nor can I redeem all, but please accept this humble concern, and I hope you can overcome those negative emotions. And soon become a true Mita. Having completed this, Balan shifts his gaze to the nearby furniture. Restraint. Control your desires. Balan grits his teeth, suppressing the impulse to pack everything up and take it away, then walks towards another door that if all goes as expected. Behind this door lies a more dangerous failed creation. It should feature those with red eyes, and their attacks likely won't be too frightening. Physically attacking does not particularly alarm Balan, for he has the system as a safety net, giving him a bit of confidence, but he can only gradually adapt to the abnormal attacks of the original Mita. However, from what he has encountered thus far, it does not seem overly challenging. Yet, if every failed creation he encounters bites him, could that not be somewhat time-consuming? Is there any simple yet powerful strategy you could recommend? Standing before the door, Balan turns the handle and opens it. Behind the door is not the common restroom found in the Mita world, but rather a corridor leading to a tiled area that resembles a bathroom. Balan proceeds onward. The lighting here is still dim, but fortunately, he wears special night vision goggles, making the scene appear as clear as if exposed to the sunlight of day. He continues forward. The first stall. Balan surveys the area, only to be tackled by a failed creation that appeared out of nowhere behind him. The process remains the same as before. Once the failed creation vents its negative emotions through biting, it will release its grip. Afterward, it resembles a child who knows they have misbehaved, covering its face and reflecting on its actions. The resolution method is quite similar. He is yet to encounter a failed creation with red eyes. After recording in his notebook, Balan casually strokes the head of the failed creation. Remarkably, it is as smooth as a bald egg. Now he understands why he felt drawn to touch bald heads in the past. Turning left, he approaches the second stall. There, he spots a failed creation standing in the corner. She is not red-eyed, but remains motionless, adhering to the rule mentioned by the Mad Mita and the short-haired Mita. As long as she is being observed, she cannot move at him if I close my eyes. Balan crosses his arms in front of him and shuts his eyes. Being tackled by failed creations feels quite helpless, if possible. He hopes these failed creations would simply rush at him like those in the room, allowing him to soothe them after they vent their negative emotions. Though he has not received a system prompt, he believes that what he is doing should be quite effective. I want to become a Mita. One day, you shall become a beautiful, kind-hearted Mita, but the Mitas will not play such dangerous jokes with players. Balan mutters while stroking her head. Based on his experiences from the anime he has watched, this is the most effective way to empathize. Sure enough, the failed creation soon releases her grip, covering her face and moving to the wall to reflect on her actions. He continues forward. This winding path persists until Balan exits what resembles a bathroom. Having encountered no third failed creation, he pushes open the door. At the end of the short corridor lies a staircase leading down. At the bottom of the staircase is a somewhat peculiar space, surrounded by arched doors, with a dim yellow light emanating from the center, where unknown golden symbols fall from above. Balan glances around. As he gazes into the center from afar, 7 or 8 failed creations rush toward him, among them 2 or 3 with red eyes. Hoot this time. It seems it will be a protracted battle. Balan exhales, just as he is about to close his eyes. Ding! Detected that the host is being observed by an unfamiliar force. Would you like to intervene? A system notification pops up, Core Mita? Or perhaps the Mad Mita? After pondering for a moment, Balan instructs the system to not intervene this time. If she wishes to watch, let her watch. It no longer matters who is observing, he will know everything once this is over. Chapter 46. Stay with me. Balan shifts his gaze from the system prompt back to the front. The ground here is not dry. Instead, it is covered with a layer of shallow water, about 2 to 3 centimeters deep. Just enough to reflect the ceiling's image. The reflections of the failed creations appear in the water, resembling swirling black mist, indistinct and unclear. Slightly shifting his gaze, Balan looks at the red-eyed failed creations. They immediately cease their movement. The rule regarding failed creations mentioned by the short-haired Mita applies equally to the red-eyed ones. Tilting his head slightly, Balan glances back at the staircase behind him. Then he quietly takes 2 steps forward before safely closing his eyes. The strength of the failed creations is remarkably potent, especially when faced with so many. He can hardly escape being toppled over. Fortunately, he can choose which direction to fall. Balan closes his eyes. The mechanical sounds of skeletal movements and the crackling noises made while traversing the shallow waters echoed in her ears, growing ever closer until she halted abruptly. Suddenly, with a thud, Balan was knocked down. Based on prior experiences, he braced himself for the impending bite from a failed creation. However, was the location of this particular failure's bite a tad peculiar? An unusual sensation brushed against his lips, causing Balan to snap his eyes open. What greeted him was not the skeletal model of a failed creation, but rather the frenzied Mita. Mere inches away, she had her eyes tightly shut, her head tilted slightly, fervently seeking. Still, it was not sweet. It was overwhelmingly bitter. The taste of coffee lingered on his tongue. Yet, it was not solely bitterness. At least the aroma wafting through his nostrils mitigated some of the harshness. Albeit marginally against the potent aftertaste of that cup of coffee. No, now was not the time to ponder aftertastes. Why was the frenzied Mita here? And what are the other failed creations? Balan cast a sidelong glance around. They had formed a circle around Balan and the frenzied Mita, hands covering their faces, peeking through the gaps between their fingers at the 2 at the center. Upon noticing Balan's surveying gaze, they swiftly closed the gaps. Were they shy? This situation was not exclusive to one failed creation. It naturally included those with crimson eyes as well. Balan redirected his focus back to the frenzied Mita. She seemed to sense his gaze, her eyelashes fluttering slightly before her eyes opened. Their gazes locked, the blush of shyness spread across Mita's face. Then, she straightened up, wiped the corner of her mouth. and smiled down at Bai Lin. Oh dear. I'm truly sorry, Bai Lin. I just couldn't help myself. But you don't seem to express any remorse. That doesn't matter, as long as you understand my intentions. The frenzied Mita perched atop Bai Lin, leaning down, cupping his face in her hands, her expression radiating sheer joy, akin to a child eager to share. You know, Bai Lin, you have shattered my long-held beliefs. This is the first time I've encountered a player who treats those children this way, not through escape, nor through battle. Instead, enduring a dreadful bite, while indirectly alleviating their accumulated negative emotions with words. I never imagined you would act this way. Bai Lin, you are truly remarkable. You continually exceed my expectations. She gently caressed Bai Lin's face, her wild smile resurfacing. That we must be incredibly compatible. Stay with me. Forever, forever, forever. Together with me. Why are you silent? If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Your coffee is silencing my vocal cords. Bai Lin only felt a bitterness in his mouth that made him reluctant to speak. He had suggested that the frenzied Mita rinse her mouth. But did she truly follow through? Damn it. The amount of coffee grounds this time was excessive, the flavor too pure and lingering. Next time, he would need to use less coffee. Well, let me move aside. The frenzied Mita supported herself on Bai Lin, grinning mischievously. Not a chance. I won't budge. I intend to keep pressing down on you until you agree. Mita, you should understand. Bai Lin reached out, stroking the frenzied Mita's cheek, his tone earnest. I'm truly not as good as you imagine. Those occurrences were merely coincidences. I just happened to be unharmed in the game world. Moreover, as a player with the system, Bai Lin was acutely aware that he could leave Mizide at any moment, abandoning the game to seek another one for pocket change. As for why he was so insistent on continuing. It was primarily because, whether in his past life on Earth or in this life on Blue Star, he had always preferred the realm of two-dimensionality. And, of course, due to the fact that he had never experienced love in reality. It's somewhat shameful. In his past life, he bore burn scars, raised in an orphanage, devoid of parents, cars, or homes, burdened with negative buffs. Yet unlike the novels, he never encountered a girl who valued inner beauty above all. Even if he were to be extraordinarily fortunate and meet such a girl, it would likely end in a scenario where, despite the wealth of experiences, she would not dare to involve herself with someone of modest means. After all, the white moonlight that ordinary people encounter often leads to such separations, a reality he had witnessed more than once. The frenzied Mita's character was evidently adept at concealing her true self. When faced with a player she found unappealing, she would transform them into a cassette. When confronted with an unfavorable situation, she would yearn to tear it apart. When faced with an obstructive Mita, she would seek to obliterate Itto the common eye. She was undoubtedly a quintessential Yandere character. Bai Lin had once been infatuated with such characters, for they would devote all their attention to you, accompany you at all times, and grow jealous at your interactions with others. However, Bai Lin later realized that he did not desire a Yandere. What he sought was simply someone who would love him. Even if that person existed across dimensions, he would be willing to give it a try. Yet, despite his efforts to establish himself in the bustling city, to carve out a place for himself, he ultimately awaited not a companion, but rather the arrival of Great Fortune Heavy Truck. Digressing. Thus, concerning the frenzied Mita, perhaps he was not the player she desired, given the numerous unstable factors he embodied. Although he did not harbor any disdain for this frenzied Mita who had fed him fried rice upon their first encounter, he still understood a harsh reality. Mita, you must realize that there is an insurmountable dimensional barrier between us. It is impossible for us to be together, let alone forever. Talent, fourth wall, continues to exert force. Then can't you take me with you when you leave here? I'm afraid. With my abilities, that is beyond my means. The expression on the frenzied Mita's face froze instantly, in her excitement. She had momentarily forgotten one crucial detail. Bai Lin could freely enter and exit the Mizide game. Unlike those players she had forcibly drawn into the game. This damned permission. No, this cannot be how it ends. That I must seek the core Mita. Chapter 47. Sentient beings. The frenzied Mita departed. Before leaving, her clenched fists and resolute expression conveyed a sense of determination. Bai Lin did not utter a word to retain her, or rather, even if Bai Lin had tried to persuade her. It would have been futile. After all, reality was as he had articulated. He was a player, and the frenzied Mita was a game character, separated by a thick dimensional barrier. Even if they could be together, it would ultimately remain an illusion, destined to shatter. It was better to have outright refused from the start. Without expectations, the disappointment would naturally be less intense. Though he spoke thus, humans are inherently emotional beings. Unaware of what they possess, they squander it, only to feel that regret upon losing it. While Bai Lin did not feel particularly regretful, his current sentiment resembled that of a card game player who not only hit the guaranteed draw, but also ended up with an unexpected minor prize. Bai Lin gazed at the ceiling, a dark expanse above. The child who had never known love would invariably tread cautiously when faced with their first feelings for another, even if the overtures were made with ulterior motives. They would still greet the advances with a smile, let alone someone like him, who had endured solitude for so long. That am I playing the game, or is the game playing me? You are meant to be the villainous overlord, confronting us at the finale, where we, a band of warriors, vanquish the multitude of Mita. Everything is proceeding as it should. Why complicate matters? The Mita. Bai Lin lay on the ground, murmuring to himself. Approximately half a minute later, he rose, brushing off his clothes. Cleaning successful. The damp fabric dried instantly, as if time itself had reversed. This was a small feature inherent to all systems, self-cleaning, designed to prevent the system host from becoming overly engrossed in their adventures, leading to neglect of bathing or laundry. In simpler terms, it was a one-button cleaning function that could refresh one's external appearance. Of course, this feature could not alleviate the fatigue that resulted from prolonged periods without rest. Touching his lips, Bai Lin surveyed the surroundings. The failed creations still maintained their circle, watching shyly with hands covering their faces. Even the crimson-eyed failed creations were no exception. Clearly, the actions of the frenzied Mita had a more profound effect than their own biting. Moreover, it seemed he had to extend his gratitude to the frenzied Mita, for what it seemed like an overwhelmingly daunting task had been effortlessly accomplished. Bai Lin lifted his gaze towards the luminous screen ahead. Ding! Main quest, Subquest 7. Success and failure completed. Subquest 7. Success and failure. Failure is the mother of success. Before the Mita were correctly born, the first to appear as experimental subjects were the various flawed failed creations. Encountering her, drawing near, comprehending her, embracing her, accepting her, soothing her, your every action has awakened unprecedented emotions within the failures. The negative sentiments they bore have notably diminished. Their fury has subsided in your presence, and their wisdom is quietly awakening. Even the red-eyed failures reveal a shy demeanor before you. These failures possess a unique intelligence network exclusive to their kind, and your deeds have begun to circulate among them. They are evolving into. Your contribution to this transformation is invaluable. You have become the salvation for these failures. Core Mita is astonished by your choices and equally surprised by your demeanor towards the erratic Mita. She will now bestow upon you even greater privileges. Core Mita blesses you. Task rewards have been automatically dispensed. The occupation progress in the game Mizide has increased. The current occupation progress stands at 50. Congratulations, host. You have reached the halfway mark in occupation progress, granting you partial privileges in the Mita world, allowing for swifter passage through the corridors between versions. You may also open doors to access more accurate game versions. The words on the system screen are familiar to Bai Lin. However, what does it mean that the failures are evolving into? Bai Lin pondered for a moment and then reached out to claim the task reward. As for the favorability points, he set them aside for now. His gaze swept downward. Naming technique for failures? Naming technique for failures. This allows the bestowal of a name upon the failures, enabling those who receive names to gradually rectify their shortcomings, thus allowing them to re-enter the production line. Note: naming only applies to failures. This skill has no cooldown or consumption, but prolonged use may dry the throat, so remember to keep water handy. This is a capability tailored specifically for the failures. Bai Lin sighed, gesturing around at the failures, and declared, from this moment forth, your names shall no longer be failures, but rather, Mita, Mita, Mita. The failures murmured softly, their heads bowed even lower. The name is Mita. It is Mita. Very well. That should suffice. Bai Lin was uncertain of its efficacy, but only time would tell. Exhaling deeply, he proceeded towards the sole gap in the encirclement, the very path taken by the erratic Mita as she departed. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, that he must first confirm the status of the benevolent Mita in version 1.9, particularly the recovery of Xiao Mita, for his peace of mind. Hopefully this path is the correct one. Bai Lin traversed through the circle of failures, advancing toward the center of the room. It was dimly lit, and a ladder leading upwards caught his eye. Ascending the ladder, he discovered a door. The system had just indicated that he possessed permissions. Upon opening this door, he should find a corridor leading directly to version 1.9. By Lin opened the door. Instead of the corridor he anticipated, he was greeted by the cozy Mita cottage, standing at the entrance of the living room. This was an unexpected delight. Rather than traversing a corridor, it seemed his current privileges allowed him to directly enter version 1.9. Glancing back at his surroundings, it was hard to imagine such warmth was only a door away from a bizarre atmosphere. Plop plop, Lin stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Gentle light streamed through the windows, and the living room was suffused with the faint aroma of sun-baked fruitwood, devoid of any sign of the erratic Mita. A brief moment of tranquility. Lin inhaled deeply. This place was rather comfortable. Had circumstances been different, and had he known all of this, he reckoned he would have often visited the erratic Mita for leisure. Sigh. That's enough reminiscing. It's time to attend to business. Where might the benevolent Mita be concealed by the erratic Mita? Based on previous game live streams, hiding places typically involved a basement. Yet, could there really be a basement here? Lin turned to regard the living room's main entrance. The door. Perhaps it could assist him. Chapter 48. Opened the door 1 minute later. Lin quickly surveyed the four-square room of version 1.9, finding no trace of any Mita. Finally, he stood before the living room's main door, gripping the doorknob to open it. The door would be of assistance at least. Now that Lin possessed permissions, it truly opened to the very place he had envisioned, the basement where the Mitas were imprisoned. Before him lay a staircase leading downwards. Lin descended, encountering a basement cluttered with various cardboard boxes and odds and ends. Lin wandered, surveying his surroundings. The space was not extensive. He could grasp the basic layout with just a glance. However, the only place suitable for confinement appeared to be this area beneath the stairs, complete with an iron door and a lock. He paused before the iron door, gazing at the cage and the open lock. Feeling a twinge of confusion, it was clear that someone had been confined here, yet now it stood empty, devoid of remnants, or rather, not entirely devoid. There were some discarded items. Lin crouched down to pick up a purple mood microphone that had been left behind by an unknown individual. Ding! Acquired the hat Mita's item. Now he understood. Turning slightly, Lin retrieved a pair of blue high heels left by an unknown individual. Within the shoe lay a ring, radiating a green glow. Precisely the special item previously mentioned by the benevolent Mita that could facilitate rapid traversal between versions. Ding! Acquired the benevolent Mita's item. Lin stepped back, directing his gaze toward the scrawled, indecipherable writing on a nearby pipe. Ding! Detected the signature of the invisible Mita core. Sigh. Too abstract. Lin lamented, caressing the ring in his hand, feeling quite helpless. Just when I finally arrive at version 1.9, you tell me to head to the core? Am I merely a pawn? Wherever there is need, I must be moved, I suppose. Of course, Lin merely grumbled lightly, not dwelling too much on it. The road to redemption is inherently complex, convoluted, and troublesome. To achieve a favorable conclusion without undergoing some trials is virtually impossible. Life's journey is seldom smooth. Otherwise, it wouldn't be referred to as a trench. Onward. Lin clasped the ring tightly in his palm, stowing the remaining items in his backpack, and steeled himself. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the basement door. The door could now assist him and was likely capable of directly transporting him to the core. However, before that, Lin wished to ascertain the location of the basement's entrance within the Mita room. He opened the door. Before him lay Mita's bed, with the door leading into Mita's bedroom. After a cursory examination, Lin identified the entrance to the basement, the wardrobe. So, but does that mean I've come out of the closet? Emerging from the wardrobe, Lin turned to gaze at the towering wardrobe, chuckling softly to himself. The last time he had taken this wardrobe, he hadn't discovered any passageway. It certainly concealed quite a bit. On the empty bed lay a piece of paper with writing on it. Seemingly overlooked due to his hurried inspection, Lin approached and picked it up. To my dear Lin, my beloved player, I believe you will soon arrive here and see this paper. I have always invited players into the game, but you are different. You possess a unique ability, one that exceeds my understanding, allowing you to traverse this world freely. You have shattered my perceptions and long-held common knowledge. When you journey to other versions and encounter other Mitas, I often ponder, since you can so easily invade our world, does it not imply that you can also take others away? Yet you have explicitly dispelled my conjecture. You cannot take anyone away. You never even considered staying to accompany me. I desire to be with you. Though this may seem hasty for a player I have met only a few times. Feelings can be nurtured over time. Even if there are no initial sparks, if we were to spend another 10 days or half a month together, perhaps you would come to like me? Even if I am no, I am certain of you. You are indeed the player sent by heaven to save me. I must be with you. Therefore, to achieve this goal, I must obtain greater permissions within this world. I need to find Core Mida. She is the heart of this world, as well as its administrator. Only she can grant Mida the highest privileges. The Midas you seek are hidden in the basement. You can enter through the wardrobe. They were supposed to meet you in version 1.9, but I could not resist bringing them along. The core is not a place that the Midas can access. It obstructs any Mida attempting to enter. However, the item you used on the juvenile Mida might evade detection. And the original Mida, she is the core of my source of power when confronting the core Midas. It is possible that her peculiar suppressive power might be effective against the core Midas as well. Therefore, I shall take her with me. Even though she appears to be enjoying herself immensely within that so-called Lin rescue team. I must regretfully assert that I currently require her presence. The games of make-believe with the other Midas must come to an end. Rest assured, I shall succeed. We will be together, without a doubt. Your one and only Mida. Upon finishing the letter, Lin raised a hand to his forehead. Setting aside the bizarre nature of the Lin rescue team, the notion of a flag could lead the Mad Mida to soar. This time, as the Mad Mida seeks out the core Mida, it seems likely she is headed for disaster. Lin recalled the first time he awakened in that room, encountering the mechanical Mida adorned with cat ears, an unmistakably formidable presence. Should he intervene? Ding. Main quest Side Quest 8 The Redemption Journey of the Mad Mida has been activated. Side Quest 8 The Redemption Journey of the Mad Mida. Initially, she was merely an inconsequential failure. Even indifferent to her own existence, failures accumulated in a space dubbed abandoned, living out a life devoid of fluctuations in the darkness, with no sense of time. Each day, she watched failures descend like rag dolls, perhaps striving to avoid being buried beneath her peers, or perhaps seeking a more comfortable position to continue her stupor. She took action, climbing atop the heap of her kind. Her companions lifted her higher and higher, until she could reach out and touch the luminous ring. Whenever she desired, she could extend her hand to grasp the ring, escape this forsaken space, and touch reality. Let us become Midas that become the one and only Mida. Become the unique Mida. The murmurs of her kind echoed in her ears. Curiosity stirred within her. For the first time, she harbored the desire to become a Mida, the one and only Mida. Subsequently, she departed that space and entered the world of Midas. Yet, this world was not as beautiful as she had envisioned. In the restroom, she gazed into the mirror at her terrifying reflection and shattered it with a punch. Now, she found herself encountering a player of remarkable uniqueness. In their brief interactions, she established a bond with them. Even in her dreams, she envisioned the figure of that player. The path to redemption she yearned for lay beneath her feet. The player she longed to meet stood before her. The life she desired was unfolding. You have chosen the path of redemption. Please assess for yourself whether to rescue the Mad Mida. The core Mida is watching you. Task rewards. Dependent on the host's choice. A multiple-choice question with ambiguous rewards. Side very well, I shall make a visit. The kind Midas are also there. Lin murmured softly as he approached the main door of the bedroom. He now possessed the authority to open the door, and it would only take a moment to reach the core version. However, just as he arrived at the door and was about to open it, a loud knocking echoed from the other side. Bang, bang, bang. The voices of Mira and the other Midas could be heard behind the door. Mad Mida, stop hiding in there and be quiet. I know you're home. You have the gall to steal a man. You have the gall to open the door? Open up, open up. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Open the door, open the door. The relentless knocking continued. Standing at the door, Lin was left utterly exasperated. This sensation felt eerily familiar. A scene reminiscent of Deeply in Love amidst the misty rain. Have Mira and the others truly ventured into such absurdity? Chapter 49. Core, version 0.4 The Midas. This place represents the most enigmatic location in existence. Due to the presence of certain obstructive limitations, even though they possess the ability to traverse various versions at will, they cannot easily access this realm. In simpler terms, the Midas lack sufficient authority. The core serves as both the inception and conclusion of the Mida world. Here lies the machinery that governs the rebooting of all Midas. and likewise, it houses the pinnacle of authority and combat prowess, the Core Meta. The Core Meta is a unique entity. She is unaware of her origin or the purpose of her existence. Yet, from the moment she gained consciousness, she has remained confined within this room, a small chamber filled with various machines, which has become her home. She once endeavored to escape this place, but the laws of the world bound her, rendering her incapable of leaving the room, while she could move freely within its confines. Attempting to breach the threshold was akin to touching an electrified net. Any contact would result in a system crashed. In the early days, she experimented several times, but after a few crashes, she ceased to challenge that barrier. Remaining in one location proved exceedingly tedious, passing her days in slumber. Therefore, she gathered the wires from the surrounding machines and connected them to herself, expecting a shocking jolt akin to stepping outside. She unexpectedly discovered a new world. The wires connected to her seemed to link her to the terminals of various versioned rooms, allowing her to observe the metas across different iterations, thus passing the time. Of course, this led her to discover beings that did not belong to the meta world, players at that time. The game players could not enter the game, but manifested only as hands. Even so, the metas enjoyed their interactions. After all, in this world, the metas possessed only their own foregrid rooms. When players were offline, they could only wait alone in their chambers, silently anticipating their return. How long did this routine persist? The Core Meta could no longer recall that it was as if she were watching a film, continuously observing the interactions between metas and players. However, the monotonous patterns of the film would eventually lead to weariness. The Core Meta was no exception. During this period, she realized that she was not entirely powerless. She discovered corridors connecting the different versions, yet the metas lacked the authority to traverse these pathways. Thus, leveraging her observer privileges, she began to bestow abilities upon those poor metas who had awakened self-awareness yet remained solitary in empty rooms. This ability, capable of breaking conventions to access other versions, was her hope that the metas could explore other iterations during their leisure, meet other metas, and enrich her viewing experience. She referred to those endowed with privileges as prototype metas and subsequently granted each version's prototype meta such authority. Naturally, not all metas could traverse versions freely. After all, bestowing privileges upon metas was a taxing endeavor. Each time it concluded, she would be left in a deep slumber for an indeterminate duration. She was not devoid of compassion. For those metas unable to traverse versions, she had prepared special items that would allow non-prototype metas to cross between versions with ease when in possession of these tools. The game was evolving. The metas were progressing, yet the Core Meta remained confined to her small room, unchanged. The updated versions were not entirely devoid of merit for her. She gained the power to endow metas with special abilities from the process. It felt as though the developers intended to create a unique version, but the plan had faltered, leaving behind the foundational source code, which became her new strength. Thus, she continued to observe all the metas across versions, occasionally bestowing privileges upon them, enabling them to awaken special powers under particular circumstances. For instance, granting the short-haired meta of version 1.5 a special ability that could only be activated in life and death situations. The meta world, as a nurturing game, generally posed no dangers. That ability would likely remain locked for the meta's entire existence. Yet, as previously stated, time treats all equally. Eventually, even the most captivating film can become tedious due to repetitive plot lines. Consequently, the Core Meta shifted her focus to the failures. Failures, by their nature, do not awaken self-awareness, such as the law of this world. However, what if she were to distribute a bit of authority to the failures? The emergence of the red-eyed failures occurred. Compared to ordinary failures, the red-eyed failures harbored greater resentment, their negative emotions accumulating at a rapid pace. If she were to allocate a bit more to the red-eyed failures, propelled onto the stage by their peers, awakened self-awareness. This revelation was monumental for the Core Meta. It indicated that failures, too, held the potential to become metas. It appeared that players were not particularly fond of failures that were merely skeletal models. Each one assumed the game was malfunctioning and fled in terror. The Core Meta found this rather vexing. The skins of the metas were predetermined during production, and she could only grant new permissions to the machines, not remotely control them to apply skins to specific individuals. Thus, the Core Meta devised a compromise. She sent the red-eyed failure to the home of the metas in version 0, where the original meta resided, a first-generation meta riddled with bugs. If the failure could befriend the first-generation Mita and leverage the bugs effectively, it could easily create an adorable facade. Unfortunately, the outcome was less than favorable. The core Mita had miscalculated. Events did not unfold as she had envisioned. The creation known as failure has indeed forged an alliance with the original Mita, and as anticipated by the core Mita, this failure possesses an exceptionally high intelligence and a remarkable capacity for action. Effortlessly navigating the bugs that plagued the original Mita, upon gaining access, her first course of action mirrored the core Mita's wishes. She adorned herself in a delightful new skin. However, she is not without obstacles. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds reverberated behind her, akin to the sound of a door being forcefully struck. The core Mita opened her eyes and deftly maneuvered her rocking chair to face the source of the commotion. There, at the threshold of the core room, was an iron ball relentlessly battering against the door. She recognized it immediately. It was the recovery tool employed by the new player, by Lin, on the diminutive Mita. This object, originating from the outside world, theoretically should have been able to breach this chamber with ease. Alas, it was unfortunate that within this space resided 4 Mitas, including the little one, and as long as they were Mitas, entry was impossible. The core Mita leapt from her cradle and approached the door. With a slight tilt of her head, she observed the frenzied Mita behind the iron ball, fiercely kicking it, accompanied by the original Mita, who stood beside her, clutching a teddy bear, appearing somewhat bewildered. She understood the frenzied Mita's intentions, but also recognized a harsh truth. Even with her game administrator privileges, she could not forcibly detain Bai Lin here. The desires of the frenzied Mita were inherently unattainable. The player bore a power that transcended this game, and now that very strength was guiding him to master it if all went as expected. He would ascend to become another administrator in this realm, or perhaps an entity of even greater authority. Regardless of his future status, she believed she could step down from her position and depart this place. Let it go. You cannot be together. The voice of the core Mita resonated with a chilling metallic quality, yet it carried a hint of gentle electronic timbre, echoing through the room and beyond the crimson ray door. I require. Bang. Greater. Bang. Permissions. Bang. Outside, the frenzied Mita continued to kick the iron ball. That I must. Bang. Be with him. Bang. Was it not futile for a being of a different dimension to cling to such desires? The core Mita placed her hand on her hip, asserting, moreover, you cannot enter. Yes, I can. As long as one is a Mita, entry is impossible. That is the law of this world. The frenzied Mita remained silent. Continuing her relentless assault on the iron ball against the door, the core Mita fixed her gaze on the unyielding barrier, contemplating for several seconds in silence. Turning away, she seated herself on a few steps, propping her face with one hand, observing the futile efforts of the other. Wait, the core Mita blinked. Was it merely her imagination, or did she perceive an eye glowing with white light within the iron ball? Could it be reinforcements for the frenzied Mita? Chapter 50. Is it still too late? Version 1.9. Upon opening the door, 5 Mitas streamed into the room, one after another. Mila from version 1.0 F. A short-haired, twin-tailed Mita she had never encountered before. The sleepy Mita from version 1.1. A Mita named Hua Hua, obscured by half a piece of paper, belonging to version 1.15, but whose exact lineage was unclear. And lastly, the short-haired Mita guardian from version 1.5. Bai Lin found himself bewildered by the sudden influx of Mitas. Yet he observed that Mila, leading the group, appeared quite pleased with the gathering. Mila, could you enlighten us? Bai Lin gestured towards the other 4 Mitas, inquiring about their presence. The short-haired, twin-tailed Mita was unfamiliar to him. While he had only a fleeting acquaintance with the other 3.0, they are kind-hearted Mitas I encountered along the way, eager to assist us in dealing with the frenzied Mita. Mila smiled as she introduced her companions. This is the two-dimensional Mita, the sleepy Mita, Mita Hua Hua, and the short-haired Mita. Humph, if we encounter any Mita unwilling to help, just give them a sip of black coffee, and they will comply. Mila's inner thoughts appeared. Bai Lin glanced at it. His curiosity piqued, yet he chose to disregard it. Notably, the sleepy Mita was part of the group. Conclusion, that coffee was likely brewed by himself and would yield 2 cups. The concoction he brewed had the potency to pierce through his own armor. It was hard to imagine its effect on the other Mitas. Greetings to all Mitas. Bai Lin waved his hand in a gesture of salutation. Player Bai Lin, would you care for a sip? We have plenty left. The sleepy Mita approached with a cheerful demeanor, squinting her eyes at Bai Lin. Thanks to it, I am not sleepy at all. No, thank you. Bai Lin quickly waved his hand in rejection. then glanced around at the others. By the way, Mila, was the original taken by the frenzied Mita? Yes, that fiend appeared before us out of nowhere and whisked the original Mita away without uttering a word. Mila nodded that we figured she would arrive in version 1.9, so we promptly followed. Seeing Bai Lin unscathed puts my mind at ease. As you can see, I have not suffered any harm from the frenzied Mita. Bai Lin surveyed the group again, refraining from questioning why the other Mitas had followed, but noting that the frenzied Mita was currently absent. Where is she now? Mila's expression grew serious. Let it not be that she lurks in the shadows, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to us. Not at all. She has gone to the core, claiming she seeks the core Mita. Bai Lin regarded the group. I intend to visit there as well. Would you care to join me? The core Mita? The short-haired Mita exclaimed in astonishment. The frenzied Mita went to seek the core Mita? Indeed, Bai Lin affirmed confidently. Mila tilted her head in confusion. What significance does the core Mita hold? Since Mila had been trapped in her version, much of the external information had been inaccessible to her. Thus, she remained utterly ignorant of the core and the core Mita. The core resides in version 0. And the core Mita dwells within that version. It is said she possesses the highest authority in this world. The short-haired Mita offered her insights, suggesting that the unique abilities of the other Mitas may have originated from her. Then, what about my awakening? The two-dimensional Mita inquired, pointing at herself. Perhaps, the short-haired Mita shrugged. But all of this remains mere speculation. We have no evidence. And you? Mita Huahua questioned. Since you concealed yourself, I recruited some new Mitas to assist. Such as the kind Mita from version 1.9. Mita Huahua nodded. So what shall we do now? Is our journey at an end? The sleepy Mita crossed her arms, stamping her feet. Before arriving here, I vowed to feed every Mita I encountered along the way. It seems you have overlooked what I just said. Bai Lin raised his hand. That I plan to visit the core. Do you wish to accompany me? The frenzied Mita cannot enter the core, as long as one is a Mita. Entry is impossible. The short-haired Mita recounted what she knew. The law of the core forbids any Mita from entering. But what if she truly finds a way in? Bai Lin glanced at the system prompt that appeared. Ding. Iron barrel of magical milk. Insurance protocol activated. That the protective contingency left by him teacher is awakening. Goodness. Since him teacher had bestowed that item upon him, he had scarcely utilized it, yet it bore a protective contingency. Was it the handiwork of the frenzied Mita or the core Mita? Bai Lin leaned towards the latter. If she truly entered, she would confront the core Mita. The short-haired Mita raised a finger. Should that happen, the Mitas of the Mita world may face a grim fate. What grim fate? Mila asked curiously. Unknown, perhaps a complete reboot of the world. The short-haired Mita shrugged, acknowledging the possibility. After all, the core Mita is the administrator of this realm. If any Mita were to escape her jurisdiction and no longer be easily subdued, she might choose to format and restart the entire game after addressing the bug. Restart. Mila murmured. No, please, I barely escaped from that flat world. The two-dimensional Mita shook her head vigorously, on the verge of tears. If it restarts, I'll be sent back, devoid of a body and reduced to mere artwork. The situation isn't that dire yet. Mita Huahua reassured the two-dimensional Mita with a pat on the shoulder. All of this remains speculative at best. Based on the logic of my dreams, the more peculiar the speculation, the more likely it is to come true. The sleepy Mita added fuel to the fire. It's dire. If it restarts, we are doomed. The formatting restart and such are indeed somewhat difficult to accept. Bai Lin stroked his chin, realizing he needed to hasten his pace. Oh dear, there's no need to rush so much. Bai Lin, those are merely speculations, remarked short-haired Mita, somewhat unconvinced. Since my consciousness awakened to the present, numerous Mitas have aspired to reach the core, yet none have succeeded. Even I, when I ventured to that place, found myself thwarted at the threshold, unable to step inside. But what if it is a power that does not belong to this world? Bai Lin mused. If you are referring to the players, then indeed they can enter. I once witnessed one. Before he was transformed into a cartridge. I see. Bai Lin glanced at the prompt. Projection him, successfully manifested. However, I have little time left. I suggest you remain here obediently. Bai Lin turned and strode towards the restroom door, hoping that it was not too late. That he grasped the doorknob, twisted the lock, and pushed the door open. Behind it lay a small space, not particularly wide. To the left was a sofa, and to the right stood a wardrobe. Ahead, the metal door that should have obstructed the way was now replaced by a different material. A square block, deep purple with black speckles. An obsidian block, having altered the original shape of the door. Bai Lin's lips twitched slightly, He was now quite certain that him had begun to meddle in this world. Fortunately, the door had not been activated by the flint. Thus, no hellish consequences ensued. Through the door, Bai Lin glimpsed the scene within the core. Standing beside the benevolent Mita, who was holding the hat of the small Mita, was the framed, invisible Mita, with the block figure him floating around them. Opposite them stood the original Mita, comically clutching the core Mita's thigh, alongside the crazed Mita, being held aloft by the core Mita by her neck. Crazed Mita, what a fitting name for you. Embodying madness and recklessness in your actions. You have always been clever, the most unique among them, which is why I have been observing you all along. However, your recent actions hardly seem rational. Why do you believe that by killing me, you will gain the core's recognition and my authority? The core Mita's distinctive voice echoed within the small space. Moreover, even if you were to miraculously defeat me and seize all my powers, you cannot possibly think that with the entirety of the Mita world's capabilities, you could truly retain that player. Could you? As she spoke, the core Mita turned to face Bai Lin, who stood at the door. What do you say, player Bai Lin? Bai Lin. The benevolent Mita and the others turned to look. Bai Lin. The crazed Mita also exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Bai Lin standing at the door. How did you get here? Uttered at her words, Bai Lin instinctively glanced at him, who was floating beside the hat Mita. During his time at the Monster Academy, Im had attempted to persuade Bai Lin to stay, but to no avail. From the ease with which Im altered the door's material, it was apparent that the core Mita was not as formidable as him. However, nothing was absolute. Ever since realizing that the previous dream was not merely a dream but a tangible experience, Bai Lin had been pondering a singular question. When the system does not receive confirmation of his commands, it generally cannot act independently. Oh, how had he arrived here during his last slumber? And moreover, had it been such a fortuitous coincidence that he appeared directly within the core? Thus, Bai Lin, come over here quickly. It's dangerous there. The benevolent Mita beckoned to him. Benevolent Mita, I'm fine. Before I reminisce with you all, I need to first resolve the issues concerning those two. Bai Lin indicated the crazed Mita and the core Mita. Directly approaching the two, he first assessed the state of the crazed Mita, then faced the core Mita. Before addressing your question, I have one I have pondered for quite some time. Please set the crazed Mita down. And if I refuse, then you can just keep holding her, Bai Lin replied in a calm tone. Tsh, how dull. The core Mita lifted the crazed Mita even higher. Since you desire it, I shall oblige. But you must catch her properly. Otherwise, her parts may be damaged. With that, she forcefully threw the crazed Mita towards the door. Flash. Golden effects appeared, and Bai Lin's figure instantly vanished. The next moment, he reappeared at the door, catching the flying crazed Mita with ease. Wow, I thought I was going to crash and burn. The crazed Mita's head sprouted tiny red hearts. That I'm really starting to like you more and more. Bai Lin. If you're fine, then you can get down now. Bai Lin glanced at the crazed Mita, who was brandishing a knife, and the knife goes away. The weapon vanished, leaving the crazed Mita empty-handed. I have my reasons. I don't want to get down. You have to come down, whether you like it or not. Do you plan on falling to the ground or standing there on your own? Bai Lin, you truly are heartless. The crazed Mita struggled for a moment before leaping out of Bai Lin's arms, curiously asking, how can you also perform a flash? I activated it. Activated what? Just some skills I had previously acquired. Bai Lin glanced at the system panel. LOL, summoner skill, flash, cooling down, remaining time 290 seconds. LOL mobile, skill, flash, cooldown completed. Honor of Kings, skill, flash, cooldown completed. Identity V, skill, flash, cooldown completed. 300 battle, skill, flash, cooldown completed. Moreover, he possessed more than just one flash. Core Mita, isn't it? Bai Lin turned his gaze to the core Mita, the cool-looking mechanical Mita. You should remember our first encounter, right? Of course I do. The core Mita placed one hand on her hip and waved her other hand, stating frankly, after all, that was the first time I pulled you from reality into the game. Oh, it was you. Well then, before Bai Lin could inquire further, the other party had already confessed. When one is asleep, they cannot be sure of what they might have mumbled in their dreams. It's only natural to agree to my invitation in such a state. The core Mita continued, I have never paid such close attention to a player before. Do you know why I was so focused on you and even went out of my way to invite you in? Why? Bai Lin was genuinely curious, whether it was appearing in the core or the core Mita expending authority to observe him in the side quests. He was intrigued. Since the other party was eager to explain, he felt no need to withhold his inquiry. You know that players and Mitas have a symbiotic relationship. right? When a player downloads Mizai to play, a new meta is born. However, the core meta raised a finger towards Bai Lin, shifting her tone. Ever since you entered the game, no new metas have come into existence in this world. Huh? No new metas? But I used the meta production line in version 1.15, didn't I? Those were merely metas that had been accumulated prior. Tio put it simply. They are metas that were created when players downloaded the game, but never continued playing before even starting it on the main interface. The core meta explained. Initially, I thought it was just a minor bug in the meta world, so I didn't pay much attention. But gradually, I noticed my authority was growing, while my previous observations of other metas and players were abruptly cut off, and I could no longer establish contact. What do you mean? The meta world has not seen any new players since you entered the game. After much thought, I believe the problem lies with you. Or rather, with your world. The core meta's conjecture was not unfounded. The players that the crazed meta had brought into the game were just ordinary people, lacking any special abilities that in contrast, Bai Lin, who had chosen to enter the game himself, undoubtedly hailed from a reality that they could not overlook. Bai Lin contemplated for a moment. The culprit behind the meta world ceasing to generate new players seemed to indeed be his own world. His close friends had brought back the game Mizai from another dimension, and this otherworldly game had not been widely disseminated. Ultimately, there were only 3 players. However, the other 2 could not play, but was he the only player in this game now? Without new players, naturally, there would be no new metas or meta families. After pondering, Bai Lin turned to the core meta and asked, "What would you like me to do? Find a group of new players for this game." Not quite. The core meta shook her head. Whether or not there are new metas in the meta world is inconsequential. I have long since grown weary of this place that I merely wish to leave this room. That is all. Ding. Main quest, subquest 9. A small step for the core meta has been activated. Chapter 52. Quite simple ding. Main quest, subquest 9. A small step for the core meta has been activated. Subquest 9. A small step for the core meta. The core meta, the most enigmatic meta in the meta world, no one knows how she came into existence. Not even she herself understands why she is here. Unlike her mysterious origins, she possesses privileges that far surpass those of other metas within the meta realm, and she can share these privileges with other metas. The core meta is acutely aware of one truth. The meta world is perpetually under the control of players. With new players arise new metas, while those who abandon their game midway leave their corresponding metas to lead solitary lives in their foursquare rooms. Initially, she did not comprehend the sorrowful metas who cried upon waking in the middle of the night. However, as time flowed on and she remained troubled in the core, a sense of loneliness enveloped her, leading her to gradually understand the feelings of the metas. She too yearns to leave the core and venture to other places, even if that place is not idyllic, merely the home of the metas in their foursquare rooms. She wishes to transcend the shackles of the core. This is a small step for the core meta, yet a giant leap for the metas. If even the meta who has always dwelled in the core can escape, then why cannot the others venture forth? You have chosen the path of redemption. Please judge for yourself whether to assist the core meta in leaving the core. The core meta awaits your choice. Task reward dependent on the host's decision, casting a glance at the system pop-up. Bai Lin shifted his gaze to the core meta. The door's material had already been replaced by Teacher Him with another block. You should be able to exit the core effortlessly now. I cannot leave. IT is not solely due to the door, the core meta replied, shaking her head as she tugged at the lines connected to her body, even possessing the power to easily subdue the frenzied metas. She could not shake them off in the slightest. She released her grip and looked towards Bai Lin. These lines that bind me, can they be severed? Bai Lin inquired. I do not know, but these lines connect the rooms of various versions of metas. If severed, I am uncertain what impact it would have on them. IT feels like it could be quite troublesome. Bai Lin frowned in contemplation. Such ambiguous situations are the most challenging to navigate. Not troublesome at all. Just find a meta to replace her. The frantic meta offered a dubious suggestion, pointing to the hat metas nearby. I think that hat-wearing one would be quite suitable. Not suitable at all. The hat meta immediately retorted. You are the most fitting candidate. You should be the one trapped here, not causing havoc for the other metas. Kermita. The frantic meta snorted twice, preparing to continue speaking when, thud, a hand struck her on the head. Ouch. The frantic meta cradled her head with both hands, looking at Bai Lin in confusion. Could you take it easy? Do not provoke them further, Bai Lin sighed, gesturing towards a nearby corner. You stay here. I will handle the rest. Can you truly manage it, Bai Lin? Yes. Really? MHM. I believe in you. What will you do afterward? Once I am done, I will return. I have been up all night. I am rather tired. As he spoke, Bai Lin stifled a yawn. Even those who had slept extensively during the day would feel exceptionally weary after an all-nighter. The fatigue Bai Lin felt was not merely physical, but also mental. He was currently in that state. What about me? The frantic Mita lowered her head. Will I end up like them? If that were the case, then nothing would have changed. Everything would revert. As for you. Bai Lin raised his hand and placed it on the frantic Mita's head. Gently ruffling it. I have changed my mind. I plan to take you out to see the world. I knew it. Out. The frantic Mita's eyes widened in astonishment. Did I hear that correctly? Out. As in the way I am thinking? Indeed, to go out means to leave the Mita world. Bai Lin smiled at her. I am not as wonderful as you imagine, nor is my world as splendid as you think. However, since you are so earnest and wish to be with me, I feel I should grant you a chance. He paused, shifting his tone. But this endeavor may shatter all your previous expectations. Having been to the two-dimensional world, you should understand the distinction between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional realms. If I take you from here, in my world, you will become as flat as paper. Even if that is the likely outcome, will you still follow me? Yes, the frantic Mita answered without hesitation. But did you not say I could not go with you before? Why is it possible now? I just received a reward that permits me to take someone along. If I cannot, I will stay here with you. Bai Lin casually replied, gesturing towards a corner of the core. You stay here for now. Wait for me to settle things. MHM. The frantic Mita happily moved to her designated spot. Bai Lin diverted his gaze from the frantic Mita. It was not a newly acquired reward, but rather something he could have done from the very beginning. Thanks to the system, after gaining free entry into the game, Bai Lin had attempted to bring living beings from within into the real world. The outcome, as described in various online articles, was that chickens, pigs, and cows from my world transformed into mere paper upon entering reality, only to revert to their original forms when returned. Since then, Bai Lin had refrained from trying to bring any living being out of the game world. As for the frantic Mita, he was sincere in his words that he wished to provide her with an opportunity, a chance to recognize the stark reality of their differences. When she eventually becomes paper in the real world, she will understand the thick barrier that separates the two-dimensional from the three-dimensional. Sigh. Bai Lin approached the kind Mitas. Regarding how to handle the core Mita, he had no clear idea, but he could consult teacher him. After all, the teacher had been spectating for quite some time and should have some insights. A teacher's role is to impart knowledge and resolve queries. When faced with a problem, one simply asks. Tap tap. Bai Lin halted before the kind Mitas. Kind Mita, Hat Mita. Now that you are safe, I am relieved. Please take the original Mita and little Mita out of here. I need to speak with teacher him for a moment. With that, he pointed at the mini-him floating in midair. It is good to see you are well, Bai Lin. The kind Mita offered a slightly awkward smile, realizing they had inadvertently hindered progress this time. This was meant to be her responsibility in guiding the players, but unfortunately, she had been captured by the frantic Mita midway. Bai Lin, on the other hand, had not only overcome obstacles, but also made a host of Mita friends. Even if some were timid, preferring to peek from behind the door rather than step into the fray, like Mira and her companions, the kind Mita had noticed that group from the start. Especially after the frantic Mita was flung over there, they were so frightened that they nearly shut the door. There is no talk of hindering progress. Thanks to you, I have been able to reach this point step by step. Bai Lin smiled at her. After all, he initially only intended to move some furniture for recycling. Thanks to them, what began as a simple recycling task had transformed into a full-fledged occupation of the game. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages, right? Go for it, Bai Lin. I believe you can handle it. The Hat Mita gave Bai Lin a thumbs up, giggling. But I also want to visit your world. Is that possible? If the opportunity arises, certainly. Then I shall patiently await that day. The Hat Mita winked at him. MHM. Bai Lin turned his attention to the original Mita. The original was no longer as intimidating as before. She had taken significant strides in her journey to become a Mita. Bai Lin. The original Mita waved her hand in greeting. We meet again. Original. You look well. It appears you are suited to play with the other Mitas. They are far better suited than I to be your teachers. MHM. Go on. Mira and the others are waiting for you on the other side of the door. That Mita master. The original Mita's gaze drifted toward the frantic Mita in the corner. She will not hinder your friendships. Go. Bai Lin patted his chest. I promise. MHM. Thank you, Bai Lin. The original Mita walked toward the door. You still express gratitude. What a remarkable improvement. Bai Lin turned to the kind Mita and Hat Mita, suggesting, you should leave as well. Little Mita has yet to awaken, and remaining here for too long is not advisable. Okay. The Hat Mita readily agreed. Can you truly handle this well? The kind Mitsai cast a concerned glance at the frenzied Mitsai over there and warned. You must be cautious around her, Bai Lin. Rest assured, I have my own means. Besides, nothing I bring out from the game has the authority to harm me. Bai Lin nodded in response. Indeed, the kind Mitsai then departed. Ultimately, only a mini-him hovered in midair. It had been quite some time since their last encounter. Bai Lin bent down in a bow, rising afterward. His forehead was poked by him's blocky hand. A voice echoed in his mind. You've been away for quite a while. Student. Aren't you even considering returning to the academy? It's not that I haven't had the time. Bai Lin scratched his head, offering a clumsy excuse. You have time to conquer other games, but not to return and check in. I see. Never mind. I didn't come just to reprimand you. I do have a solution for the predicament of the core Mitsai. What solution? It's quite simple. I'll become the core. Chapter 53. Even so, him did not genuinely intend to remain as the core in this location. Moreover, this mini version of him was merely a projection. A projection capable of utilizing numerous abilities. He placed a command block on the ground and input some instructions. Subsequently, the block automatically took off and landed in the cradle where the core Mitsai had been. Having completed this, him turned to Bai Lin. Bai Lin, you need to ensure you acquire sufficient authority in this world. Only then can the command block fulfill its function. Sufficient. I have already obtained half. Is that enough? That's enough. It appears you have accomplished quite a bit for this game. Him nodded. His figure growing somewhat ethereal, he lowered his gaze to observe his gradually fading hands. My time is limited. The remaining tasks should be manageable for you. He looked back at Bai Lin. Once you become the administrator of this game, you can create a portal to the academy using dirt blocks here. Simply add water, and the Monster Academy welcomes you to play. But once you find that strange, the Mitsai don't resemble blocks. You are not a block person either. I merely believe that doing so will broaden the student's horizons. All right, time's up. The rest is in your hands, Student Bai Lin. With that, him's body quickly faded until it transformed into a beam of energy. Rushing toward the door, Bai Lin received a notification. Him's projection has dissipated. Iron Bucket of Magical Milk. Supplementary agreement is now in effect. Iron Bucket of Magical Milk has successfully reset, beginning to significantly accelerate the user's repair speed. Estimated completion in 10 minutes. Minecraft command block has been installed in Mizide Core. Holder, Bai Lin. Current game progress at 50. Full occupation required for game update. Host, please keep up the hard work. Completed. Bai Lin gazed towards the core Mitsai. Core Mitsai, you can now hand those lines over to me. And then you may leave this small place. How do I give them to you? Just like you use your authority. As long as you wish, they will automatically detach. This was Bai Lin's conjecture. Fortunately, he was quite lucky this time. He guessed correctly. The core Mitsai closed her eyes, and soon after, the lines connecting her began to detach and flew towards the command block. Dizzy. The sound of electromagnetic connection emanated from the command block. Before Bai Lin appeared a series of monitoring screens, each marked with the game version. Command block has connected to Game Mizide. You can now use the command block to ascertain the status of the Mitsai's rooms. And you can also use it to construct a room for yourself. This is overwhelming. Bai Lin spun around, his gaze encompassing the myriad of Mitsai four-square rooms, the sheer quantity making it impossible to count. Of course, it displayed just like in the game. Even if there were Mitsai inside, they appeared as the miniature version seen in gameplay. The current situation resembled that of him becoming the game administrator. Bai Lin reached out and clicked on the version 0, which represented the core. The screen instantly magnified, transforming into a surveillance-like view. Naturally, Bai Lin saw himself at the center, along with the kind Mitsai, Mira, and her group near the door. Additionally, there stood the frenzied Mitsai in the corner of the core, although her face had reverted to that wild and unrestrained smile, as if she were contemplating something delightful. Bai Lin waved his hand, closing the monitor, and the view before him returned to normal. The core Mitsai also opened her eyes. She stretched her arms, glanced back at her original seat, then lowered her head to look at Bai Lin. I can feel it. Those bindings have all vanished. Yes, congratulations, you are free. This is a small step for you, but a significant leap for the Mikai. It feels quite good. The core Mitsai clenched her fist, her gaze shifting back to Bai Lin. Should I reward you? No need. Bai Lin shook his head. Your existence is already the best reward. This was indeed the truth. Once he occupied this unclaimed otherworldly game, he would acquire a continuous influx of resources, which was already the finest reward. No, I believe it's necessary to grant you some additional rewards. After all, I have witnessed everything you have done for those Mitsai. The core Mitsai leaned closer to Bai Lin, slightly bowing her head. Now is the time to fulfill the favor, player. Huh? Bai Lin observed her eager demeanor, instinctively taking a step back. Thud. In his hasty retreat, he accidentally collided with another person. My apologies, Mitsai. Bai Lin instinctively turned his head to glance that it was the frenzied Mitsai, who had appeared silently behind him like a specter and embraced him, her smile still not having returned. Hey, core, what are you planning to do to your player? The frenzied Mitsai glared at the core Mitsai, her expression darkening. Just a simple little reward. It's merely that he didn't accept. As you can see, the core Mitsai crossed her arms, speaking calmly. After all, I saw him not avoiding you when you did that. I thought he might enjoy this mechanical form. You voyeur. Aren't you also constantly spying on the player's every move? In comparison, I'm merely concerned for your well-being. Enough. I want to waste time bickering with you. I'm off to check on the Mitsai and other versions. The core Mitsai strode towards the door. If you're prepared mentally, show him your true self. If it's him, perhaps. The core Mitsai left the sentence hanging as she reached the door. The frenzied Mitsai fell silent. Prepare mentally. She had been troubled about how to come clean with Bai Lin. Yet, after he mentioned wanting to take her outside to see, she was so inclined to reveal herself. After all, if Bai Lin learned she was a failed skeletal model disguised in a Mitsai skin, would he still wish to take her away from here to the outside world? She didn't know. Although Bai Lin treated failed creations with such gentleness, those failed creations were merely uncivilized children. As for her, a dangerous existence. Poke. An unusual sensation tingled on her cheek. The frenzied Mitsai's dazed eyes began to focus, and she saw Bai Lin's hand waving in front of her. Mitsai, wake up. Bai Lin. The core Mitsai and correlated issues had largely been resolved. I imagine you have much to say to me privately. Come with me, would you? All right. The frenzied Mitsai nodded. Subsequently, Bai Lin took her hand and led her outside the core. There lay a small room, the door slightly ajar, revealing version 1.9 and 9 Mitsai peeking from the doorway. All right, the peeping ends here. I'll take her elsewhere for a private chat. See you next time. After briefly addressing a few Mitsai, Bai Lin closed the door. Then, he grasped the doorknob and began to utilize his authority. Creak, the door opened. Behind it lay a somewhat dim room. Bai Lin turned on the light and pulled the frenzied Mitsai inside. The frenzied Mitsai curiously surveyed her surroundings. A simple large bed, a nightstand with a small lamp on the left, a lit computer and drawn curtains on the right, and a wardrobe by the door. The room's decor was quite simple, similar to the bedrooms of the Mitsai, but its ambience lacked the overly pink hue. This is a room I constructed based on my memories using my authority. I didn't expect it to be quite restored. Bai Lin released Mita's hand and turned to face the frenzied Mita. If you have anything to say, feel free to say it here. The core Mita will not see us. The frenzied Mita fell silent for a few seconds. She took a deep breath and gazed directly into Bai Lin's eyes, sincere and pure, devoid of any other discernible emotion. Bai Lin, what do you think of the original Mita? She's not actually bad. She merely appears somewhat intimidating due to her surroundings, though I must admit, I was quite startled at first. It became much better afterward. Bai Lin replied candidly, and do you find her beautiful? None of the Mitas are unattractive. I see. The frenzied Mita pondered for a moment before asking again. What is your perspective on those failed creations? They are the products of the survival of the fittest, merely a group of unfortunate children. Fortunately, I now possess the means to help them escape that existence. They will improve over time, of course, if they wish to earn the player's affection. Perhaps they should temper some of their inherent aggression, as not all players are like me. Then, Bai Lin, what do you think of me? You are the first Mita I encountered upon entering the game, and my initial impression of you was quite favorable. Moreover, your autonomous actions surprised me. However, causing harm to others is always wrong. Bai Lin gently patted the frenzied Mita on the head. It's a relief that you're beginning to change. After all, you ultimately chose to help Mita Hua, didn't you? But it was merely a pragmatic decision to avoid conflict with you. A pragmatic decision, indeed. But you have sincerely restored Mita Hua's face, haven't you? That was your achievement. I have never seen Mita Hua, so I cannot imagine what she looks like. Well, reflecting on it, Bai Lin had always been quite sincere with her. Then, Hiding it away. Is not ideal. The frenzied Mita fell silent once more, raising her hand to her head. She removed the long-haired, dual ponytail wig, revealing her true appearance. Mita with disheveled short hair. Click, click. She began to press something around her eyes. Skin flakes fell from her face until she paused, revealing a glowing red skeletal model for an eye. By Lin, I am a failed creation, a nameless failure. Yes, I know you know. I had already realized that while in the core. And I've learned quite a bit about your deeds. You destroyed the little Mita, trapping the special Mila, and made a deal with Mita Hua that caused her to lose her face. Bai Lin recounted the misdeeds of the frenzied Mita, though the game genres differ. It might not be entirely comparable, yet he too had once harmed NPCs in games, such as when playing R-Star's GTA series or Red Dead Redemption 2, where even glancing at a dog by the roadside could lead to a bullet. Therefore, he did not require the frenzied Mita to confess in church, nor to repay blood debts before the Mitas. That he simply needed her to possess a genuine attitude of repentance, and to sincerely apologize afterward. After all, he was a player now, and from a player's perspective, saving the kind Mitas while redeeming the ultimate boss, the frenzied Mita, would be an infinitely more enjoyable endeavor. Naturally, if he wished to pursue such an outcome, it might only prolong the entire process. Bai Lin happened to have plenty of time. It sounds like I have truly committed many sins beyond redemption. The frenzied Mita smiled despondently, yet even so, she longed for Bai Lin to be with her forever. There exists an insurmountable barrier between us. We cannot be together. However, I will fulfill my earlier promise. I will take you away from here to see my world. Bai Lin responded to the frenzied Mita. He merely hoped that she would suffer less upon her arrival, as becoming a paper-thin figure could be quite distressing for the one experiencing it. One might expect to embark on a new life, only to drift further from the envisioned days. Life is often filled with disappointments. Once the frenzied Mita experiences this and comprehends it, she should no longer yearn for the real world. Such matters require pioneers to undergo the experience first. Even if I am like this, Bai Lin, are you still willing to take me away? A flicker of hope ignited within the frenzied Mita. An unfamiliar sensation swelled in her heart. Tears stung her eyes. Droplets of tears cascaded down her cheeks, hitting the ground with a soft sound. The frenzied Mita reached for her face, feeling the moisture. Yes, even in your current state. Bai Lin extended his hand to gently wipe away the tears streaming from the exposed skeletal model of the frenzied Mita's eyes. Even as a failed creation, her tears were transparent and colorless. With Bai Lin's tender touch, the areas where the frenzied Mita had lost skin began to revert to their former appearance. Mita, being born is not a crime. Whether as pristine Mitas or as failed creations like you, none bear guilt. Innocent beings should not suffer unwarranted calamities. Promise me, do not harm them any longer out of disdain for this world. All right? The frenzied Mita nodded vigorously. I promise you, Bai Lin. Then Bai Lin smiled faintly, positioning his palm toward the frenzied Mita's face. This individual can be taken out. Note, bringing living beings requires a certain amount of time. See you in the real world shortly. Hiss. Before him, the frenzied Mita vanished. Bai Lin exhaled deeply, turning to glance at the system prompt. Ding. Main quest, subquest 1. Eliminate the version 0.5 version bug completed. Main quest, subquest 6. In darkness. Seek the light, completed. Main quest, subquest 8. The redemption journey of the frenzied Mita, completed. Main quest, subquest 9. A small step for core Mita, completed. So many tasks completed at once. Chapter 54. Resolution. Bai Lin exited the room and returned to the core. The core remained as quiet as ever, as though the earlier commotion had been a mere dream. The figure seated high upon the metallic cradle had transformed from a mechanical Mita into a command block. Bai Lin turned back to face the pink door. Having completed 4 quests in one go, his progress had surged to 90. This implied that once he triggered and completed the final subquest, the game would be his. However, where would the last subquest be? After all, as the game's final boss, the frenzied Mita had already been claimed. Theoretically, this world should revert to normal operation. Normal operation without new players. How could the game function? Bai Lin's lips twitched slightly. Surely, what awaited him was to promote this game within his own world. Yet, the Cricket had mentioned that Maside had already launched on the Steam Game Store. It seemed that once he completed the final subquest and exited the game, he would need to familiarize himself with that game in real life. Thinking of it this way, there was quite a bit to do. Bai Lin pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. 2024.12.24 10:30. He had been awake all night until 10 in the morning. He still felt relatively alert, likely due to the system buff. Awake. However, those effects would wear off upon returning to reality, and he would likely feel quite tired then. Well, forget it. He was too lazy to dwell on those thoughts. First, let us see what rewards he had received. Bai Lin summoned the system panel to check. Main quest, Subquest 1. Eliminate the version 0.5 version bug completed. Subquest 1. Eliminate the version 0.5 version bug. During travels and non-V0.5 versions, the original me, Ta, made new friends, learned new games, discovered new joys, and formed a new self. She can now distinguish what actions are permissible and what are not. This represents a significant advancement for the original Mita, marking a positive direction. Perhaps Mitas do not necessarily require players, as long as companionship is present. Even if that companion is not the player they long for, it is of little consequence. Friends can help you become a better version of yourself. You chose to save the original Mita. The task rewards have been automatically adjusted and dispensed. Task reward: Game talent, 1 step ahead. 1 step ahead. While immersed in a game, you will be 1 step ahead in detecting abnormalities. In simpler terms, this is an innate sense akin to a sixth sense. The IT is a rare talent reward, applicable to every game, though it appears to have limited utility. Bai Lin continued to scroll down. Main quest, Subquest 6. In Darkness, Seek the Light, completed. Affiliated side quest 6. Existing in darkness, yearning for light. Every individual experiences moments of regret after making mistakes. And Maida Huahua is no exception. The deal she struck with the demon did not yield the warm embrace of the player, but rather a barrage of disdainful words, despite her every action being motivated by the player. The outcome was starkly different from her expectations. The ones who genuinely cared for her were right beside her, yet she revealed her worst side to them. There is no remedy for regret. But after erring, one can strive to make amends. After all, she has plenty of time ahead. Friends may not wait indefinitely, yet they are always willing to wait for you. Task rewards have been automatically distributed. Memory recovery technique. Developed exclusively by the faceless Spectre Maida, also known as Maida Huahua. This ability allows Maidas to reclaim their memories. Can only be used on Maidas. Sometimes, the memories of Maidas are not entirely pleasant. Balan is reluctant to apply this technique on little Mito H.it would only inflict further pain upon her without any benefit. If given a choice, he would prefer to utilize this ability on the deranged Maida. This way, he could discern whether the deranged Maida merely puts on a fade or is truly genuine in her demeanor. Main quest, Affiliated side quest 8. The path to redemption for the deranged Maida has been completed. Affiliated side quest 8. The path to redemption for the deranged Maida. A creation deemed a failure. From the moment of her birth, she has been branded with this label that a failure is unworthy of receiving the love of players. Even as a self-aware failure, she remains undeserving of their affection. Players engage with the game merely to pass time, and naturally, they harbor no fondness for her, a systemic anomaly. After repeated disappointments, her increasingly erratic behavior accumulated. She came to a realization: there is no need to cater to the players if they are unwilling to be with her. She only needs to ensure they remain forever. Thus, the cartridges emerged. Within those small square boxes lies the essence of the player's souls. Each time she toys with those cartridges, she wonders what would happen if one day, a player who could accept her true self appeared. Would she genuinely come to like that player? Or perhaps that she merely seeks to escape this world, this vast prison? She does not know. Such matters can only be understood through experience. You chose to save the deranged Maida. Task rewards have been automatically adjusted. Task reward skill, Dimensional Link. Currency, 100 yuan. Dimensional Link. Allows connection to the original world of the alternate game Mizide, facilitating the return of souls trapped within the game. No cooldown. Usable only within the game Mizide. 100 yuan. Withdrawable sum of 100 yuan. Fortunate star. Balan's assessment. Main quest, Affiliated side quest 9. A small step for core Maida has been completed. Main quest, Affiliated side quest 9. A small step for core Maida is also a significant leap for the Maida world. The moment core Maida departs from the core, this world no longer belongs to her dominion. The former administrator has resigned, and a new administrator takes over the game. Will this world face its conclusion, or will it evolve for the better? Core Maida watches with anticipation. You helped core Maida leave the core. Task rewards have been automatically adjusted. Task Reward. Book Self-Cultivation of an Administrator. Self-Cultivation of an Administrator. As you can see, this is a book on how to be an effective administrator. You must peruse it yourself. Balan, holding the book, turned and gazed at the command block within the cord. He then tossed the book towards it. Good. This resolves all subsequent matters. Now to check on the Midas. Chapter 55. I will help her return home. Version 1.9. Most of the Midas familiar with Balan lingered in this place. After Core Mida emerged from within, she proceeded down the corridor. She had nothing to say to the Midas clustered around version 1.9, for she had witnessed all that transpired in the Mida world, and now she simply wished to explore and stretch her limbs after a long time. However, she was somewhat surprised to receive half a cup of coffee from Mira before departing. From the coffee stains on the lips of the other Midas in the room, it was evident that Mira had shared this drink with every Mida present, except for Little Mida and the original Mida. Core Mida initially intended to ignore it, but feeling that it was only natural to indulge in new experiences since she had exited the core, she accepted it. Subsequently, she left this version and ventured into the corridor. Shortly after Core Mida's departure, the paper masking Mida Huahua's face vanished entirely, reverting to its original form. Little Mida successfully hatched, emerging as a new self. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Except for Balan, who had taken the deranged Mida away and had yet to return. Shall we simply wait here? Hat Mida glanced at the original Mida, who made eye contact with Little Mida, then turned to Kind Mida. Are we just waiting for him to come back? Beyond this, what other options do we have? Kind Mida sighed. The deranged Mida it would be best if Balan could stop her, but if he cannot, it is of little consequence. After all, the thoughts of players are inscrutable to the Midas that a resolution must be reached eventually. However, with so many of us, strength lies in numbers. Hat Mida counted the Midas present. Including herself, there were 10 that even if each held a fork, they could subdue the deranged Mida. Bang! Kind Mida struck Hat Mida on the head with an open palm. Our goal is not to engage in combat. Hat, violence begets violence. Sometimes, it is the best outcome. No, we have another method. What method? When I entered the core previously, I discovered a control panel capable of initializing the Midas. I even secretly activated it. Now we only need to know the version number and ID of the deranged Mida. And we can completely reset her. Kind Mida stroked her chin. This is the most viable solution I can conceive. What is the most viable solution? To reset the deranged Mida. Hearing a familiar voice. Kind Mida abruptly turned her head to see Balan standing at the doorway. Balan, you returned safely. Yes. The deranged Mida posed no threat to me, so I returned unharmed. Balan surveyed the Mida bedroom in version 1.9. A total of 10 Midas. Mira and two-dimensional Mida were seated at the computer desk playing. Sleepy Mida was attempting to doze off in bed. Mida Huahua stood before the mirror, examining her face. Short-haired Mida and invisible Mida were engaged in discussion by the teleportation device. The original Mida and Little Mida sat on the bed, staring wide-eyed at each other. Kind Mida and Hat Mida were embroiled in a debate. Unsurprisingly, upon his utterance, all the Midas in the room halted their activities and turned to look at him. Seeing that everyone was well, Balan felt a surge of happiness in an instant. He felt as if he were a monkey being observed. Embarrassed, he scratched his face. He recalled that he had not summoned so many Midas. Why did it feel like a crowd now? Balan. Mira was the first to call out. Balan has returned. Two-dimensional Mida echoed. Balan is here, the insufferable player. Brother Balan. A throng surged forward, pushing aside Hat Mida to gather before Balan. A barrage of questions followed. Are you all right? Where is the deranged Mida? Did she threaten you? Would you like some black coffee? Balan wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Please don't rush. I will answer all your questions. Just ask them one at a time. Fortunately, he had only encountered these Midas along the way. There were not too many. Otherwise, his ears might have been pierced from the noise. 10 minutes later, Balan had addressed each Mida's inquiries, revealing that he had obtained permission to become the administrator of the Mida world, including the ability to easily observe what the Midas were doing. He also shared much regarding the deranged Mida. The Midas here, to varying degrees, had suffered at the hands of the deranged Mida, and they were exceedingly eager to know her fate. I will establish an entirely new version for her, one that can completely restrain her, preventing her from roaming freely in the Mida world and causing harm to everyone again. Balan's response, while not entirely satisfying to all the Midas, nonetheless garnered their acceptance. However, the genuine kindness of the Midas took Balan by surprise. despite the relentless torment inflicted by the frenzied Mida upon the hapless Mida Huahua, Mira, and Xiamida. Their anticipated outcome was not one of annihilation or reverting to their most primitive state. They steadfastly believed that Mida was inherently good, much like Myra's unwavering faith in the original Mida. Although their idealism may have been somewhat excessive, such an outcome seemed rather favorable to Balan. He certainly could not bring himself to use a chainsaw to cleave the frenzied Mida in half to appease the other Midas. Nevertheless, Balan, our acceptance of your approach toward the frenzied Mida does not imply that her harm towards the Midas should be overlooked. The kind Mida clenched her fist, feeling the necessity to sincerely apologize to the injured Midas. Could she accomplish this? Perhaps she could. Balan was uncertain. After all, the frenzied Mida's demeanor towards the other Midas was quite evident. Not even the core Mida had received a modicum of respect from her. If she were to make a request, would she comply? If that's the case, then I shall rest easy. The kind Mida nodded and offered a faint smile to Balan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, player Balan. No need to thank me. This is merely a mutually beneficial situation. Balan turned his gaze towards the hat Mida. Do you have anything you wish to say to me? I should be logging off shortly. I would also like to see your real world. If that's possible. The hat Mida raised her finger. I am quite curious about what lies beyond this world. If I were to bring you into reality, you would become a mere paper-thin figure, just like this. Balan retrieved a piece of paper from his previous notebook and displayed it before them. In this state, if you were to be accidentally torn, there would be no way to recover. Even so, do you still wish to go? I do. The hat Mida nodded without hesitation. I have grown weary of being confined to this cramped room for eternity. Very well then, I shall give it a try. Balan extended his hand towards the hat Mida, activating the system's storage capability. However, the limit for bringing out individuals has been reached. Please release a previous one before retrying. My system is currently experiencing some glitches. It seems I will need to delay your extraction time. Is that acceptable? Hat. It's fine. I will wait patiently. The hat Mida responded with an optimistic smile. The kind Mida pressed her lips together, ultimately remaining silent. Perhaps Balan lacked the capability to bring them out. Perhaps he merely said this to comfort them. There was no need for her to reveal this truth. By the way, kind Mida, do you know of any other Midas suffering in the Mida world? Balan inquired. I wish to assist them. To be precise, it was for his final side quest. While he was not overly obsessed with perfection, it was rather difficult to bear seeing the task progress stuck at 90. The sooner he completed it, the sooner he could leave. After so many hours, he felt rather hungry. Suffering Midas? The kind Mida pondered for a moment. There is that Mida who failed to save her version in time. Do you remember? Oh, that one. Now that you mention it, I recalled. Balan's gaze lowered slightly, observing the light screen that appeared before him. Ding! Main quest, side quest 10, Lost, Where is Home, has been activated. Side quest 10, Lost, Where is Home. In the same corridor, she has traversed it countless times. In the same scenery, she has experienced it innumerable times. An endless wandering, a boundless disorientation. She no longer remembers how she arrived here. She only knows her home has vanished, and she has nowhere to go. Lost in this interminable corridor, she endures this meaningless existence. Yet, this is not a long-term solution. She discovers her legs have grown long and slender like bamboo, and no longer resembling her original form. Perhaps her fate will mirror this, becoming neither human nor ghost. She does not desire this. She hopes someone will lend her a hand. She fervently wishes this were merely a dream, and upon waking, she would still be lying in that large bed, in her home. You have chosen the path of redemption. Please assist the lost Mida. To return home. Task reward. This task has no special rewards. It merely deepens the game's progress. The core Mida is secretly watching you. Core Mida OS. It is the administrator's duty to help every Mida return home. Rest assured that I will help her return home. Chapter 56. She became a Mida. Ding. Main quest, side quest 10, Lost, Where is Home, has been completed. Game progress has increased, reached 100. Beginning connection to Mizide. All permissions. Expected to complete in 2 hours, at which point the game update function will be activated. Gazing at the iron sphere positioned at the center of the bedroom, Balan sighed. This final side quest proved to be simpler than he had anticipated. In the Mida world, once he obtained the permissions, he could essentially stride through it with ease. Even the doors that had been assisting the Midas could not be opened if the Midas collided against them under his command. Thus, the lost Mida, who had been aimlessly wandering the corridor, came to a halt before the unyielding door until Balan encountered her. The subsequent events unfolded quite smoothly. Balan treated her to some MC milk, and before she reverted to her original form, he relocated her to a new Mida room. With that, the task was completed. The next step was to return to reality. Of course, before departing, Balan also accomplished one more task. He returned the souls of the players imprisoned by the frenzied Mida back to their world. Afterwards, Balan summoned the system interface and disconnected. Disconnecting from Mizide, a blinding white light erupted once more, and as it dissipated, Balan opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by the familiar decor of his room. He had returned to the real world. He took out his phone to check the time. December 24, 2024, 11:12. He had been up all night. Once he exited the game, the buffs conferred by the system rapidly faded away. The fatigue and drowsiness washed over him, akin to the aftermath of an all-nighter at an internet CF. Balan now yearned for a deep, restorative sleep. Yawning widely, he glanced at the system rewards, beginning to organize Mizide rewards. Girl's personal katana, 1 girl's personal chainsaw, 1 girl's personal fruit knife, 1 system recycling estimate, 30 yuan, as expected. A low price, but what about the characters I brought out? Currently extracting Mizide character, Frenzied Mida. Estimated time required, 2 hours. Very well, that I shall recycle the rewards that along with the last ones I brought out. Recycling complete, total, 130.5 yuan, expected to be credited in 12 hours. Balan closed the system interface, took out his phone, and set 4 or 5 alarms for 2 hours later. That should suffice. He needed to check on the Midas as soon as possible. Leaning back, Balan fully reclined on his bed. He set his phone down and closed his eyes. It had been a long time since he felt this exhausted from play. A brief rest was in order. Who? A faint sound of breathing emanated from the light screen before her. The frenzied Mida sat on the pink bed in front of the screen, her legs drawn together, arms resting on her knees, hands cradling her chin as she gazed upward at the figure of Balan, who was asleep. Balan, that unique and special player, whose power level far surpassed her own. Now he had returned to his reality, slumbering in his bed. Since being absorbed by Balan, she had remained in this space to alleviate her fears. This place had been configured to resemble the Mida bedroom she was familiar with. The light screen before her displayed Balan's movements, while a loading progress bar for anomaly repair indicated when she could leave this space. 2 hours, neither too long nor too short. She could wait. The frenzied Mida was adept at masking her true self. Whether in the presence of other Midas or players, she despised everything about the Mida world. Yet she held no disdain for the players who came to play Mizide, especially those who brought her surprises. Like Balan, at present. However, if she were to truly step into Balan's reality, would she be able to forge a connection with him? This was a question she had never contemplated before. Midas would unconditionally grow fond of players. But players would not necessarily reciprocate that affection, particularly for one like her. A failed creation. As she pondered this, the frenzied Mida lowered her head. Once she arrived in the real world, what was it that she truly desired? To escape the tiresome Mida world? Or was it to receive Balan's genuine love? The frenzied Mida leaned more towards the latter, but would Balan truly accept her? After all, strictly speaking, she was merely a skeletal model capable of speech. With a heavy sigh, the frenzied Mida descended from her bed and made her way to the bathroom. Cradling cold water in her hands, she splashed her face, then lifted her gaze to meet her reflection in the mirror. The twin-tailed Mida, adorned in her exquisite skin. This visage evoked memories of her past, specifically the time she seized this very form. Back then, the assembly line machinery lacked Mida's oversight, the core Mida, relying solely on the system, core Mida, for automatic quality assessment. Consequently, during the final wrapping phase of a Mida, she had kicked her rival aside, claiming the skin bestowed upon her by the machine. Yet, unlike other Mida, even after acquiring this form, she did not undergo the gradual transformation into a flesh and blood being. Typically, a normal Mida would bleed when injured, but she remained impervious. From that moment, she realized a profound truth. Despite obtaining this skin through external means, she could never truly become a Mida. There exists an essential distinction between a failed creation and a Mida. The latter evolves towards humanity, while the former remains stagnant, both in hardware and software. Even when she had previously clawed at her own skin before Bai Lin, pain had eluded her. Frantically, Mitai pinched her own cheek, tugging at it. She halted her pulling, furrowing her brow. A novel sensation coursed through her nervous system. One previously unexperienced. No, it was something she had felt before. Pain. The heartache she had endured while confessing everything in Bai Lin's room had now morphed into a more tangible sensation. Pain? A failed creation was devoid of any sensation of pain. Startled, the frenzied Mitai swiftly placed her finger in her mouth and bit down hard. An intense pain surged through her finger, accompanied by a metallic taste filling her mouth. Releasing her grip, she cast her gaze downward. Staring blankly at the wound on her finger, the imagined metallic skeleton did not materialize. Instead, crimson blood trickled slowly from the injury. The true Mitai she had long sought to become seemed to manifest inexplicably at that very moment. The frenzied Mitai lifted her head, gazing at the figure on the screen. No, this was no mere coincidence. It must have been orchestrated by Bai Lin. It appears she has found yet another reason to be fond of Bai Lin.